Hello and welcome back to the Nihil channel. It's good to see all of you. I don't know why my taskbar is opening, stuff like that, but alright. It's just the, Windows menu. Hello, Ramtasm Enjoyer, Captain, and Nevik. I hope you're all having a good day. Let me, post to the Discord, and we will get going on time for once. I'm doing good today. I forgot to post to the Discord last week. Going live with the second, well, let's see here, with Waifu, Emblem Knight. Come say hi and fight for the best waifu. Best engage waifu. Because it is that night. We do need to pick our person, I think. I say that, but... And let me post to the other Discord, since I've been posting over there lately. There we go. Sweet, looks good. Now 2 minutes late. Too much time wasted. Well, if we, sorry, I've got my blanket down there in case I get cold and it got stuck in my wheels. If we were trying to push for the end tonight, I would believe that more. But we're not, because, oh, whoops. I am not in VC, my bad. I expected you to be a few more minutes anyway. Hello!
Hi!
My bad. I expected you to be a few more minutes, off dadding.
Huh?
That's usually what I say before you get here. I'm like, Teodrin will be here shortly, he is off dadding.
Yeah. No, I was ready for once.
Same. There's something in the air today. We're doing good. Let's see. So, we've got the Celica map to start.
Yeah.
I might struggle with finding a waifu for female Byleth. Female Byleth isn't in this game. I don't think.
I don't think she makes any appearance either.
Maybe that's the big twist. That feeling when bro bleaches his roots. I did. I got a haircut too. I've got a big family reunion this weekend, so I'm trying to look my best.
You didn't want them to get confused and think Fataga came.
No. Alright, Lego. Y'all all early because you were ready to go last night when Teodrin forgot what day it was. Oh, that's true.
Oh, look, I've got a lot going on.
Yes, you do.
There's something about this island. It's like magical energy. The Seabound Shrine was located in a place quite similar to
Very
this.
curious which one they're going to go with
What
for
kind of
Celica.
place was that? It sat in the Novus
I've actually
Strait
played this
off
one.
of Zofia. There was an altar to the goddess Milla in a cave. I wonder if that
I've only
means
played
there's
it all
an
the way
altar
through
here
once, though.
too. This place reminds me of those days. I'd just begun to experience life. I was so set on how I thought the world should be that I failed to heed my allies' advice. That doesn't seem like you. Not to me, at least. Back then, I visited Milla's temple, hoping to learn of a way to save my homeland.
Female Alier? I think she has plenty of suitors. I think we'll be
Then
fine.
we discovered there was a necro dragon on the island. That thing could have killed us all.
More suitors than she does in the in the censored version.
And we'd already fought a band of pirates. Saying it now, I realize how reckless we were.
I guess you can't say boobs, Nevik.
I mean, unlike her default outfit, which
It
hugs
sounds
them
to
to
me
an
like you were
insane
helping
degree.
people
Yeah, I
as
was
you
gonna say
traveled.
that.
Like, an utterly unrealistic
So-
degree.
Would you
I don't know,
have
maybe
chosen
she's,
the
like,
same
taped
as
them
I
down.
did? Of course.
My battle tape.
Gets one of those, like,
Couldn't ignore
vacuum
anyone
seal
in need,
things,
no matter
like,
how dangerous the situation
puts her clothes on
may
and...
be.
As seen on TV.
I know you wouldn't. You're courageous and strong. That's why we're here. I suppose I don't understand. What do you mean? This is where you will face your trial. Defeat me in combat, and our bond will grow stronger.
What do you say, Warlord
Now
Celica?
take up your weapon, and let's see where your courage can take you. I understand. And I'm going to win.
Alright, we have the stage set. So I actually was watching one of your streams before I went to sleep, Ty. I went back and was doing your last one on the castle game.
Castle game.
Yes, the text adventure.
Oh! Yeah, the Coveted Mirror.
Yes! I thought it was something castle. But no, it just takes place in a castle.
No, we just spend all of our time in the castle.
Yeah, that seemed pretty fun.
Yeah, I've played that with my family a number of times growing up. I do not remember most of it, obviously.
Yeah, but that's what makes it fun. I was about to be like, we could bring somebody from Celica's game to like have them interact. We don't have any other emblems from Celica's games, do we?
Are we gonna... Oh, like DLC interactions? No, I don't think so. Who likes Gaiden anyway?
Fair guess. I don't know if you know that YouTuber, but he is to Gaiden as we are to Shining Force.
Yeah, I haven't watched Gas in a long time. Are we using the DLC rings now, then?
No, probably shouldn't.
Okay. I just saw you still had a few equipped, and then you were flipping through them.
Well, we're not using, who is that? We're not using either of them.
Okay.
Rafal got his one map he got to be in. I think we're good.
Yeah, I haven't watched Gas Station in a long time.
Lord Sigurd!
I haven't either, but I used to.
Last thing I watched was him doing like a Awakening randomizer or something.
He do be doing
Some-
those. Oh, wait.
Some randomizer. Awakening or Fates.
We'll give him Sigurd. Where's Sigurd? Why am I? There he is.
Sigurd!
Alright. And then, where's the clan? You get Roy for the time being.
Lord Roy!
Oh, Rafal actually is here. Whoops. You don't need to come. You do. Okay. Well, you have Sigurd. You have a lot of move. I'm not unhappy with this setup. There's got to be a ton of reinforcements. There's not going to be, like, just 6 units.
What a boring map design. I'm just, like, looking at this. There's just so much just wide open space.
Hello, Nauticus. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. I don't know if I've seen you in chat before, so welcome.
The preparations
And hello,
for battle are
Jevister.
complete. Let's begin.
The big spooky dragon battle? Yeah, I'm really... Oh, okay. That's a little bit more reasonable.
There. See the
Oh
summoner?
no, we're gonna
You
do
don't take them
this
down
from
quickly?
Gaiden. Yeah, there's a
Alright.
class in Gaiden that just summons stuff like endlessly
Oh, perfect.
until
your
you defeat
steward.
them. It's not great. Alright, you wait here, I guess.
I'm ready.
And we're just gonna move out and
Called, eh?
Elliot battle
Tell me
this.
where. Understood.
Which, if you're more of a Fire Emblem person, it's that there is a battle in Shining Force 1 with the General Elliot that the first, like, 3 turns you just move towards each other. And
Yeah,
people
pretty
complain
much.
about it a lot. So,
It's not ideal. I
I've been
don't hate
here
it too much.
once or twice. I usually just watch the VODs. Well, I'm glad you could catch us live this time. That's awesome. Are you a Fire Emblem person? You a Shining Force person? What you like? What were you saying, Taya?
I was saying, like, I don't hate the Elliot battle, but it's definitely not ideal.
Oh, I actually really like it. But yeah,
Really?
yeah. I just recognize it has its faults. Like, that you
I
have to
feel
move
like it
for
would
3
be
turns.
more interesting if, like, the enemy formation did more, but it's just kind of like they just spread themselves out into groups that you take on one at a time, and it really just isn't particularly interesting. Like, if they had set it up so, like, when you hit the first wall of enemies, the other ones start approaching or something, would be cool, but they really don't.
The thing I like about it is definitely more of the, like, story significance than the battle itself.
Yeah, I was talking about, I suppose, specifically the actual battle.
Yeah, it leaves a little bit to be desired. So I think we fire this over here to kind of cover our other units from these guys advancing too much. But I've now realized that I am going to make that hit Linden. Thoughts. We could do that. They're sword units, they're not that scary, it'll be fine. That's not famous last words at all. And if we engage, we can get in here with Louis. so we're fine. Shining Force is what made me find you. I like all video games, though. Well, that's a big statement.
All video games is bold.
It is. That makes me want to, like, test you.
Like, I've played Superman 64.
I thought you were going to say, I played Shining Force too.
I have. I don't like to admit it in polite company.
Oh. Yes, we'd all be so disappointed. Kind of tempted to have her go for that, but I don't want her to take the damage. But she has a lot of health. Yeah, we'll just go for the kills. Why not? I totally understand what's going on. I mean, this is just a, like, battle to unlock deeper potential for Emblem Celica, that's it. I just wanted to do, like, all of the, at least, like, basic battles. We're not going to do all the skirmishes and stuff.
It's also here to, like, vaguely allude to things that happen in her game to make the emblems feel like they're more than just an aesthetic appearance, but
they get to pretend to be
really
people.
Much. Yeah. Not that they'll really go into detail about any of the things that they keep referencing, but, you know, they'll pretend that you know and care.
Or does the endgame sound have a weird reverb? Does it?
It sounds okay on my end, but I don't know what your stream setup is sounding like.
I can double check. Oh yeah, it's getting it twice for some reason. Thank you. I don't know why it was doing that. Let me switch those. There we go. How's that? I really appreciate that. That would have made the VOD much worse. And the live experience, but I like to have lots of VODs that look and sound nice. Alright, I think we tomahawk this guy. World building in my games is less likely than you think, unfortunately. I'm also very curious what this, like, ring mission is gonna be. This, like, engagement ring. Seems better, it's most noticeable with dialogue. Okay. Well, let me know if it, like, gets bad again or if the volume needs tweaking. I had two volume things set up for some reason, and they were both on. So I went with the newer one. Much better? Okay, good.
So, I mean, the ring mission, I completed the objective in one turn when I played it.
One turn?
Yeah, I one-turned it. So, I mean, don't expect it to be, you know...
I shall there is nothing to fear.
The end of Xenologue again?
It's not, yeah, it's not gonna be Xenologue. I can definitely say that,
yeah, I didn't think it would be, but, like, sheesh. I thought it would at least be a little bit of a challenge.
Now that
I won't say it wasn't, like, challenging to do in one turn, but you have so many tools at this point in the game, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That also, I think, is what made the Xenologue so hard to balance, is that, like, if you do that at the end of a playthrough versus earlier, I think your experience is going to wildly differ.
Yeah, like, if you do it early on, it's kind of like, ooh, I'm seeing all these things, but if you do it towards the end, it just feels like everything's been taken away from you.
Yeah.
Although, you also have your rings and stuff, right?
Yes.
So, I guess if you play in the early game, you're missing a large part of your toolkit.
If you do it before your rings are taken from you, you're probably in a much better spot.
Yeah, although you're not going to have very high bond levels or anything.
No.
Unless you focused it.
there is nothing
I definitely
still-
think it's easier to do in the late game.
Even if you did it before your rings are taken from you, you're maxing out at 6 rings available rather than 12 like
Yeah.
you had. Granted, the ones you get in the start of the game are arguably among the more powerful ones, but...
I think I just want to tomahawk and get rid of that guy. And then nobody else is that scary. There we go.
Hell yeah!
But yeah, I don't know why they didn't just, like... If they want to take your stuff, just take your stuff, and if they don't, then don't. The both is so weird.
The boat?
The both.
Oh, the both. I thought you said both, and then I looked up and you were on the boat, and I thought you might have said boat.
I mean, the boat's also a little weird. I mean, it just sits there.
Don't you feel foolish?
It feels very empty, I guess. Like, it feels way emptier than the boats from the other boat map in this game.
Need to Dark Deity it. Add some rugs. That's what's missing.
It's true.
Oh, here come first. Yeah, it's fine. I see we have, I assume that's Celica coming for us, but like, that's fine.
I'll help.
Probably. I will say I am very ready for this game to be over at this point. Yeah.
I do think I was discussing this with Ellie that I feel like doing the Xenologue period has just kind of soured the experience overall. Even more than you already were iffy on the game.
It did not help. That's
and it's kind of like I feel like playing the Xenologue before finishing the game and like kind of reviewing the game as a whole, just in retrospect, is just gonna negatively spin things.
I mean, I'm not gonna, like... I don't know how I'm going to, handle that at the end. I haven't actually decided.
Yeah.
Oh, here she goes. Yep, the warp rag.
Oh,
We have the... It hurts, but we have the health, I think, to do that, and then survive other things. Yeah, we do. Especially if they're not,
that's all.
if they're not gonna... Oh, that one doesn't even do damage. We're fine. Is this just a really easy map?
It kind of feels that way.
You didn't do this one?
No, I quit doing like the ring paralogs after like the first 5 or 6.
I knew you
There's,
said
like-
you stopped doing them, but I didn't know which the first like 5 or 6 were exactly.
Yeah, it's just like realistically, I was not using a lot of the skills I was getting access from with them,
That makes
and
sense.
yeah, it was just like they felt more like a chore to do than the reward I was getting from them.
I just want to see all the things.
But yeah, this one does feel really easy.
Jebister says, I remember stomping this one of the easier ones. Yeah, I do think we're gonna win pretty quick.
Fine by me.
And that's okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it too. I think we just override. I will keep up with this Killer Lance, why not?
Here I come.
Doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, I'm not really complaining about an easy map after some of the things we've been through.
Yeah, I'm ready to get back to the story. The story battles are definitely the most enjoyable gameplay-wise. A lot of the ring paralogs are like kind of iffy, and then the Fell Xenologue was just tragic.
You're done for.
Some of the DLC Emblem maps were okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun just to see, like, some of these characters again, and, like, even if it's a little bit half-hearted, like, just having them get something is nice. It's cool to be like, I'm seeing Soren in 1080p, that's weird. Yeah, I think we do that.
If I may.
And then I could buy Left Dance if I had
can't
to, but I
retreat
don't
now.
think we even have to. I think we just kind of beat Celica. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We are gonna buy Left Dance, because I would like to see Clan's dialogue with her, because I bet he has dialogue.
And?
Yeah, because they've been giving dialogue to the people that have bonded with them.
They give
think.
dialogue to the people who joined with them.
Oh, is that it?
So it would be Saline.
Oh. Literally who?
Yeah. I don't think Clan's gonna have unique dialogue.
Emblem,
Yeah, I think you're right.
engage!
You know what, we'll double check, but I think you are right, actually.
Emblem.
We'll get our
Grant?
our EXP real fast anyway.
Absolutely. Well,
That wasn't that
okay.
much.
You only had one person to heal.
It was 2.
Ah.
Alright, we got a stance.
And of course, Pandreo's your dancer.
I mean, of course.
If you got a character who dancing and partying is his thing.
Of course.
Alright, I actually said I did want to do that. Alright, yeah, we can engage, and Blazing Lion just because it's cool. I do want to do that in a different way. I'll do it there. There we go.
I will win!
Yeah, there's no dialogue.
Yeah.
I just want the satisfaction of defeating Celica with Ike's sword,
I'll
because
help.
it's so weird.
So be it.
Alright, and we're done. I appreciate them keeping these maps true to what they are, but that just would not have been the one I picked.
Yeah, it's not a great map.
The victory is yours. That was very well done.
Thank you, Celica.
You grow stronger, along with the power of your bonds. Keep forging deeper connections with your allies as you fight this war. Do that, and you will have the strength you need to save this world.
I understand. And I'll do my best to strengthen the bonds I have. And forge new ones if I can.
Once you've used that strength to
No,
bring
you
peace,
have all the characters, that's
it
it.
will be your kindness that you will lean on. With kindness,
I assume I do.
you can build a world where no one hurts for the sake of hurting.
Do you really think that's something I can do?
Oh, the road will be long and treacherous.
I do appreciate them
You're
giving
just
you
the
recruits
person to
so
make the
far into
journey.
this game.
If you say so, Celica.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose there's no choice other than to try.
That feels a very
Well,
big departure
keep doing
from
your
Three
best.
Houses.
We'll bring kindness back
Oh
to
yeah.
the world.
It's part of where,
Yes,
like,
we
I feel
will.
like Engage, this is just my personal opinion, I feel like Engage is pretty friendly to Iron Manning because you're always getting units that are ready to be put into your squad.
Yeah, I mean, far more
So-
so than Three Houses. I was gonna say the past
Yeah.
couple games, but I guess Three Houses is the main one that is very
More so
unfriendly.
than Three Houses. I feel like it's more so than Fates, because I feel like, at least outside Revelations, I haven't played Rev, but I feel like you're pretty front-loaded, aside from the kids, and the kids don't join on level, which Awakening has kind of the same problem.
True, I didn't think about
Because
that.
all the kids join at level 10 unpromoted, and that's most of your second half of the game recruits.
That's true. Oh wait, that's not that. I want to go
So-
grab all the things. Milk my pillars.
So I definitely think, like, of the modern games, Engagement might be the most friendly to Iron Manning, just because you get units you can deploy even until, you know, like 3 or 4 chapters from the end.
Yeah, what's her face? Grandma. We got her and she was...
Saphir.
She wasn't great, but she was definitely immediately deployable.
Yeah, she's like, she can hang with
Yeah.
the enemy. She's not going to juggernaut through them like Louis or somebody, but, like, she works.
She will not get one-rounded most of the time.
And she's also an optional recruit before you had Mavier and Vale foisted upon you, so...
True. Oh, yes, our
We also
peach
got
beans.
Lyndon around the same time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think right before.
And he's also relatively functional.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we've put some work into him, but yeah, he seemed pretty good from the start.
Yeah, he's good as a caster. I just think this build we're using is a funnier one that I enjoy a lot.
I mean, it definitely makes him good.
Yeah, like, it works, but he's a little bit less of a powerhouse than he is as a pure mage.
But using that sword and breaking things like we did there, that was pretty good. I don't know if we would have made it without that.
Yeah, it might have been a real challenge.
It might have been. The world may never know. Ugh. Alright, we milk our dogs, we do our supports, and then we I guess do the engagement ring thing.
I need
I
like
don't
one of
know.
those like little cliche like placard things people use up for decor. In this house, we do our supports, milk our dogs. That's like 1/3 thing.
Just have it say that, and a third thing.
And a third thing. Yes, exactly.
I gotta set it up so it looks like one of those, like, super political statement posters. But then, yeah, when you look closer, it says, in this house we milk dogs. You what? You're what? That's what we just did! We have to go milk our iron ore from our dogs, because that's what they give us. That's just how wildlife works on this Omniel, man. I don't make the rules. I'm only the god of it.
Just imagining a nature documentary on the Somniel, the British voiceover.
And here we see the elusive Cocker Spaniel. Pure titanium. Very, very desirable.
And so the divine dragon begins to milk.
Clunk, clunk. Clunk. That's how it works IRL too. You know, I've not tried, so you could be completely telling the truth, and I really can't argue with you. I can't. I don't know. I need an adult. I am an adult, Nevik. It's fine. Shout out to anybody who gets that reference. Ooh. Okay, so we need to do this. Yeah, sure, we'll top off Alir.
Let's have a good match.
We are to use our full strength, yes?
Oh. Well, that feels like cheating, even though you're not that strong.
I like your
Somehow
10
I
damage
like-
laser beam nerd. While we're in here, I did notice at the last battle that Clan had over 1,000 SP, so it might be worth seeing if there's anything we want to inherit onto him.
Probably.
Might be good to do a last round through people since we're coming up on the end to grab any skills we want.
Irrelevant. Let us begin.
Because we've got a few over
It's your
1,000, I
favorite
believe.
Illusion retainer.
Yeah, we
Rosado.
definitely do.
At least you're adorable when you're winning.
You are fortunate this was merely a training exercise.
Oh, it takes 2. So I guess the next map
I am
is the
Zelkov.
engagement ring
That
one,
is
but
all you need to know.
nobody's really mentioned it, so I don't know if I have
Get
that
ready.
unlocked or if we have to do another storyline.
Wasn't strong
I don't
enough.
really know.
You are fortunate this
That's
was
true. You might
merely
actually be a
training
story mission
exercise.
too off. Let me see. I'll
I have
look
no
into
idea
it.
how many, like, chapters there are. I don't know if y'all noticed, but I announced the end of, that this was the finale stream, and then, I actually had somebody message me and be like, I don't think that you want to do that. And I was like, do I not? And it was like, no. Not if you want to, like, take your time at the rate you've been playing. No, I don't think you want to do that. I was like, okay. It's like, it could be done, but it would be like another 10-hour stream, potentially. And I don't know if you want to do that, and my answer is not really.
It should be unlocked.
Alright, we don't ever use advance. We can get maybe something else.
Something more fun. Do we have enough to get dual support plus?
Dual support plus, is that on Lucina?
Yeah. Because we have our dual assist
Dual assist? Yeah, probably.
down lower. So if
Oh, we
we
have
want
that.
it, well, no, we have dual assist. We don't
Oh.
have dual assist plus.
Yeah,
so
we
it
can
would
do
up
that.
our trigger rate from 35 to 70%.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, and since Brave Assist is one of Alir's big things she brings to our squad, doubling her chance of triggering it is probably worth it.
I'm good with that.
I'll be
So
your
it still
opponent.
doesn't replace advance because it'll
I'm
just
Lucina.
overwrite our
Spar with
dual
me.
support, but
Better use it.
we'll still have 1,000 to spend on
You're
something.
as strong as I expected.
Dang, Lucina's
I never say
strong.
no to momentum.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, if we can't find anything else we want.
I worry sometimes if we're really capable of winning this war.
I know things can seem bleak, but as long as you hold out hope,
You can drive the dark away.
You know, if your eye was pulsating less, that would mean more. As is, you kind of just look crazy. So it was 18 for Lucina.
Let's have a good match.
Lucina.
We have some
Princess of
achievements we can
Elise
redeem
has
too, I
arrived.
think.
Oh, probably. I don't think we've been keeping up on collecting those.
We got wrecked. I wish I had a wolf I can ride. I mean, that's not that hard. It's riding it a second time is the tougher thing to do.
I feel like also most wolves are not ready to just like support the weight of a person.
Depends.
I'll be
Yeah,
your
how much
host.
do you weigh? You don't have
I
to
am
answer.
Lucina. Let's see what you can do. You're
You're as strong as I expected.
Coming to Nihil's chat. How much do you weigh?
50 pounds, also I am 6. Okay, inherit skills. Alier. Lucina, dual assist plus. And then we were talking about momentum, which I think is a Sigurd one. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's level 5. Alright, yeah, we can probably make that happen.
An extra like flat 5 damage is not bad. Although we could go for something else.
Nah, I'm
That's
happy.
just like off the top of my head something that never hurts to have.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. That
No,
also
I'll be
doesn't
back.
cost a ton to get her up
I
to
am
5 with
Sigurd.
Sigurd.
You think
Yeah.
to duel me?
Lucina
It's
being...
just one of those things that just kind of sets it up.
This ends now.
I just don't have like any reason to argue with it. It's better and more usable than most of the things we have.
Mm-hmm.
I am thrilled to be your compatriot. I swore to Lumera that I would defend you with my life.
Thank you, Emblem Sigurd. I'm glad to have you on my team too.
I don't know why is she so emotionally moved by that one. Alright, inherit skills. An Alier from Sigurd Momentum.
And don't forget manage skills.
As I removed dual assist plus. Alright. So I can just kind of go through, resolve and reposition. I think that's
I don't
fine.
feel like you've been using repo, honestly.
I've used
like
it a
it's
couple
good,
times.
but oh okay. If you use it,
I have a couple
I
times,
love
but-
repo on flyers because you can like put them on top of impassable terrain and flip someone else over it.
Yeah.
What's Diamant's current skill set?
Oh wait, he has 939. That's probably not worth.
What's his current skills though? I just want to see what he has.
Dual assist and
So,
alacrity, but he's not using
Alacrity is wasted if he's using Lin, so we can at least put Dex plus 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, she has divine pulse and lunar brace. That's been pretty
Those
good.
are both things we super want. At this point, we could consider replacing one of those things on him.
I think so.
The question's what we put on him. Was he now?
Huh?
What class is he now?
Halberdier.
He's a halberdier. Okay.
And he's got momentum and canter, which are the two ones that we really like.
Yeah. We could consider giving him a dual assist. And give us another random backupper.
I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, why not?
Do we have any SP books to be able to give to 2000 and give him dual assist plus? Because he's only 200 short.
But that would be getting to 18. Let me go see if we have achievements.
Yeah, let's see how many frags we have. Definitely at least the first dual assist would be worth it.
Alier's one big weakness is damage, so flat boosts will be good for her. I don't know that that's her one big weakness. I think that's one of her big weaknesses. Alier leaves a lot to be desired as a carry unit.
I thought you were just going to say as a character, and I wasn't going to argue with that either.
Yeah, that's true. But... So we're at 47. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that gives us a little bit to work with. I feel like we can afford to take him up to 18 with Lucina.
I think you're right.
Splurge a little bit on Louis.
We could. Sigurd just has that effect on women. Oh, on everyone. Ooh. Is Sigurd that good looking of a dude?
He is one of the dudes of all time.
I don't know. In terms of protagonists, like... in terms of the guys, yeah, I guess he is one of the better looking ones. I think.
I feel like it all kind of comes down to taste.
It does.
Like, among the Fire Emblem protagonists.
That's true. No, I am objectively right. I'm sorry, it's waifu night.
He doesn't, like, exactly fit, like, the pretty boy archetype a lot of the others
Lucina,
fit into.
Princess of Elise,
No.
has arrived.
No, he does not. But that gives him a little more charm.
It makes him stand out from the
Did I
crowd.
win?
It
How
does.
satisfying. You seem to be well liked by all, Lucina. I think it's simply splendid.
I like that that got censored. You seem to be well liked by other women, Lucina. I think that's really wonderful.
Is that unusual? I'm sure I have the normal amount of friends. No more than anyone else.
Yeah, that dialogue makes a lot more sense in the uncensored version.
I'm sure I have the normal amount of friends. What is the normal amount of friends, Lucina?
I love the idea of Lucina, like, trying to, like, get with the times. Like, you know, I've been asleep for a long time. I'm sure you have some riz too, Louis. Lots of aura.
I've been observing the way you fight.
I'm Lucina.
Skibbity
Spar with
Ohio. It's not just his looks, though. It's the way he carries himself, too.
How
See,
satisfying.
you're probably right if you've played his game, but I have not, and this really does not show me
Indulge
that.
me. Would you rather treat someone as a big sister or be treated as such?
I'd feel a bit uncomfortable being treated that way. But it would be nice to have a sister figure.
Embarrassed versus uncomfortable is also a pretty big difference. Ellie wants a read-up from you on Engage. I'd settle for one on just Louis. I have some ideas. I just need to actually, like, do them.
Hey, Naticus, Louis does open his eyes sometimes. Mainly during crit animations, and sometimes when he's facing a bad
I
combat
am
forecast.
Lucina. Let's see
Oh,
what you can
I
do.
didn't know about the bad forecast. That's funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
I mean, he just
I think
crit,
it's-
and I don't think he did there.
How satisfying.
It depends on the crit animation, I believe. Since they're like all different per class. But
Yeah.
I know for sure that on the combat forecast screen, sometimes he'll have like a very serious expression and has eyes open. And I think it's just when he's like facing a you know, counter death
I've been
kind of
observing the way
situation,
you fight.
which is not
I'm
common
Lucina.
for Louis, so you don't
Spar
see
with
it
me.
much.
I shall dispose.
We spent extra just to
Did I
see
win?
the
How
conversation,
satisfying.
because there's some
Ah,
fun.
okay.
Louis, what are you getting at with all these questions you've been asking?
See, in English, this makes no sense. He literally just said, I bet you have a lot of friends. And then his one question he asked was, would you rather be a big sister or a little sister? That was really it.
Mm-hmm.
Must I be getting at anything? I have a natural curiosity about the way people socialize.
So you like people watching. I see. But why the intense interest in me particularly?
Why would I not be? Your circumstances are so unique that I find myself utterly captivated.
It's so weird that... I guess they have
That
to...
conversation feels weird in both languages, honestly, but...
Yeah, but...
Like, what do you mean high expectations?
True, actually. I thought it was the
It's just like,
elegance
that
you were
doesn't
calling
really
it,
make a
but
lot
no,
of sense in Japanese, in the original either.
Oh, right, we need to... I don't know if he has if we have the book or not. I assumed we did.
Yeah, we probably should have looked.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a few. Do we have any? Yeah, a couple novice books. I'll put them right.
There we go.
And then I figure we probably replace Resistance Plus.
Probably, because he's already, like... He's not... If he dies to spells, he's not dying by, like, 3.
Yeah. Like, in the early game it matters, but not this late.
True. Alright, so that's Louis. We could give Zelkov a second thing.
Yeah.
Is there
What
any...
would be nice for him?
Dodge.
You know, do you think dodge or do you think canter? I'm just thinking about the fact he's our Corrin user, and having him be able to, like, Corrin some people and then move back out is useful.
I would rather give him dodge, because then we could Corrin people and he could stay.
Okay. I mean, then we're looking at what probably Marth inherits.
Is that what it
Gives
is?
you avoid plus 20 down there. Well, okay, avoid plus 20 is a little expensive.
Avoid plus 30? No.
You can almost afford avoid plus 15.
Yeah, I think we just give him that. And
Yeah.
we
And we can
bump
always
him up.
upgrade it to plus 20 if we decide we want to burn some books.
So we'll get him up to that. I think we use one of the 500s to do that. I should have gone the other way around, but that's fine. Yeah, we'll just use one of those. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It'll take me a little bit to do a full, like, write-up of Engage, but I will, I'll do a little something. I always do something at the end of a Let's Play. Anyway, I kind of go over my thoughts for, like, how that game was, would I play it again, did I enjoy
Retainer to
it?
Princess Ivy.
I am Marth, Prince of Altea.
And I mean, the way I'm feeling right now is that, like, I'm enjoying it. I said I was gonna be happy to do another playthrough pretty quick, like 20 hours ago, and I don't know that I still feel that.
My main pursuit.
I feel like you'd be
is to
more
win us
likely to do a
victory.
second playthrough
For
that doesn't include
purpose,
the
Marth,
Xenologue.
Consider me at your disposal.
That is kind of you, but I will accept no offer of service.
I mean, the past
Let us
20
fight
hours of
together
gameplay
as
more or less
equals.
has been just the Xenologue.
True.
Like, that's part of why I'm saying, like, I honestly feel like doing the Xenologue has probably soured your opinion a good amount. Because
But
you were having a reasonable time with the gameplay before we got into it.
The thing is also that I would want to see more of the characters I
Introductions
didn't,
are
and I would want to use the
Let us
Xenologue
begin.
characters.
I am Marth.
So I'm like, I don't know. It's kind of a double-edged sword.
The loss is mine.
It would be interesting to go through it again because of
You are
them,
fortunate
but then I
this
have
was
to deal with that
merely
again.
A training exercise.
Yeah.
You work too hard, Zelkov. A little rest now and then would do you good.
I appreciate the sentiment, but it is unnecessary. I fear idleness more than lack of rest.
Because the Xenologue sucks mechanically. There's absolutely no excuse for them doing that the way they did. I get what they were going for. I just don't think it worked. I said it when I finished it. I'd have played this again immediately if they had New Game Plus. Yeah, I do think that they should do that. And it's weird that they don't, because Three Houses does have that. So, I'm kind of surprised that they didn't. Okay, Pandrio has Alacrity and Silence Ward. I'm pretty good with that.
Can we afford Alacrity Plus?
1400, Lynn
Lynn.
is Alacrity. Yes.
Yeah, it would lower the speed threshold he needs.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. So do that, Lynn. Do that. The mid-game lose everything really kills my interest in restarting.
I'm Lynn. I won't be holding back.
Does that bother the rest of you guys? That didn't bother me too much.
I don't think it's too bad. I think the one thing it does definitely change about the way you play is that you think about inheriting proficiencies and skills prior to Cathedral pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
Because you lose access to any magic proficiency for most of the post-Cathedral game.
Oh,
yeah.
So if you want somebody to become a mage or get magic access, so like if you want Anna to go magic, you need her to inherit magic proficiency early.
Yeah, which is definitely a strange choice.
Yeah.
But narratively, I also
really,
kind of respect it.
I really don't like the proficiency system, mainly just because of the way it locks you into or out of certain like class options based on which rings you have.
Yeah.
Pray
like,
with me.
So
I'm
I'm doing a
Get
randomizer
ready.
playthrough right now. I know you know. And I got Annette, who I really want to make a lance unit for various reasons, but because I lost Sigurd, and you don't have Sigurd when you get Panette, I don't have the opportunity to make her any kind of lance class until you get Sigurd back.
Which is way down the road.
Yeah, and then like one of your like main healing classes in the game, right, is Martial Monk, and you can't make somebody a Martial Monk until you get Byleth, because you don't get any fist proficiency until I think that's chapter 16. So if you want somebody to become a Martial Monk, you just can't for most of the game.
What do we want to make Allchrist real quick? What do we want to give him? Because all he has is a Void 10, and like we could
He is his regular class, right?
Yeah, he's his regular class right now.
He's got Dual Assist Plus.
That's because he's with Lucy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm trying to think if there's anything. I honestly don't even know. Are we considering inheriting anything from the DLC emblems, or is that also off limits? Because I know nothing about what they offer.
I figured it was off limits, but we could peek just to see how broken it would be. If unit HP is not full, adds 30% of lost HP to attack. What else could we, like, what would it give us? Grants
if
level
you defeat
plus
a foe of a
1.
high... Wow. I mean, that doesn't matter as much when you have high-level units at the end game, but...
I am kind of curious. We did use her to give us bow access or something earlier, but I
what
don't
does a weapon sync do from Edelgard?
If unit initiates combat using same weapon type as the synced emblem, grants attack plus 5. If engaged, does attack plus 5 regardless.
That's insane.
We can just get speed and res plus 3. After unit acts or waits in flames, miasma, or similar terrain effect, unit clears effect and recovers 10 HP.
Very situational.
Yeah, that's not super broken. If unit initiates combat and lands a crit, deals 10 damage to foe after combat. They should die if you're critting.
Yeah, like, crits in Fire Emblem are so big that feels terrible.
Cures poison at start of turn. Yeah, so Camilla's definitely... The speed res is really good for somebody like Louis. Well, 5 speed actually will not help them too much.
Only 1200 for speed and res plus 3 is kind of insane.
Yeah, that is pretty good. It's definitely better than just his res plus 3.
The stat inherits from the DLC ones are insane. Also, Rally Spectrum's just here.
Yeah, that's 1500. Grant adjacent allies plus 3 to all stats for 1 turn.
I mean, he could afford Rally Spectrum plus down lower.
We're not doing that.
2 range. I know. I'm just saying, like, it makes it 2 range.
That's so stupid.
What's brute force?
Hang on, what surprises? If unit initiates combat from terrain that provides an avoid bonus, foe cannot counter.
Yeah, that's kind of busted.
Brute force. While making a physical attack, crits deal increased damage. This is so dumb.
And charm, I know, is chain attack.
Wow.
Yeah, like, Crom's got insane stuff.
Okay, what do? Used to make one chosen ally more likely to be targeted by enemies for 1 turn. Effect is removed after ally is targeted by or otherwise damaged by foes 3 times. That's really cool and fits very well with Soren's character. I really like that. The magic plus res is actually not that great, because if you have high magic, you probably don't need res. When using tomes, unit inflicts defense -3 with fire, hit -20 with thunder, or move -2 with wind for a turn. I mean, that's a no-brainer for your magic people. That feels pretty good. Just take 2 less damage if you have a tome. That might be good. When unit deals effective damage, deal +5 damage. You should be killing if you're dealing effective damage. But that could be 10 damage if you're doubling, so that's not too bad. Wind actually often doesn't kill wyverns, but with 10 more it would. When attacking a broken foe with a tome, grants a chance the foe will remain broken. Chance increases with speed.
Interesting.
I don't think he's super broken. He's kind of situational. That's okay. I don't know that that's a 2000 skill.
It would be good on someone like Louis, who's taking, like, no damage anyway.
Lasts until end of battle.
Oh yeah, also, unlike all the other things that stack like this, there's no cap. Speed Taker's, like, +2, caps at 10. This is just
and
uncapped
it's 350.
+2. Yeah.
For 700.
Insanely good. Like, absolutely broken tier of good.
Yeah. Okay, Hector's dumb.
What does Hector's heavy attack do?
Heavy attack, when making a physical attack, if an equipped weapon's weight exceeds unit's build, adds excess as damage.
That's kind of interesting. I don't think it's worth 3,000.
No.
Especially because it caps at +5.
I could just literally come over here and get, like, +5.
Yeah.
If allies adjacent to unit, grants defense plus and res +3 to unit and those allies for a turn. Crazy. Gives enhanced stat growth. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah. I wish I remember how much it increases it.
Weight, restore 20 HP and heal status effects. Great. If unit initiates combat, halves chance of receiving crits from foes. Good. Like, Tiki's just great. But we're not gonna get into that busted territory.
So the question is still, what do we do with him?
We could give him Lunar Brace.
We could. I could do a lot of damage if he procs Luna.
Trying to think if there's anything else. Quick Riposte is amazing, or was in 3 houses anyway. There's a lot of things here that are really good. I just don't want to break it too bad. Oh, we could give him immunity to freeze. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Super good.
I did want to address too, Mahane said, that's the crux. Looking through it on a second playthrough, you either A, use the knowledge that you're losing things in advance and halt all progress to get what you want, or accept that you just lose access to those things until the game says you get to have them again. If you stop to grind before the cathedral, it'll affect the story in such a way to trivialize it on everything except, I assume, the highest difficulties. Yeah, probably.
Okay, I looked it up, Captain. In Engage, Star Sphere is plus 15% to all stats.
Star Sphere? That was a Tiki one, right?
Yeah, the one that ups your stat growth rate, it's plus 15%.
Ah, okay. That's a lot.
It's quite a bit.
Yeah, because in other FE games, it's like Blossom, I think.
I don't know. According to the Fire Emblem Wiki, in Mystery of the Emblem, it's plus 30%. So I don't know where plus 5% is coming from. Oh, are you thinking of like the like drops and stuff from the GBA games? This is apparently a reference to an item from Mystery of the Emblem, which is a 30% bonus.
Okay. I mean, I haven't played Mystery, so...
I haven't either. It's just what the wiki says.
I trust the wiki. Yeah, I agree with Captain. That is bonkers.
Yeah, it's really strong. And especially because you can get the DLC so early. That becomes big.
Alright, I gotta figure out what
step
to
away
do with
from
him. I'm thinking... Alright. Yeah, I'm thinking we do Lunar Brace, because I just like him doing more damage. I was considering doing Draconic Hex, but I think we already have enough of that. So, yeah, and Leaf. Leaf is terrible. We could do Momentum, but I kind of like the idea of him having another proc, and we can make it happen, so let's do that. So we do Alchrist with Erica. I don't know how high she has to, or he's got to be with her to do that. Echo's had a similar thing with the Star Sphere in the DLC, and you could grind out one of those for everyone, and I'm not saying I do that. I think that's fun as a DLC thing. Like, it's something that other SRPGs have sort of figured out. Like, to Dark Deity's credit, that they launched with a randomizer. I wish Fire Emblem gave us more things like that.
I'm sorry you got stuck with me, Lady Erica. My brother is far superior.
Oh, did they bond over that?
I feel the same way about my own brother. I often fret that he should be here in my stead.
That's really interesting. I kind of like them bonding over that. Because, yeah, I know Erica does kind of feel that way. That's kind of cool. How high does he need to be with Erica? Should check that. Not sure. Higher, I guess. Or do I have to do... Do I have other ones? No, we're just doing them this way, okay. So we'll do Alchrist, Erica. Oh, he's gotta be.
I'm leftover scraps compared to
I'm confused too, you said...
But I must try.
Echoes has a similar thing with the Star Sphere in the DLC. Which DLC is it?
I feel I have let my brother down.
Because that ending DLC dungeon is really tough. I don't think you could do that at the beginning. So I don't remember.
You have an amazing older brother like me. So you must know how sibling inferiority feels.
I do, but Ephraim speaks honest praise for me often. I know your brother must do the same.
Can you blame her? Ephraim is a boss. He is very good. I liked him. I need to replay Sacred Stones at some point, but I know it's going to take me forever to do. Because I'll probably do it on stream. And, there's Lunar Base Plus. Okay, I mean, we'll just go to that.
It's me, the Brody.
But I'm still really prioritizing for stream stuff I have not played.
Erica, Princess of Renee, ready to fight.
I love Erica, but as a unit, she's about as useful as Lynn. Even Lynn gets a bow, so she has more utility than Erica. Yeah.
Are you hurt?
I've not played all the way through Lynn's game, so I don't know how useful she is overall. But I know people crap on Lynn all the time as not being usable, and Ellie did a very good write-up of why Lynn is terrible, like, by math. Why can I not inherit Lunar? Oh, I don't have the stuff. I'm dumb. Okay, well. That's why. Okay, we'll give him one of the thousands. We could go for Lunar Plus. If we have some left over, I think we'll do that. That might be a good use of it. Because what's the difference? With physical, deals extra damage equals 30% of foe's defense versus 20% of foe's defense. I don't know. Outside of that, we have Lyndon, Draconic Hex, and nothing. And he's got 1,000. So we could give him something. Does Momentum do... It's attack +1, not strength +1. So we could do Momentum. But I don't know that he's really benefiting from just 5. We're not equipping him with tomes very much. He is fighting wyverns a lot and getting a lot of breaks with his sword. Break defenses wouldn't be terrible. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that would be good for him. Oh, let's give him Alacrity. Because we were doing that on on Pandrio, and that's been huge. What's your speed? 31? You're the same as Pandrio. Yeah, let's go Alacrity. Big.
Linden, Scholar of Illusia, at your
The
service.
DLC is where you go through the one or two rooms and hit bases to get item drops. Oh, okay. Yeah, that had a lot of... That game has a ton of DLC.
I'm eager to analyze what
And it better. It cost a lot. I just wrapped up my playthrough earlier this week. It's alright. They have a chance
Magic
to drop
isn't just
shards
for
that boost
defeating your
specific growth
enemies.
rates. Get all
You
12,
can
you can make
create
a
things,
star sphere.
cook,
It's a random
and
which
so much
pieces you get,
more.
so it can take a while.
That's interesting. I can't use magic myself, but hearing you talk about it makes me wish I could.
Yeah, I mean, I've done stuff like that before too, just for the fun of it. Okay, how high do we have to get? Okay, we have access now. Yep, we give him Alacrity. Alright, we got Clan. Oops, what does Clan have? Draconic Hex and nothing. I think we give you Alacrity too. It's just been really good on our people. We give him Alacrity Plus. I mean, is there anything else we're using that would be better? What does Lunar Race do again? I keep forgetting. No, he doesn't. He doesn't use physical attacks. I don't think Dual Assist works with mages. He doesn't need momentum or reposition. So yeah, I think just Alacrity it is. But I think we give him an extra and go Alacrity Plus. Because we can do that with spending very little of our resources. Thank y'all for being patient while I do all this. Management sim. It's kind of fun to see more of the Bond conversations.
Clan, 33rd Steward of the Divine Dragon.
FE8 has the same problem Engage has. Unless your name is Seth, you are entirely irrelevant unless you're a prince or princess. I mean, Seth is like a completely different...
I lost.
Really, it's like Seth and Dusel are like just in a league of their own as characters. They are both insane.
Clan, you look sad. Are your chores getting to you?
Nope. I love doing chores for the Divine Dragon. In fact, I'm worried I might run out.
Sam. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, Dusel or Dussel, I don't know how you're supposed to say his name. I usually say Dussel, I think. But he can... I think he's the only character I can think of in an SRPG that you don't get at the, like, close to the end of the game. That if you do not level him at all, he can live a hit from the final boss.
Clan, Divine Dragon.
I agree, except Seth has a horse that immediately disqualifies him.
Lynn. Get ready.
Inventory management is important. You've come a long way from the old Shining Force alternate days. I still get comments.
I lost.
Which is great. Like, I appreciate people leaving comments. It's good for the channel, but it's funny that I still get comments, and I've got to be like, yeah.
You look a little down. Is there something you'd like to talk about?
I miss my parents. Is that weird?
I don't
right
think
now
he's
should be a
mentioned them
happy
before.
time, not a sad one.
So who got the BFF ring? Are you still debating? We are gonna have to debate that. I think it's the next map coming up. We're doing a bunch of, like, management stuff real quick. Let me inherit skills just to make sure I mathed right. Oh wait, I didn't inherit it yet, did I? Oh, I'm on the menu for that. I am a little bit out of it. Alright. So we do Lynn. And we go Alacrity. Yeah, now it's 1,000, so we can do that. Yeah, we're doing a bunch of management stuff. Probably the last batch of management we're gonna do before the end of the game.
I'll be your partner.
I am Lynn.
But if you have somebody that you think you like, I'm feeling Panette because she has just been the MVP of the run. But I know Mahane is going to object to that. I don't know if you guys like, if any of you guys feel like there's somebody else that just is really deserving. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, and then we use Seedall sometimes, and he got nothing. But I also don't know that, like, if I was gonna use all these, I probably would do the, like, you end turn and you give people things, but I don't know that. I mean, we could give him quality time. That's not bad for him, for what he does. And it's a very low resource. I think we do that. I find Tamara to be very funny because she just pockets the ring and leaves. Well, we're playing... I don't know that that's still true. We're going to go through some of them. I'm going to gift a bunch of people stuff to raise supports if we have to. But we're playing the Uncensored mod. So I don't know that that's what's going to happen.
I'm Seedall. Let's begin.
Like, a lot of those are going to be changed, I think.
Ready to fight.
I also know the rest of chat seems to find Tamara very annoying. So I do think there will be people that fight you there. But that also is in line with what they think about Tamara, I think. So.
I'm so grateful you rescued me at the fortress. If I may, I'd like to repay you with a dance.
That has weird connotations.
I was glad I could be of help. And I would love to see you dance, Seedall.
I'm surprised that didn't get censored. I guess, like, I don't know, having a dancer in Effie at all at this point is odd. Like, based on the things that they're clearly not comfortable with. Alright, we'll give him quality time. And then... like, we could give him, like, quality time plus, but I don't know if that's really worth. I don't know if he can do... if Dual Assist works for him, that could be funny. But he's not, like, in the fray very often. We could give him something like Demolish, that would be funny. Like, one punch man.
Wait, what does Seedall currently have?
I just gave him quality time because I felt like that made sense.
Okay, good. Quality time plus exists too.
Yeah, but I was just saying, like, we could, but it's all the way at, like, 18. I don't know if that's... we could. But I was like, what else do we have, like, that would be funny? We could make him One Punch Man with Demolish.
I don't know if there's anything to destroy in any maps remaining in the game.
I don't know that he has a great, like, obvious other thing.
I'm trying to see what else just ambiently does stuff.
We could give him momentum just to, like, have a damage option.
Can you canter after dancing?
After acting.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily every action.
Are you looking it up?
Yeah. Because I know, like, I think, like, using items you can't canter after and stuff. You can canter after dancing in this game.
Okay, let's do that.
So that's an option.
Yeah, let's do that. I think that is better than anything I could meme him into. Sigurd continues to be the best one.
We were
He's really good.
How do you know if it's censored or not? The voice acting doesn't match? Yes. That is a lot of no damage.
Well-earned victory.
Most of the damage Seedall inflicts is emotional because you can tell how hard he wants to hit you.
Yeah, that's true.
He's trying his hardest.
You guarded an emblem ring for us. I thank you for looking after my friends.
This praise will go to my head if you're not careful. But truly, I am glad I could do my part.
I actually like that one. It's cool they acknowledge that. Quality time plus Kanto is the usual Seedall low investment build. Cantor, not Kanto. It's Kanto. We don't have to be proper here. Changing Kanto to Cantor is like when your friend shows up and is like, my nickname is now like Zacchaeus or something. His name is Zach, and he's been Zach to you for forever, and you're like, okay, but like, no. So while you were gone, the other changes I made, were we gave him Lunar Brace, we gave Lyndon Alacrity, and we gave Clan Alacrity Plus. I think that's all the things. Yeah, we can do Quality Time Plus, like, we have the resources, so I don't see why not. Bro's just kicking a horse to no effect for 20 minutes. It's like real life, I mean.
I am Corin. I won't
I think
lose.
most of us, if we just kicked the horse for 20 minutes, the horse would just get progressively more annoyed. I don't know that we would make more progress, really, though, beyond that. You scrolled through a bunch of unorthodox stuff. What's your main party looking like? We'll go through it after.
But thanks to you, I see I want to be a protector, too.
That's lovely. But the beauty of your dance saves people in more ways than you know.
Right. Seedall. Oh yeah, we have to go to like 18 or something. We'll probably just go all the way up to 20.
Let's begin.
I am Corin.
Get that
I'm
last
looking forward
dialogue.
to
If we're going to
this.
18, I usually like to do that.
They made Seedall do 0 damage to Sigurd so they could say no animals were harmed in the making of this game.
I don't know if I've told the story on stream, but I did think it was really funny.
We were fated to meet.
I watched the...
My name is Corin.
No, I think I told it
Ready to
recently. It
fight.
was the King Kong thing.
King Kong thing?
Yeah, I watched the original King Kong movie. And I had a friend over that was just doing stuff in the background. I'll finish that after this.
When I read your fortune, Le Choix comes up. The choice card.
I was like, I don't know what that means.
It suggests difficult decisions.
I've made hard choices, yes. And every choice I've made has come with sacrifice. And loss.
I made a choice at the fortress to join this fight. The risks are great, but it is the right path.
I'm glad you don't regret it. But if it ever seems like too much, know that I'm here for you.
That was very meh. But we can Quality Time Plus. So yeah, I was watching, this was like years ago now, but I was watching the original King Kong movie, because I had this binge for a while where I was like, I need to just watch a bunch of the classic films I haven't seen. And they have this crazy scene where all of these monkeys, like real monkeys, are playing instruments, and it's not too bad. And I was like, that is crazy. That's so cool. How do you think you got them? They got them to do that? And I showed it to my friend that was over, and she goes, animal abuse. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Yep. I got so sad. But that just didn't even enter my head, because I'm like, what are you talking? We don't do that. Then it was like, oh, well, I guess we don't do that now.
You personally?
Like, in movies and stuff. Like, that's just not an accepted practice. It just took you 9 minutes to equip 2 skills on a unit because of all the menus and animations. It's a lot. I do not like how...
To be fair, you can skip the combat animations and stuff.
Yes, I like to kind of watch them.
You can also menu faster than we are.
Yes, you can. But yeah, I also do think it is a lot of menus. I have been critical about that.
Really, I would be less, like, annoyed with the getting skill inherits if I could just inherit up to whatever level I wanted to.
Yes.
Without being interrupted by the bond conversations, and then, like, I could go back to the references bond menu if I wanted to see them or something.
This is already after the fix, though, too, where I used to have to go back and forth from the arena to the ring chamber to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know how
that's a baffling design decision.
It's one that they clearly recognized pretty quickly that was going to be a problem. Who else do we want to do? You killed this guy. That could be fun. What do you have to say to him? Oh, we have Diamant Alcriste. Okay, we'll do that in a sec.
There. Now all that remains is to pack these up and put them away.
Greetings. Do you require any assistance?
Why is he even asking?
Thank you,
He's
Lord
been horrible.
Rafal, but no. The tools are now neatly organized.
You are planning to sort the weapons next, are you not? Perhaps I can assist with that.
You need not trouble yourself. It seems you have something
He's
on your
acted
mind.
like super above all this.
Can I assist you somehow?
I can see that my efforts to be considerate have come to naught. No need to rub it in.
Not at all. You are still new to this world. If I can ease the transition in any way, I will.
I do not require anything at the moment.
Good. If that changes, I assume you know how to find me.
I would extend to you the same offer. I know you have a tendency to overwork yourself. Try to rest now and again.
Thank you for your
He's
concern.
acting so out of character. What a weird support.
A weird... Yeah, it's a very weird support.
Bullseye. That's good. I'll do 50 more just like that.
You really are skilled with the bow, you know that?
Diamant, how long have you been watching?
Long enough to see that archery is definitely one of your strengths.
Thank you. But there's still plenty of room for improvement. I need to train more. I want to grow stronger.
There it is. That's the right attitude. I knew my little brother had it in him.
Diamant, may I challenge you to an archery contest? If you have the time?
I appreciate him, like, having some initiative.
That sounds like my kind of fun. What's the challenge? Most bullseyes out of 10 wins?
That sounds good to me. Let's begin.
Alcrist. I'm shocked. I knew you were a skilled archer, but...
What are you talking about? You scored 9 over my miserable 8. I've been defeated. Heaping praise on your brother after soundly defeating him at his own contest? What a bully.
I'm not going to let my baby brother win. If you want to beat me, you have to beat me.
I should have expected nothing less from the Crown Prince of Brodia. I wish you knew how reassuring it is to have an older brother like you, Diamant. I'm lucky.
I'm lucky to
It's
have
a
you as
little
a
weird
brother
that
too,
Diamant just
Alcrist.
excels at everything.
No other challenger has ever been as skilled and polite
Yeah.
as you, archer or otherwise.
I'll just have to train more
I
and
assumed
grow
Alcrist was
stronger.
just gonna win,
When I'm
because
ready,
he's the bow
I'll
guy.
come looking for a rematch.
You're on. But be warned.
I do like that
my
he's
own
being more
training
sure of
won't slow
himself,
down. I'll be stronger as well.
I have no doubt that you will, Diamant. I'm behind you for now, but I will catch up. No, better than that. I'll surpass you, and whatever else happens, I will always protect you.
What was that last bit, Alcrist?
Just talking to myself. Don't worry.
Just giving you a death flag. It's fine.
Dad took all the ones we had in the storehouses.
Alright, we cook, and we head out. to whatever the next thing is. Maybe it's the engagement ring map, maybe it is not.
We should have access to that, so that should be next.
That would be really... Like, I believe you, but it would also be really weird because I don't think anybody's mentioned it, so... But maybe it just doesn't work like I would think it does.
I don't think they discuss anything about it until you enter the map, really.
Okay. I assume somebody would say something to, like, bring it up, but maybe not. We're doing lots of the DLC supports as well, because I know people haven't seen those.
So if I add these two together...
What a weird nothing burger of a support. I mean, it does stand out a lot compared to Rafal's other supports, and maybe that's what they're going for, but I don't know that.
I said to...
And that also, you would never know that if, like, you hadn't done some of the other ones, so... I'm very curious where they're going with that. He's been just kind of an ass to everybody since he got here. So it's interesting that he's being nice to Mavier. I wonder if he feels bad that he killed him.
Does he even, like, know that he killed him personally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I am concerned about your wound. You were reckless about protecting me in the last battle. One misstep and that cut could have been fatal. Is it healing properly, at least?
This is only funny to me because they're talking about this wound you got in the last battle when we are not fielding them. So he got wounded in, like, the pool.
And yes.
And she's like, thank you for protecting me.
Slightly to the right.
We did field him once, while you were... after you went to bed.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, he helped us on, Sigurd's map.
Okay, gotcha.
I was healed with the staff, but evidently there will be permanent scarring nevertheless.
This is
we haven't fielded Nell, though.
A scar is a small price to pay for the opportunity to protect you. I would do it again.
Please refrain. I beg of you. You
I've just been confused about Rafal because,
to see you sacrifice your
like,
life. Do you?
He was like, yeah, like, I'll become a better person in that 1,000 years and stuff, and then he showed up and he's kind of the same asshole he was. He just cares about Nell now.
Yeah.
No, I do not. Even so, I cannot bear the thought of you being hurt again.
I understand how you feel, but I do not understand why you must be so...
I watched over you for 1,000 years after you sacrificed yourself for my sake.
Yeah, that's a way to spend what happened.
I spent every waking moment of that
She didn't
time
know she was doing that at the
aware of the
time.
depths of my foolishness. A fear that you would never wake held me constantly in its grasp. It nearly drove me mad.
Rafal.
Hear me. I will do anything not to lose you again. Protecting you is all I care about. Whatever may become of me, I am prepared to accept. And if you truly understand how I feel, that is all I need say. Now, I will take my leave.
Wait, please, listen. How can I make you understand?
That was changed a little bit. I also wanted to address Blind Coco Studio saying, yeah, but you shouldn't play at speedrun pace to not die of old age while setting up your team. I definitely think it is too much menuing. I am not going to fight you on that at all. Like, it's a lot. And, like, I also clearly have a lower tolerance for that than other people, so I am not the best person, maybe, to judge that. Oops, I'm trying to get to the
The ring map should be near Lethos Castle. It's
It
the one
looks
to
like
the right
there's...
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think my bigger annoyance with, like, the inheritance thing is why is it then the emblem menu I can see my character stats and stuff, but in the inheritance menu I can't. And I'm trying to decide, like, should I inherit Res plus 3 and I have to back out of the whole inheritance menu and go to either, like, my inventory or the emblem train menu to see my stats?
Yeah.
It's like, why can't you just show me that?
Oh my. Are my eyes lying to me?
Waifu time.
This is quite a surprise. It looks just like the Lethos
I would
Castle
argue with you,
Gardens.
Coco, that's not been downhill from there because this is up from the monastery. In my mind. I don't think this is, like, more efficient than my castle, but it's better than the monastery.
I don't know. I thought that early on, but the amount of, like... I don't have to do the menuing every time, but when I do, it's a lot more tedious than the monastery, I think. Because the monastery at least is cut up by, like, plot details, and that's more interesting to me than just, like, looking at menus a bunch. But I don't know. I know I feel that way until I go back and play Three Houses, and I'm like, this is so much. So I'm like, I
feel like your menuing this game is also very reliant on just like how well do you know the systems and know what you want to do before you go do it. Because if you're just scrolling through menus, this game sucks about the menus.
But that's the first time player experience. I don't know.
My first time player experience, by halfway through the game, I was menuing pretty well through here. But I also spent a lot more time on the menus than you did.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just it's too much for me. But I don't know. Monastery, at least you only really needed to plant seeds and get food. 99% of the monastery is skippable to little to no effect. I mean, I like the story stuff. So, I don't know. I don't want all of that to be skippable. I like the world building, and like that's, I think, one of the few things Three Houses does really well.
So I'm not the only one seeing...
I'm confused, though. She says, this is quite a surprise. It looks just like the Lethos Castle Gardens. That's where we are.
It looks like the castle.
We're at the castle.
The air, the smells, all of it.
Why is this surprising?
Right you are. I've served in the castle for many years.
We're like 2 miles east of it or something.
This vision fooled me at first.
I know it isn't real, yet I still get a sense of nostalgia looking at it. My mother trained me in the castle garden. The flowers were in full bloom.
That was one day.
These.
I remember it well. Alas, after the attack, that garden has been left in ruins.
It has, hasn't it?
Look, over there. I can see something glimmering. Do you see it too?
Is that an altar? And on it, there's a ring.
I thought we'd gathered all the emblem rings. Can it be that there were more?
Perhaps an emblem we were unaware of. Let's go have a look.
Wait, I feel a presence. There are enemies nearby.
They're... What? Where did they come from?
Corrupted. They must be here for the ring.
They want to give it to their waifus.
We can't let them take it. That ring might belong to another emblem.
No, they're gonna give it to each other. What are you talking about?
Once more, Divine One.
That ring. Could it be?
Could it be what?
A ring pop.
Oh, it could be. Don't think about it. Yeah, the motto. I know. Okay, we'll bring Rosado. And yeah, we'll do Seedall, but we need to change Seedall's ring.
So yeah, your objective is just recover the ring.
Oh, okay, let me fix this the right way around again, because clan, we want to have Celica.
Lady Celica!
Yes!
And then we have nobody for Roy, so Seedall can probably have Roy.
Roy!
There we go. Here you constantly need to go from place to place to reclass, get second skills, get skills, etc. Yeah, I don't like how it's done. I didn't... You said, like, you liked Fates, though, and I know I'm in the minority on that one. I was also not a huge fan of My Castle, either. But I know a lot of people in chat were. And I can see why. Like, I'm not super confused about that. I think we swap Seedall with another physical attacker. We got
I'd also say you don't constantly have to go place to place to reclass, get second seals, and get skills and engage. Because you can get seals and reclass from the menu. You only have to go to the arena for skills. So like of those three things, only one of them actually has a place you have to go.
I'm also telling myself that like it takes a really long time to menu and engage, but also I'm doing that like what, not even every like 5 chapters.
Right away.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where like it's been a while since you've played a Fire Emblem, so I'd be curious to see you go back to another one and kind of how do you feel about the menuing in it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because I felt like the menuing in Fire Emblem 7 I found clunky. Inventory management really like drove me up a wall, and that's the GBA games where like it's just menus.
Yeah, I also am harder, like, you know, it's kind of the thing. I'm a lot harder on IS now because they have resources. I'm always going to be harder on them. You know, it's like the 75k emoji that Captain made for us that I'm like, when you have more money, and more success and more time, more experience, I'm like, I just expect more.
Yeah, you can get second seals from the menus. The menu is Marketplace, and then you can buy other weapons or items. You can even do that from the world map. That's part of where, like, when you'll watch, like, no Somniel playthroughs, you can still access both of the shops from the world.
That jamming guitar.
Me?
I live to serve.
You can't access the forge or the costume shop, so...
Not the costume shop!
I mean, the forge is pretty relevant, especially when you're doing a challenge run like that, but yeah, the costume shop is whatever. I don't know why they don't let you access the forge, but...
It was foretold.
Who knows? We actually...
It's kind of the same why were you originally not able to inherit skills in the arena kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know that they thought about it.
Love that we have Kanto now.
Allow me.
Do we alacrity these guys? He wasn't going to counter anyway, so I'm not sure.
Salvation.
Me, right?
Can't have all the shops in the shop menu. That'd be silly. I mean, I don't know how big a deal that is.
I don't know. It's nice quality of life. It obviously doesn't matter, but...
Yeah. I'm just like, I have plenty of gripes without going to, I can't access this from this menu.
I'm sorry you had to see that.
That was eye-opening.
Oh, I've just got to kill that one guy, huh? Before he escapes.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I kind of just rushed him turn 1, because now you're in like a little bit of an awkward spot.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, actually, yeah, no. with
I am not worried. We'll do it this way.
Do you do more damage with torrential or just attacking?
Just attacking, but with this, I lock him down.
You lock him down with regular attacks as long as you're engaged.
As long as I'm engaged?
Yes, as long as you're engaged, any attack you do has Dreadful Aura.
Well, with this, I also make him make terrain that is annoying for him. And he deserves it.
That is that.
I'm not real worried, like, we're not in any danger here.
My turn.
To be honest, this game is death by 1,000 times for me personally.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
Like, I get that, but I'm also, like... It's not done anything, like, the most egregious thing Three Houses does is expect me to play it 4 times.
I'll apologize later.
Like, the first half of Three Houses is a very large cut that hits every time. To me, anyway.
It's kind of funny because, like, comparing that to this, where, like, you know, Captain's talking about, and other people say it's like, the only thing stopping you from playing this multiple times is the lack of a New Game Plus options make it easier to play multiple times. Where it's like, I think that's the thing with Engage for me is like, when I was streaming it, I had it picked like every single stream, but it always came down to like, I'm overall just enjoying myself. Like, I'm just having fun playing the game at pretty much all times. So like, those little complaints, I'll complain, but they never really seem to have much impact on just enjoying the game for me.
And I think that's very fair. I also think that you might be right that I am going to be more critical after the Xenologue.
I think it really is kind of the worst Engage has to offer as far as gameplay goes.
Oh, it definitely is.
It was definitely like when I was doing the randomizer, when I started my randomizer, Ellie asked if I was planning to do the DLC, and I think I showed you. I said, like, watching you play the DLC has been the most eloquent, like, marketing pitch for not playing it I've ever seen.
It's like watching somebody's kids be menaces is like good birth control.
Yeah, it's like, wow, I've seen it. I have no desire to ever play that.
My first playthrough of Three Houses, I was like, oh dang, they're having the Golden Deer do the cleanup in the kingdom and deal with all the drama. Can't wait to see what the Blue Lions do pre-skip. Oh, never mind. Yeah, the same thing. I was very upset about that. I don't know why he attacked into that. That was a choice.
Guess I did it right.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same way. My first playthrough, and then also was like, oh, we don't do that here, huh?
Hell yeah!
I think Three Houses could have been, like, the best game in the series if they had cut it from 4 to, like, 2 routes.
Emblem, engage!
And I am happy with, like... I still think this could have been better as well, but I am happy that we're back down to a route.
One strike will decide.
I think the multiple routes thing was the coolest with Fates, and after it, it's just kind of felt excessive.
I feel like it's like there are ways they could do it well, but like doing multiple routes well takes a lot of work. And you really need some writing chops for that, and it doesn't feel like they're bringing that to the table.
No. That, and it bothers people a lot that they like, I don't know how much it bothers me some that they are reusing a lot of maps. It doesn't bother me quite as much as it does some people. We don't ever... I want to have... can't attack with some of those, dang.
Yeah, I feel like,
I wanted to whip out the, what's it called? The Sword of Creator, but I guess I'm not high enough bond to do that. Oh, there we go.
I feel like I've, like, talked about some before, and I'm not gonna, like, say too much about it, but I feel like when you play Shining Force 3, it's just kind of like, this is what I feel like an SRPG with, like, multiple perspectives and routes should
reaction speed.
Honestly. And I was just trying to think, since you mentioned that, I was like, I don't think a single map is reused across all of SF3. Like, every route, every map is unique.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and they're all full-length Shining Force games, like 30 battles.
I knew that.
So, it's wild. And it's kind of like, this is what I just wish Fire Emblem would do.
Yeah.
But, what was I gonna say?
They have way more resources.
I do also like, you mentioned this game coming back to one route. I also kind of like coming back to, you have characters and they are classes and they have roles to play. Instead of just like a whole class of blank slates.
Three Houses remake in 25 years will go hard AF. Will it, though? Like, I don't know if I do think we're hitting diminishing returns on remakes at this point, because, like, what would you want a Three Houses remake to do? Oh, I didn't realize there's going to be a bunch more stuff.
Neither did I when I burned all of my resources to kill that guy in one turn.
Yeah, that's what I just did, just for the funsies, but that's fine.
Oh, you're in a much better position than I was.
I'm not worried about it.
I was like, oh, I can wipe 3 health bars in one turn, and from my starting position in one turn, recovered the ring, and then I was way overextended for when all these reinforcements show up.
Yeah, I think Panette can just handle everything at the bottom by herself, honestly. And then everybody else kind of doesn't matter. Rating info's a lot better there, huh? But our hit rates are not great, but longbow hit rates okay. Can the two of you together get that? What do you mean targeted by? Knives? I don't like that. Hit rates. You can handle fighting a bow, probably. Okay, that is 28. Oh wait, stat drop. Yeah, he's gonna have big stat drop. But yeah, we were talking about on the Discord this week even about like which games have been milked the most. And I'm joking about it because like I don't really care. But it's like Skyrim and The Last of Us have been to me released an embarrassing number of times. With like tons of hype behind it each time. That it's like, you guys won't believe this. It's a new game. It's like, that's crazy. And then it's like, it's Skyrim Legendary. It's like, what does that mean? Skyrim? But again. And it's like, what? Oh. Okay. Are we really excited about that? I would get the spell levels.
Has there been that much hype around the Skyrim re-releases? Because I definitely feel you on The Last of Us, but I don't feel like I remember so much fanfare for the Skyrim ones.
I felt like I remembered a lot of fanfare, maybe not. But it also is like, I'm remembering the meme. Todd, this is the 5th time you've shown Skyrim to the class this week.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't think that comes from nothing.
No, I mean, it's definitely been released a billion times.
Yeah, actually, I don't want him to get punched in the face by a mage. That actually would hurt him.
Skyrim re-release on Switch was on the release trailer for the Switch. Everything that released on the Switch is treated like a big deal.
That's true.
Like, every re-release on the Switch has been treated like it's some incredible thing.
That is very true.
I can't fault Skyrim too much for that in particular. It's going to be the same thing on Switch too, and it's going to be re-release of games that were on the Switch, and they're going to be given fanfare.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
They already are, like in the Switch 2 announcement trailer, so...
Yeah. Yeah, they already are doing that with Elden Ring. Which, I'm curious how that will run.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, like... I'm not in a hurry to buy a Switch 2 because they don't have a Fire Emblem for it yet. But I'm not going to pretend like I'm not looking forward to that. But I guess I'd be looking forward to any new Fire Emblem.
Basically, nothing on the Switch 2 so far is selling a console to me.
Yeah.
Especially not one at that price point.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's an unfair price point, but it is a lot.
Please protect us.
When I think about how much free time I have, it's too high a price point for me.
And I think that makes total sense.
Yeah, where it's like, it is totally fine if you're somebody who's gonna play it enough for that to be worth it, but for me, that is just not happening.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how we want to handle this. We're definitely weakest on this side. We'll do that. I think we need to kind of pull back with this armor, because he cannot take a ton of punishment. Let's see. These two can, though. Much more so. I wonder if we engage, if we... Oh, well, All for One is not gonna really help us, is it?
When does All for One ever help us?
It really hasn't.
It honestly, the main thing I ever use it for is for not missing and for not getting counterattacked. Are the two main benefits.
That. Even range of one knife and the archer. I think we can deal with this. Yeah, we can deal with this. Blank slate. How can you say that when Panette is clearly a berserker with her traditional berserker's hoop skirt? I get what you're putting down.
I guess more what I was talking about is their like functions as a unit.
Yeah. I don't. Panette doesn't just read Berserker as a character, but yeah, by her stat and her kits, very much does.
Yeah. Three Houses just took the Yandere Sim approach of having 2 body models and then just putting different wild hairstyles on everyone.
Yeah.
Which was really creative. It's just like stellar character design.
Yeah. Really did not like that.
No, it's like one of the
really frustrated.
one thing that's
sorry. It was just that like the biggest thing that frustrated me with that was like all of the archers were kind of worthless because if I just gave Hilda a bow, despite being not an archer, she was the best archer now.
May I?
Yeah.
What did you want to say?
It's like for me, like part of the interest of RPGs in general is like unique character designs and whatnot, and like Three Houses just does not have that.
No.
Like by design, everybody looks generic, and then you just become classes, and nobody has, as far as I'm aware, nobody has like unique class outfits.
Each of the 3 lords does.
Okay.
They have a fully unique class that only they can do.
Right.
And I was really surprised by that because like I played Black Eagles first, and I forget who it is, but somebody at some point is just like, "Hey, I brought you this. You might need it," and it's like just a complete new armor set for Edelgard that looks great. So I was like, okay.
I will say that that's one thing I'm kind of ready to go away is so many unit locked classes. This game has what, like 10 or something? You've got Divine Dragon, you've got Alfred's class, Salien's class, Diamant's class, Alcris class, Hortensia's class, Ivy's class, Fogato's class, Timera's class.
Does that matter that
Vale's
much,
class.
though, in this, when they just kind of feel like reskins of other classes? At least that's how they feel to me.
A number of them are reasonably functionally different classes.
I guess I just haven't noticed.
I mean, a lot of it comes down to the class skills. I mean, you've got Luna on Alchrist, which is unique to his personal class. Same with Soul on Diamant's class. Like, I don't know that any of their, like, weapon loadouts are incredibly unique, but I know their stats are better than regular classes, and their skills are much better than a number of the regular variants.
Oh, the 3 lords also have unique access to a lord class that no one ever uses. I didn't know that. Skyrim was big because it had motion controls and a Zelda t-shirt. I forgot about that. It did.
Allow me.
Now for my next experiment.
I would say we were just more excited for things back then, but I was not excited for that even back then. I don't know, the skins and stuff don't bother me, or the skins, the class things like that don't bother me as much.
May I assist?
I think the main thing to me is, like, I
Live to fight again.
like to dabble in reclassing units, and having the unique, like, 10 unique class or whatever, a lot of them are just kind of, you are getting rid of an objectively better class than most of the things you have available if you reclass out of this.
True.
And it lessens... And I know that's kind of counterintuitive, because I really wish we'd go back to the Awakening style, like you have 2 reclass options.
I'd be happy with that.
But I guess it's like... I want reclassing to be fixed, I guess is period where it comes to, like, I want the class system to finally feel good.
We might be in trouble.
Could be.
I think we are. Because they still have at least one more attack.
Yeah, and she can't dodge.
Nope. Dang.
Well, that just made Mahein's night.
Well, we can fix this pretty easy. We just don't put her in range of absolutely everything. Thinking. I mean, it's probably fixed if I don't Great Aether yet, and I just kill one of those. Because that removes a lot of damage. Let's try that.
Better to act than to worry.
I don't know if that'll fix it or not, but the rest of this turn can play out, I think, the same. Perhaps if an indie RPG swooped in where all the units had their own unique class trees, it would solve most of the FE reclassing issues, cough cough. I'm sure you're talking about something specific, but I'm actually not sure what you're talking about.
It would have to be an RPG that I enjoy playing, though, so...
Yeah.
It kind of puts Gales of Nihil out of the running.
Sort of like that, maybe?
Well,
I'm sorry, that was a little targeted.
You think? I've still got to play it, so I can't say anything yet.
I mean, I talked at length when I streamed it that I did not particularly enjoy it.
I knew you did.
I don't think it's a surprise.
I actually didn't know that, though, about Gales of Nihil, that they all have their own unique class trees. That is interesting.
I believe that's... I don't believe promotion was in the demo I played, but everybody had a unique class.
I live to fight again.
I knew that much.
When does Gales of Nihil come out? I want to make sure I don't miss that. It's fine, can't expect you to love the game if you dismissed every warning. What were the warnings?
I'm not sure what warnings I dismissed.
What did they say?
Allow me.
That's I don't know what warnings I didn't see.
It's coming out this summer. What is this summer? Because that, like, I don't know how to handle this. I think we just have the 3 away. Okay, the official date's not 100% public yet. Okay.
Why do you attempt to
I
throw
will
away your life?
attempt. You know what? Even if it's just like a 1 day, like, I can promise this. I promise if you send me a code for it, even if it's just for like 1 night, if it doesn't work out scheduling wise, I will cover it on launch week.
Oh, one war is these wolves are dangerous, we should leave, and I went to farm them for experience. At this point, they didn't give much. I mean, I feel like that's a failure on your part for not making the wolves dangerous. You can't tell me the wolves are dangerous, and then I find out I can deal with them. My problems with Gales of Nihil were like where you give me a unit that's like, hey, this unit deals triple damage to insect enemies, and I have that unit fight insect enemies, and he still does 1 damage. That's just a bad unit. Like...
I also find unrelated, or slightly related to that, warnings are hard to get right. Because, like, playing Rebellion Saga, which I also still need to finish, and I will, Mangs put a warning for one of the routes that it was like, guess what? This is really hard. Like, and I was like, oh, okay, like, whatever. It was kind of like a, that won't stop me, because, like, who cares? I deal with hard things all the time. And then it was like, oh, you meant that. Like, he definitely should have put a much better warning, and I think he has addressed that now.
I don't know, I'm like, I don't know a single, like, SRPG fan who sees a bunch of enemies on the map and doesn't try to see how much experience they can squeeze out of it.
Yeah,
that's just what you do.
I mean, I do know people that don't do that, but I also know people that min-max in Shining Force and don't move on until they've $20 healers, so...
Yeah, I mean, most people grind way more than I do.
There is nothing to fear.
the unit was a level 1 chicken who everybody told me was great, and you told me was great, and I'm like,
were they all
this unit
memeing?
is terrible, huh?
Were they all memeing?
I don't know. Every time I said something about them being bad, everybody's like, no, they're great. You just have to like let them be good. They're super good utility. I'm like, he dies in 1 hit. How is he going to get to being good at utility?
Is this like a yogurt?
I will not lose.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a meme.
It is clearly a joke. Okay. This is gonna be my when I play Gales. That is gonna be my favorite character. Calling it now. I cannot wait. I love characters like that. I'm like a lot more excited for it now. I don't know anything about Gales.
I think it was compounded by the fact I did not enjoy the map that they join on. So it was like, here's a map that I'm already not having a good time with, and here's a unit that I was just given who is just bad. And I will say, in my defense, I feel like when you have a character join on a map with a bunch of insect enemies, and that character has a skill that says deals triple damage to insect enemies, I feel like I'm not completely insane to expect that unit to deal more than 1 damage to the enemies on that map.
You're not, but also I get it as a joke, and I do think it's funny. Because it's a chicken, so he does extra to insects. But he still sucks. Like, I don't know. I think it's funny. But that's also just hearing about it. Like, I don't know if it lands. Because I've definitely also played some games where it's like something is supposed to be a joke, and I've kind of figured that out after the fact that it's like, oh,
I'm okay.
Did not get that.
Not lose.
Please,
I don't love how this side is going. I think I just need to kind of pull back. I think we're a little overextended. He can't get out totally, but I couldn't warp rag out.
But one of my bigger, just like personal problems with Gills was it's the kind of game where you start the game and all of your units have 4 different like pseudo attack skills, and you're supposed to off the bat like basically memorize what they are and what they do, and you better be using the right one. And I don't really enjoy that. I didn't really like it in Tactics either. Like, I did not like Tactics. It's very Tactics-y.
You're talking about Final Fantasy Tactics?
Yeah.
I kind of knew that, but I'm trying to help like people that maybe don't keep up.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. For me, starting the game and being like, every unit has 4 attack options already is kind of a bit much.
I probably would agree with that, but I'll see how it shakes out. But people also, it might be good, like, even though you don't like it, that might be a good thing to do anyway, because people very much do like Final Fantasy Tactics kind of a lot.
Yeah, for some reason.
Do you think it's just nostalgia, or like it's the first SRPG they played? Like, I know you really don't like it, so what do you think it is about Final Fantasy Tactics that really appeals to people? Is it the staggering amount of class options and stuff?
I feel like there's a few things. I feel like nostalgia does play a part in a good portion of it, because I've come to realize a lot of games that people like a lot and I don't like. I think some amount of it is I'm coming into it as an adult who is here to sit down and be like, I'm going to play this game and finish it, and not somebody who is spending like 200 hours as a kid sitting in front of the screen playing this game.
Mm-hmm. I know that's something as well you've said about Shining Force 2, that it's like, the meandering around is a lot, and people get onto you. It's like, well, how do you not know where to go? And it's like, because I've not played this for 1,000 hours.
Yeah, and then
it's a very reasonable thing to not know.
I think the other thing is, like, Tactics has a lot of appeal if you have a lot of out-of-game knowledge and use that to really play with the systems to, like, take full advantage of what it allows. Because the game does allow a lot, but to really utilize it in a way that makes sense, you need to have like extensive out-of-game knowledge. And it's part of why, like, kind of my counter to when I've complained about things in tactics and people like Captain or other people who enjoy it are like, well, what you should do is blah, blah, blah. It's kind of like, okay, but how should I know that?
Yeah.
Like, you're giving me a game that says, all right, anybody can be any class, and all these classes have 20 skills, and the description of skills is written poorly and doesn't give you real numbers, so you don't actually know, without out-of-game information, what that skill is doing, or where the accuracy is coming from. But it's like, yeah, if I knew everything about the game, then yeah, I could make some really interesting builds. But when you're coming into it as a new player, it does not give you nearly enough information to do that.
Yeah. Which I think is a perfectly reasonable thing to say. Like, I think it's very hard for people to put... And I think it's hard, like, it's a challenge for devs, too, and I know you can talk about that some as, you know, being a dev, but it's really hard to figure out, after you've played a game a ton, how completely blind people will come at it. And I think that, like, I even forget that with new games, because, like, you know, I think about when we were really into Lost Eidolon's Veil of the Witch at launch, and you and I were, like, able to both clear it in one go. But I'm watching people game over at level 3, and I'm like, oh yeah, people like really struggle with this stuff sometimes. I'm just not thinking about that.
I'll help.
Because for some people, they haven't even played the genre before.
I won't quit.
See, Coco, the problem with that is, like, I don't want to play SRPGs in a you just YOLO kind of sense. I like to have to think. My problem with Gales was where it's like, here are the enemies that have like 12 defense. All of your units except one have less than 10 attack. So you just must use this one unit and or use this one skill to deal damage. I don't know, that to me for entire maps was just not fun. Like, I like having to use my tools and think about things. For me, a lot of it was just the numbers did not shake out in a way that made for an enjoyable experience. And to an extent, that's part of my problem with like the numbers in tactics is kind of similar, where towards the end game, some bosses and enemies are just ridiculous. And I feel like it's one of those things where I was a new player, but there were maps I'd get to, and even the people who were big fans of it was like, oh, this map kind of stuff. And that was for a lot of the endgame maps in tactics. Not to mention that tactics, when you're going in blind, you don't realize that like 2 or 3 jobs are just literally worthless, and you should not use them. Because turns out I committed hard to one of those classes, and then suddenly a quarter of the way through the game, everything resists all statuses. So the class that all it does is status is just bad. So that was super fun.
Yeah, because it does feel like if you're going to give me a status effect character, that's really interesting. I don't see that often. I might go for that.
Yeah, well, and it's like the class's whole thing.
Come on.
Wow. I've done it.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, it does.
Is status effects, and for the first portion of the game, everything, including bosses, can be status, and like it made him really useful and a really powerful unit. But then suddenly they decided actually everything resists it, and then they were worthless for the rest of the game. Not really, I reclassed them back to a different class, but it's just like it was not an easy transition back because I committed all my resources. Also, tactics, I really didn't... One of my problems with it is one of the things people give tactics a lot of credit for, and I'll agree with lightly for reasons I'll explain, is that the story is good. And I like really enjoy the story. And I generally enjoyed it, but I had a lot of trouble telling characters apart because they have this art style that everybody looks basically the same.
I feel that way looking at it, not having played it.
And it made it really, really hard to like see a cutscene late in the game and see somebody do something and be like, who is this? And then have to be reminded, oh, it's this person who did this really important thing like 40 hours of gameplay ago, but he looks like every other potato face tactics person. Every time I look at them, they just look like a potato. I don't know why.
I see it.
But it's like, I can't tell them apart. It's just this story with a bunch of nobles who all have same face syndrome. And, like, I can't keep track of who's doing what. But also that Tactics loves to put, like, story progression on opposite sides of the overworld. So it's like you have to cross the overworld a whole bunch. And guess what? Every time you cross a place on the overworld, there's a random chance of getting a random encounter. And Tactics battles take a long time. So I was constantly losing the plot in the span of the 3 or 4 random encounters I had to do in between plot points.
I don't remember if it was you or Captain that was saying that they had the same problem, and it was like, I eventually just started, like, trying to write down names. Or, like, I thought, like, one of the other lords was, like, my brother for a long time, and then that was totally not true.
I imagine it not being Captain, because Captain really likes the game.
I think he said that even liking the game a lot.
Okay.
But it was like, that was a problem he ran into the first time.
I felt like there was somebody who agreed with me maybe it was Sinister who was kind of on my side of Tactics. There was somebody who was also like, I did not really enjoy it.
I mean, there's no shortage of those in the Shining Force community. It does seem like out of...
It was just the specific... there was a discussion in your server that me and Captain and like Sinister and maybe somebody else
I'll go
would.
Yeah, I'm excited for Yale's. Like, I'm excited to give it a shot. More excited now I know there's a joke character, because I feel like we don't do that enough.
Hanging on.
And even more so if the chicken actually can get good, which I understand you wouldn't be able to show in a demo. Because I'm telling you now, when I do eventually play it, we'll use chicken. Absolutely. I don't know why Kiwi doesn't have the same charm for me. I don't know what that says about me.
It's a good question. I like unpromoted Kiwi. I don't really like promoted Kiwi.
Oh, I hate promoted Kiwi.
It's really kind of bafflingly ugly.
Yeah, that might be my problem. That I just don't want to look at promoted Kiwi that much.
I also don't like a number of Shining Force 2 character designs, so...
Who else do you not like? I like most of them, I think.
I don't like unpromoted Peter.
Elegance.
That's
promoted
true.
Peter's kind of mid.
I like promoted Peter.
I don't like promoted Geralt. I also am like baffled by the fact that he changes from like a partial wolfman to like a full wolfman when he promotes. Because like the wolflings in Shining Force are not generally actual werewolves. So is he not a wolfling? Is he an actual werewolf?
I do think he's an actual werewolf.
We retrieved the ring safely.
It's just so weird because
But
the other
it
beastmen
doesn't seem to hold an emblem.
aren't implied to be
Strange.
question mark.
Is it but a normal ring?
I don't know. I have no idea.
It seems so. But when I hold the ring, I feel a warmth stirring in my chest.
So it's as I suspected.
I'll keep you in mind near launch. Even if you can only fit one stream in your schedule, you should be able to go further than the OG gym I went and make up your mind on what Taya played. Yeah, that'd be cool.
What is it that you have surmised?
The Pact Ring. It belongs to and holds the power of Divine Dragon Monarch Lumera.
What?
What else do you know about this pact ring, Marth?
Maybe if she didn't make the pact ring, she wouldn't have died.
Lumera once said that Divine Dragons will give a
She
special
clearly
ring
didn't
to
have,
someone
like,
they truly
extra
trust.
to give. Okay, hang on. Lumera once said that Divine Dragons will give a special ring to someone they trust. What is this malarkey? Like, this is how we're gonna explain, like... No, I swear, it's just in our culture, which is made up of 3 people, or 2 people, or whatever, that we just give a ring... Who did my mom give it to? What do you mean?
She didn't really trust
Strengthens
anybody.
the bond between the two and brings them closer together.
It's a best friend
It
ring.
grants special powers to the divine dragon.
Yeah, no, like,
and
it
anyone
literally
they
is
make
in
a
this
pact with,
game.
of any sort.
This is so
Mother
dumb.
It's just a best
once
friend
gave
ring.
this ring to
That's why
someone
it's
she
funny to
trusted
me
and
that,
had a
like,
special connection with?
when people
That's what I'd guess too.
treat it as more,
But she
the
lost
game
her
does
friends and allies in
explicitly
the
say
war.
it's just like a best friend ring.
So I'm starting to feel like there's a trend. I'm starting to feel like this is a trend, and I knew I'd be talking about this tonight. So like I know we've been like talking a lot, but like soapbox for like 2 seconds. Y'all know I'm pretty into Gundam. Spoilers for Gundam Witch from Mercury, which is not the newest show anymore, but it's the second newest show. They do that as well. And like
That there's a best friend ring?
yeah, so like they have like this romance that they kind of will they won't they the whole time. And then at the very end it's two women and they play it very close to the chest, which I'm fine with because they were transparent about we don't want to piss off China and China doesn't like gay stuff. So I'm like, okay, I understand you want to play it close to the chest, that's cool. But that's what I'd heard going into the finale. They have matching rings. They, like, the sister of one of them calls the other one her sister-in-law. And then, like, they hang out in a field together in what clearly looks like a date. And I'm like, bruh. Like, that is not close to the chest. It's so obvious they're married. Like, they say that. And then in interviews, they're like, no, we left it up to the viewer to decide. That's not canon. And I'm like, what? And then I think I'm not positive on this. I think they did another interview, like, months later. And we're like, yeah, definitively in canon, they are not married. And I'm like, this is stupid. Like, I don't know. If they're not married, that's fine. You don't have to do that. Don't write them as being married. Like... It just drove me nuts, and I feel it, like, it's the second time I'm seeing this, that it's like, no, people just give each other best friend rings, and, like, it's like, okay, but they don't kiss. I don't care! Like, you're right, but, like, so? I don't have to see the kiss. It just is very weird to do this, like, it's a thing that people do, and I'm like, what is this new age nonsense?
This, like, in particular, to me, is another thing that's, like, we're just still doing what Awakening did because Awakening did it, because it's like, there's no reason for this to be in this game.
No.
Like,
to your most trusted ally.
mechanically,
I'll think
this
long and
doesn't
hard before I decide
make...
who's worthy to wear it.
Mechanically, there is an effect, but it does not, like, it's not important enough to matter.
It's a happy thought.
But, like,
Father watching over
it's
me.
just here so that you can fulfill your
the fight ahead
fantasies
is
of
my own.
marrying one of these characters, I
I
guess.
must be
But not
strong.
marrying, you're
Let's
just
go.
very good friends.
I'm reluctant
It's
to leave,
dumb.
but
Yeah,
there is
it's
much work to
stupid.
If you've reached the support level A with an ally, you can give that ally the pact ring to strengthen your bond even further. We don't want to call it an S support because we know that means marriage, and that's not what this is. This is so dumb. You can find the ring in the memento drawer in your room. If you cannot find your chosen ally on the thumbnail, try resting in bed a while. Forgot we could do that.
If your dream suitor hasn't appeared, take a nap.
Try that in real life. Have you tried napping about it? Every game that has the S-rank since Awakening was so forced. I agree. I don't even think it is done well in Awakening, if I'm honest. I have been the guy, and that's why it's funny that I'm now being a different guy, because I've been the guy that's like, I don't want dating sim in my Fire Emblem. Like, I get that it's helping you to appeal to a new crowd, but I do not think it fits. I think it, like, wrecks a lot of the supports. I think that, like, Fates very much got into a pattern of, like, we are, like, kind of okay with each other, and that's the C support. B support is, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding before. We're a little closer now. A support is, I really like you, and, like, everything has to follow that. Because we have to set everyone up for an S support that doesn't feel super forced. And I'm like, I just hate this. Like, we have just completely, like, Our supports are just dating now. I really don't like it. But this is kind of the same thing I was complaining about in Witch from Mercury, that it's like... A lot of the supports are still nothing. We have some good ones. I appreciate a lot of Louis, funnily enough. But it's just, if you're gonna have it, then have it. And if you don't, then don't. Like, this just feels like the worst of both worlds. 420, let's go. No, I'm just kidding. The problem is when they feel forced to have every male under 30 and every female under 30 talk 4 times leading up to a marriage. Yes. Very much so. And I also don't like that everyone is player sexual. And that happens in a lot of them. That it's just, we're gonna gush about you so much, and we all want to be with you, and da-da-da. And I'm like, I don't, just go outside, kiss a girl. Like, just go kiss a girl in real life. And, like, I don't mean to be mean about it, but it's just, like, I hate that this is, like... You're taking a hobby that I've had for a very long time and trying to change it into something completely different, and I'm just not super thrilled about it. It'd be cooler if not everyone could get hitched with everyone else. Also agree, it would feel a lot more natural. There's some people that definitely shouldn't. It's crazy that I can marry somebody to Rafal. It would be interesting to have...
Only yourself.
Oh yes, true. I forgot.
Nobody else in this game goes beyond A.
Do they not have paired endings?
No.
Really?
Why would they?
Because, like, every other game does.
Well, you can't, like, marry people off in this game. Did, like, 3 Houses have pair endings for people?
Yeah. Some were platonic, some were married.
I don't know. I don't believe this game does anything, because you can't go above A rank in this game. And you can A rank a whole bunch of people.
I don't think they could in 3 Houses with each other, either. I don't think they could S support with each other.
Didn't 3 Houses have some, like, A+ rank or something, though?
Some people have that, but I don't remember if they have it with each other or not. Somebody can fact check me on it.
Because, yeah, Engage doesn't have any paired endings. Nobody besides you goes above A rank.
Aren't I special? We'll do that real quick.
But I mean, for that matter, like,
saying...
Engage... Yeah. Engage goes back to, like, a lot of people can only support with, like, you know, a third of the roster.
I'm fine with that. But it also is weird that, like, I was clamoring for that back in Fates. And 3 Houses, I think, that I was like, I don't need supports with everybody, with everybody.
Happy to listen if it'll help at all.
But it was again that it's like, I'm happy for you to do less is more. Like, I don't need everybody to support everybody, just give me nicer supports. And I don't feel like we've super done that. We've just decreased the amount and kept the quality roughly unchanged.
I've heard you make the whole thing accessible.
I still think these are vastly better than Fate supports, but I really hated Fate supports.
And putting up big signs with directions.
I can't speak to 3 Houses, but I've heard 3 Houses are pretty bad and repetitive.
Tactics like that are unbefitting the dignity of the church. I mean, come on. We're pulling in more and more.
Because, like, what I've heard about 3 Houses is just kind of like a number of characters. I've heard Bernie's a really bad offender. He just goes through, like, the same character arc in every support.
Yes.
Which I feel like this game, at the very least, is not retreading the same ground between supports.
Not nearly as much.
It's like, even if people have kind of the same things they talk about, it's different aspects of it, or, you know, they have different conversations, and they're not, like, going through the same character arc over and over.
Yeah.
Alcris isn't learning how to party with anybody besides Pandreo, you know?
Yeah, but Pandreo's is a lot of teaching people how to party.
I don't think that's inherently true.
It's... If I go to the list, like, that was his thing with, like, Alchrist, it was his thing with Vander a little bit, it was his thing with the Divine Dragon.
I don't think the fact that they go to parties with him is, like, that's where the point of that conversation ends. Because, like, his discussion with Vander was more about, like, philosophy of how a church should function.
I guess that's true.
Inviting Vander to a party was part of that, but then, like, Vander talking about, you know, stories about the Divine Dragon at that party was a big part of their conversation.
That's true.
So it's like, yeah, he parties a lot, so parties come up in his conversations, but it's not the point.
lost. I'm sorry. Are you hurt?
I'll give you that one.
So it's like, yeah, that's where I'm saying, like, I feel like the same things kind of come up, like Alcris feeling inadequate all the time. Although I'll also say it's not like he goes through a character arc that fixes that in like any of his supports. So
I think that
he's not retreading ground.
I think we were supposed to get that from Diamant. That's not really what I got from it.
Saline has
But I think that's what I was supposed to get.
cut me down most effectively.
I'll definitely agree with Coco that Engage suffers from the early cast having some of the worst. I don't even think it's just that they have the worst supports, but they have the worst supports with each other, for sure. Because some of them have, like, decent supports with later game characters, but it is like you get the Firene characters, and, like, all of them talk about T.
It's me, the Brodian prince.
Like, their C-rank conversations with each other almost, like, invariably relate to T.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, you know, Louis is one of them, and he talks about T, but he has some really good supports with, like, later game characters, which you've been a fan of some of his supports.
Yeah, Louis, I think, has been... Panette and Louis have had the best supports, I think. And Zelkov.
Yeah, I like Zelkov's a lot. He's very quirky.
Linden's have also been kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. I would generally say that, like, the minority of Engage's cast is like, I just don't enjoy this character's
Very
supports.
much so. I smell
Saline
a
is
hint
pretty
of
bad.
citrus,
Speaking of tea.
along with
Yeah, speaking of
mind
T,
the
she's one of the,
taken
like, worst
altogether,
offenders
the
for me.
scent
Like,
is
you get her
I
early, you're
endeavor
gonna
to
get her
satisfy.
supports,
This
and they're
black
all
tea
about
is a mix
T.
of leaves from southern.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, whatever.
As the blend, the chance to sip the tea you brew.
You're too kind. Somewhat related. Do you remember?
Yes, of course. You said that they would produce a unique and
You recall correctly. I have a lead on her.
truly.
Louis is a little more awkward, uncensored. I don't know, I'd say he's like an outright creep, but he's definitely weirder.
Yeah, but I think that it really deepens his character in this as well, that, like, I've kind of been playing armchair psychologist Coco, in that, like, Louis doesn't watch people, he watches women, specifically. That's what he really does. And then I really liked, he's got a support with Zelkov, and that really kind of gets into that, where he talks about, like, I kind of see you as a brother, Zelkov, and Zelkov's like, well, that's kind of weird, why? And he's like, I don't know, my mom died when I was really young, and he talks about that with Pandrio as well, which as another support I really liked. And, like, Louis is like, I'm not really religious, but, like, can we pray and do, like, a send-off for my mom? Because she never got one. And I was just like, wow. Like, we're actually getting substance here. But he mentions to Zelkov, and it might have been Ivy, that he's like, I just, growing up with, like, I think it was 3 or 4 brothers, and his dad. And so I was like, oh, so Louis just hasn't interacted with women for most of his life. And so he's fascinated by them, because he just hasn't been around them. And so I'm like, I think that's really interesting as, like, a character trait. And it's weird, but it's different, it's interesting. And then this, like, the English version, I think just completely, like, screws that all up by cutting and, like, sanitizing it in a way that I think they shouldn't have done.
Mm-hmm.
We also learn he's bi from his supports with Rosato that are not censored. The censored version, he never says that, which I think was funny.
I mean, debatably, doesn't he just say he's cute or something?
He says something that was like, I don't care that much as long as you're still cute, or something, or like, you're cute enough, I don't care, and I was like, okay. So, I'm like, Louis Uncensored is really
3 more
interesting.
trips should suffice. Hauling crates, are we? Allow me to help you.
We're back in
I definitely
this
feel like
route.
people saying it makes him a
Appreciated,
real
Lord
creep or, like,
Rafal,
overblowing it
but
a
that
lot.
is entirely unnecessary.
I think that's who it was sent, like, not coming for Coco here, but, like, the greater Fire Emblem, like, community, I think that's who it was censored for, because they can't handle that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you bi if you're into hyper-feminine femboys? That is still a man. So I say yes. I know that it's been a meme for, like, forever. Since the internet started, like, our trap's gay, and I'm like, yeah, it's a man. Like, I think that's fine. But, like...
Whatever you think of my appearance, I possess more than adequate strength for this task.
I am aware of that. Why do you
We're back
seem
in this
so
limbo.
eager to be of assistance to me?
Are my efforts to help you a nuisance?
No, but they are somewhat perplexing.
I agree.
Perhaps if you explained the reasoning behind them, I would be more inclined to accept. This appears to be difficult for you.
Sexuality is a spectrum kind of moment. Kind of. Like, I think it is, but also, like, if you like... I've talked about this with friends as well, IRL, and it's like, if you like one guy, are you now bi? And I'm like, yes. But other people I've talked to have been like, it would not behoove me to say that because then men would think they have a chance with me. And 99+% of men don't. And so that would just muddy the waters of what I'm looking for and be very unhelpful as a category. And I'd fall back on, but it's true, and they're like, yeah. But I don't know, so that one goes back and forth. I can see that one both ways.
When you feel inclined to explain, I will be ready to listen. For now, I will return to my work.
I should have expected he would notice.
That you're mean to everyone but him?
Tell him. It is not an easy decision, but I ought to be certain how I feel before I speak with him again.
Okay, we are gonna... Are we just gonna... Did it take 2 supports for you to decide to tell him? I don't know what we're doing with this.
No.
Good question.
Can we talk?
This has the air of a serious matter.
I've given it some more thought, and I really would like us to be sisters.
Your feelings matter to me, Vale. But I am perplexed by this sentiment. Friendship between us seems to be insufficient for you. Why?
I'm glad that we're friends. And for a while, I thought that might be enough. But when you talked about what happened with your other siblings, I began to feel differently.
This is 100% a we needed 3 convos but only had one in mind moment. Yeah. Very much is.
I think the conversation between Rafal and Mavier is bugging me extra just because we've seen his supports, Mavier's supports with Madeline, that clearly talk about the, like, him not knowing, him knowing that she's not really Marnie and stuff, and it's just like, are we just assuming that nobody else here knows the Fel Xenologue happened, despite the fact they came there and helped us fight?
Oh.
Like, because you could have fielded Mavier in the Fel Xenologue.
I didn't think about that.
He should have, like, he should, in theory, know that that happened.
Yeah.
So, like, Rafal not telling him about it doesn't make any sense.
I'm just gonna...
So...
I'm just... I got this. Hang on. There we go. I can be on duty too, chat. It's fine. I don't know. The Fel Xenologue bothers me a lot. So it just creates a lot of continuity problems.
It just should have been some, like, off somewhere else DLC that doesn't interact with the main story in any way.
I'm really curious how you'd feel about Three Houses version.
One of these days I'll play Three Houses. I don't feel like I'm gonna love Three Houses, so I've been dragging my heels.
I've definitely played games on this channel that I knew I was not going to love, but real quick, Gaming with MC2000. Hey, what's up, Nihil? Fire Emblem Engage is awesome. I love the content. I'm a huge fan of the Fire Emblem series. Nice. Well, welcome. Glad to have you in chat. I am still mixed on Engage, but Fire Emblem is my second favorite series after Shining Force, so you are in the right place. As we're, like, talking crap about the Fel Xenologue a bunch.
Is that still too difficult for you?
It is not.
I did not enjoy Fel Xenologue.
Contrary to expectation, the thought of a different sort of family is a pleasant one.
Oh, okay.
And if siblings can truly have such a relaxed and trusting relationship, perhaps I will reconsider.
Does that mean...
I am uncertain. The happiness of gaining a sister is accompanied by the dread of losing her.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would fear the collapse of our familial bond.
There's no way I could become your enemy now. Not ever. I'll always be on your side. Even if this war separates us by force, the time we spend together as a family is forever.
As a family.
That's right. I'll never forget the time I spend with my sister. And I'm sure you won't either. So, if that thought brings you even a little bit of happiness, please do reconsider.
I actually like this support line too.
Really?
I too possess a yearning for a familial bond, and to care for those close to me. If this is your sincere wish, and if I have the power to grant it, then let it be so.
I mean, I guess Rafal could grant it too, but like, he would be my brother, and like, I don't like him, so.
Thank you for your kindness and your generosity, and your perseverance, sister.
Oh, thank you, Nell. Hearing you say that makes me happy beyond words.
I am also glad. I wonder if I should think of you as an older sister or a younger one.
Being from different worlds does make it really hard for us to know who was born first.
Based on our appearances, I think I must be the elder of us.
You think?
What? That can't be right. Look how much longer my hair is.
I do not see how the length of your hair is relevant to the issue. No matter.
I mean, if they've both never cut their hair, then yeah, that does matter a lot.
True.
That's true. I have that, and so much more to look forward to with my new sister.
I was about to be like, if you're both in the thousands, does it even matter? And then I remembered how elitist elves are in, like, every form of media, and was like, yeah, it probably does.
The Felsian log is way too big of a status quo shatter to just be dropped out of nowhere. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand, the Three Houses DLC thing happens prior to the story, right? Like prior to the main narrative?
I would say during the main narrative, but like it's not like super immersion shattering. The only thing I was really confused about is like, do you care if I tell you? I won't give details, but like
I've like heard about it in videos, so it's not like I haven't been exposed to it. I'm just not remembering right now.
The weird thing about it to me is that it beats around the bush about Byleth's mom the entire game, and you just kind of, I was like, oh, we'll get to that at some point, and the answer is no, you really don't. And part of the reason is that, like, the DLC explains who your mom was and, like, what she did, and I'm like, okay, I appreciate them, like, filling us in on that, but it's also just really weird that, like, we never... It was... The amount of beating around the bush in Three Houses, I'm remembering that now, that drove me up the wall, because even your dad is like, come talk to me, I'll tell you everything you need to know at, like, the end of the month, and I'm like, Dad, we've been here for several months, how have we not had this conversation already?
Gotcha.
Like, we haven't, it's like, well, we haven't been alone, and it's like, in months? Okay, I think it's time to do some save scummy things, and do some supports, and do the ring thing. You know, we've got to do the Anna, because everybody got really upset about it. So I'm like, what are we dealing with? I do this, I think, and I can see if she's on the map.
Yeah, looking at the people list at the bottom.
If not, we might have to go take a nap.
You also have to have an A rank with Anna to start with. Do you have that?
I can give her gifts till we do.
Okay.
I think we can summon Anna, actually, if we go to the little counter. Where's the counter? Oh, yeah, it's down here.
It brings her up for...
Because even when people... No one is tending the store, but you can shop.
Yeah.
That's weird.
No.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and buy a bunch of these.
Alright.
Before we, like, save. I'm just gonna buy a couple of each. And then I assume that will be enough to get us to an A with pretty much whoever we want. Three Houses DLC is basically non-canon. I mean, I think it's canon. Because, like, it definitely talks about, like, Violet's mom and does, like, it gives you really important lore details that for some reason nobody else does. Like, it can't happen in parallel with the main story. I think it's a little bit, like, weird. I think it's a little questionable, but I don't think something is non-canon just because it, like... The problem with canon is that, like, I usually, take it more seriously than the writers did. But a lot of people, like, writers and creators, have the feeling that, like, even if my stuff clashes with itself, it's still all canon. You just kind of have to squint at it, and I think that's part of that. We actually have to go take a nap. The game beats around the bush about Violet's age all game too, but you can look at the tombstone in game and that reveals their exact age. Does it? Oh, right, because... Well, I thought your mom's tombstone was, like, weird. Like, I don't know if it has the end date on it. The end date? The date she died. You know, that.
The expiration date on mom.
Oh yeah, I just meant that it's a parallel storyline that could have happened in the same world, just that it cannot happen in tandem with the main story that brings to the ending.
It's Diamant.
You might be right.
Did you sense me?
That
wake up?
Is a weird thing to... You came in talking!
Yeah, you said, I've come to wake you up, and then I wake up, and you're like, did you sense me?
Okay, we won't grab the ring yet. I don't know when it triggers, so... But yeah, like, Three Houses canonicity is weird to begin with, because, like, which of the 4 routes is canon, in quotes, and then which, like, that even Three Hopes, apparently, I was told last week, also has 3 routes. And so I'm like, I don't think... And that happens, I think, during the same time. So it's like, okay, now we have, like, 3 or 4 more routes.
Yeah, because isn't Three Hopes, like, it's not a sequel, it's an alternative story or something.
So, Three Houses is just really complicated with canon, and for Fates, I think we have more of an idea that, like, it's female Corrin that is canon, and her being Norian is also kind of canon. But
I
that
feel like
limits it down to either Revelations or Conquest, but I lean towards Revelation.
I think part of it for me is, like, as far as Three Houses goes, like, canonicity doesn't matter until we have a direct sequel that forces us to care about which one is the quote-unquote real route.
Which I think we will never get for that reason.
No.
Hey there!
It's kind of the same way, well, I don't know. I guess Fates is in a little different scenario because they were pretty explicitly clear that, like, Revelation is the true route.
You think?
I feel like, yeah.
I felt like Revelation was the true route, but I just took... I thought Rev was the true route. I just think it's that they make it clear you're not supposed to play Rev first, and I think that's a good choice.
What do you think?
I'm confused. I said it's, like, explicitly clear that's the true route.
Oh, never mind. I misheard you.
Okay, yeah, I was saying, like, that one, they took a very firm stance on, like, that is the true route, so there's no real debate.
Edelgard's route is canon. I will be taking no questions. Now, the crazy thing is, Mahane, I think Edelgard's, like, ideology makes no sense, and she's, like, just a horrible human being. I also think she is the most interesting character out of the 3, and I would not be the most upset at that.
More stuff to sell, huh?
Yep. You know what Sweethearts Day is?
I think I've heard of it. It's where couples give each other gifts, right?
We're already talking about Valentine's Day, oh no.
Usually people just give each other flowers, but the same old gift every year loses its luster. So, I'm out to market something mind-blowing that'll bring the spark back to Sweethearts Day.
Ring companies when plotting the marriage industry.
That's a pretty lofty goal.
Oh, quit treating me like a kid.
Or diamond
and help
companies,
me
I think
here,
that's what it is.
Divine One. Nothing I've come up with so far has grabbed me, so I could use someone else's input.
Let's see here.
Have you considered a teddy bear made out of flowers?
How about necklaces.
That was huge for a while.
I see you have your finger on the pulse of the average Sweethearts Day participant. Necklaces are almost as played out as flowers. They're hardly going to blow anyone's mind.
Oh, I see.
I have never gotten a girl a necklace and had her not appreciate it a lot.
Customers don't want
That
something
is
they can
true.
get anywhere. They want something one of a kind. The constant need to come up with goods like that is what makes my line of work so tricky.
Got it. I'll keep thinking. We'll come up with something good eventually.
I kind of see it the same way that the 4 main routes are technically canon, right? Just that the DLC is a potential shorter 5th one. Well, I don't know. Like we said, canonicity is weird in Three Houses because when you think about it, yeah, like all of them are incompatible with each other. I don't know what she likes the most, so I'm just kind of guessing. Oh, okay, she liked that a lot. Oh, I've got tons. Oh, she doesn't even. I don't even get a heart for the horseman either. I guess that's fair.
Thanks.
Yeah, spirit gems are generally like the best for everyone, I believe.
Okay. I still think my canon ending with this is gonna be Panette, but I'll see a couple. Well, the fact that they're telling me it gives a buff to Panette, I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's true.
Hello, Lady Anna.
Oh, but I'm
Did
a
you ever
woman.
get
I
a
don't
good
know if I
idea
can.
for something
Well,
to
I'm not
sell?
marrying her, so I don't know.
No. The
Huh?
idea was
I mean, we're going through with Anna in the first place.
Oh.
You being a woman is not a problem in this scenario.
Oh, true.
It's a best
But
friend
I am
ring.
feeling a little down.
True.
You know, I tell everyone I'm not just a kid. Stuff like this reminds me that I am. I'm a kid, and that's all there is to it.
When you've dealt with churches and stuff that's as bad as the ones I have, her reasoning is absolutely solid, and I could not have been more on her side. No matter how bad the churches were, and that's not like to downplay your experience, I don't think wiping out all life on a continent to rebuild it anew is like. That just doesn't make sense to me. That it's like, well, I'm gonna do it for the common man, and it's like, there's not going to be common man. Like, I just like it because it was interesting, I felt like, to kind of play more of the villain. And they do make Rhea kind of go crazy in that route. And you could argue that, like, she was always crazy, but I think we kind of drive her to that. And Rhea obviously does bad things in that route as well. But, I don't know, she's very, very violent in, like, the uprising she does.
That's why I can't think of a single new product for Sweethearts Day.
I'm sorry, Lady Anna. Though I think I know how I can help.
Huh?
I have a new pitch for something you can sell. I've been thinking about it for a while, actually. Here it is. Handcrafted necklaces.
She already said necklace, yeah.
I know you mentioned that they're a pretty common Sweethearts Day gift, but handcrafted ones would each have a unique feel to them.
I'm sorry, isn't
That's what
everything
you're
going to be
after, isn't it?
handcrafted in this time
I seem to
period?
remember glassblowing being a popular handicraft
You missed.
where you're from.
It was after you went to bed, actually. Industrialization happened. It was crazy.
Add a string
We
to
have
it.
the steam
Got a
engine.
necklace.
Did Zelkov invent it?
Was it that bad of an idea?
No, it was Clan, actually. It's pretty crazy. He,
Oh.
snorted a bunch of pickles, and then it just was like, you can't believe this.
Was that what Zelkov was trying to rope him into doing?
I think so.
I need
Glad I
you
could
to
help you,
develop a steam engine.
I have this idea that we can strap it to armadillos and give them lances. I think it could work.
Hey there!
It wasn't all life, though. It was her getting rid of the church to get at those who slither in the dark, so that all of them stop jerking the world around by the strings and let people... I'll let you finish that thought before I respond to it. Forge their own fate without the interference of some shadow syndicate or overreaching church whose only purpose was to resurrect another dragon, not even a proper goddess.
Like, half our goddesses in Fire Emblem are dragons.
Yes, but I think she's a proper goddess. Like, she sure seems to be. She has, like, a lot more power than we do here. Because I believe it's implied she, like, created the world and stuff, and she seems to have actually done so. She also, like, gives divine gifts to us all the time in the form of weapons and crests. And you can debate if the crests are, like, a blessing or a curse, but she does a lot of things that are, like, actually... I'm pretty sure in lore she's an alien. I haven't played Church Route. If that's what Church Route gets you, that's crazy. We could give macaroni necklaces to our significant others on Lover's Day. I've dated girls that would appreciate that.
Isn't Anonkos also like an alien dragon? Kinda.
Halfway done.
Is he?
Wow.
I don't know.
These are turning out really
I haven't
cute.
played Rev.
Credit to you for the idea.
Oh.
Seriously, thank you.
No, he's not like an alien, but like... I guess that depends on how do you define alien.
Sorry I complained to you before.
Like, he's a time-traveling...
There'll be no more complaints
like, eternal dragon. Like, he comes from another world, if you want to call that alien. Like, I guess Rafal would also fit that, though.
Although everyone complains sometimes. Even adults. If something's frustrating you, you can always talk to me about it.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear you say that. I really owe you for this, Divine One. Oh, that reminds me. I was thinking I'd call these necklaces Divine Dragon Pendants.
Sothis, she's literally just Rhea's mom. Rhea's a dragon, ergo Sothis is a dragon. The crests are literally the dragon's power given to those born through those bloodlines, which is why, yeah, I know that, but, like, I was under the impression that Sothis actually was, like, divine. Like, that she's not just a dragon. Like, I thought that she actually did, like, divine things.
I mean...
And, like, her power clearly is, because even, like... You see this kind of stuff in, like, the prologue cutscene, but, like, just giving the sword that she, like, helped create, the sword of the creator, they say, like, Nemesis, like, cleaves mountains with it, and I don't think they're exaggerating. And maybe they are, but I did not take that as them exaggerating. I thought they were like, no, he's actually, like, it actually is that powerful.
And we also have precedent, as far as I'm aware, for a dragon being a child of a deity, basically, in Fire Emblem. Because Naga is pretty much, like, as far as you can go as being a deity, right?
There's a couple. Well, Naga...
But, like, I feel like she's pretty inarguably...
I think so.
And, like, she's related to Tiki, who's a Manakete.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, someone's child being a dragon doesn't mean that they are not a deity in the Fire Emblem sense. Like, deity and dragon are kind of so interchangeable in so much of Fire Emblem lore.
They are.
That really, if someone's a dragon, you've kind of got a 50-50 that they are also a deity.
Yeah, and I think that just requires us drilling down on, like, separating the two. Because, yeah, I don't think Tiki is... I mean, it's kind of like demigods. Like, Tiki's definitely special. But, yeah, she's not, like, I can create the world special.
She's just, I give you plus 15% stat growth.
I appreciate the thought, but maybe you should name them something that would sell better.
Oh, it's so cute that you're shy about it. But I'm definitely calling them that now.
Come on. Why don't you sleep on it? I'm sure you can come up with something punchier.
I haven't done too many Vanna supports because we haven't used her.
As soon as I finish the
I wonder how many are not about selling something.
Very few.
Well,
and I get that, like, that's just kind of her
can let the
thing.
name
It always
slide
has been.
As long as you're enjoying yourself.
But, like,
Fingers
I'm still
crossed
like,
that business booms for you, Lady Anne.
I feel like she is probably the worse than Saline, the biggest one-note offender Engage has. And it's just like, I'm a kid and I sell stuff, and you have to call me Lady Anna. And it's like, she's fun, but there's not really much substance there. And her parents are missing, question mark. That's really all you get out of her.
Is there anybody, like, I wanted to see Anna's because I know hers is controversial. Is there anybody else, though, that we really want to see?
Go for Lyndon. Go for the old man.
Okay.
I don't really know any of these. I'm trying to remember who I... Oh, I went with Lapis because I dragged her through the whole game.
Very fair.
Despite how bad she is. But I feel like Linda would be funny just because he's a really old guy.
He's not around. I gotta go nap.
He also has a deceased wife.
Actually, you know what? Let's save, because we can still buy tons of stuff. And let's give it to Anna, and then we'll reset and do Lemon.
Sounds good. Yeah, I don't have anybody else I'm, like, dying to see, but if anyone else has suggestions...
Everything they said through Edelgard and Claude's routes point to the church being a sham for this one purpose. The other two don't, because they're far too brainwashed into the belief, which is Edelgard's point. But the problem with Claude's route is, and Edelgard's, is that Claude doesn't believe, like, that Sothis even exists. And I'm like, we just know he's objectively wrong. Like, he doesn't believe in stuff that we know for a fact, as the player, is true. And, like, I get frustrated with Byleth because he just doesn't say it. And I think he should. It's kind of the same problem in Fates, that it's like the characters like time travel or whatever to go help them, like Owain. And then he doesn't say, like, hey, Anankos is this really bad guy that, like, we've got to deal with and stuff if you pick either of the other two routes that are not dealing with Anankos.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really crazy.
Hey,
like, we just don't say the things that we should say. To be honest...
It's kind of like how in movies nobody ever calls each other on the phone because it would solve too many problems.
Yeah, and I can understand that, but I do think that Three Houses, which is like 60 hours long, that we should have done that with Claude, when he's like, I'm basing all of my actions on the fact that this thing is definitely not real, and I'm like, I know it is.
Yeah.
We should not let wars be fought for that reason.
Already sold out.
Really?
Yeah, really. Those suckers practically flew off the shelves.
Wow. Congratulations, Lady Anna.
This is fine so far, but...
Happened without you, Divine One.
It's too bad I didn't get to see
I know
any
they've had
finished
issues with
necklaces, though.
actually even putting up the Anna one with the mod, so we'll see
I did keep
if it's
one.
even in this
Check
build.
it out.
I thought they had put it back, but they may
You
not
did
have.
a great job with this. No wonder they sold so quickly.
You can keep it if you want.
Huh? You're sure?
That one wasn't for sale. It came out the best, so I set it aside just for you.
That's cute.
I hope you like it.
This is the best one? You really don't mind if I have it?
I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it.
Okay, now we're getting into changes. You're so dense. Think about what it means, okay?
I just, really appreciate how much you helped me out.
And today is a special day, okay?
That's kind of you to say.
We made a good team coming up with this product together.
Okay, yeah, this is the one that freaks people out.
So I thought you should have the best one as a sign of our friendship.
The sign of our bond.
Aww.
Oh no, the kid gave you a necklace for Lover's Day. I mean, it is very, like...
I'm happy it worked out so well.
I'll let him finish, and then I'll
I'm
say what I
honored
think.
to accept the necklace. Thank you. You know what? I have a gift for you, too. It's the pact ring.
What? Oh, come on! That thing's way too valuable.
That's exactly why I want you to have it. I got a memento of our great teamwork, so why shouldn't you?
Even if it's too soon for us to be lovers, we can still be partners, don't you think?
True. We did come up with a smash hit, so I guess that does make us partners after all. All right, I'll take it. What a great day this is turning out to be.
Yeah, this is very different.
Right then. Starting tomorrow, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. First, we need to source artisans who can mass produce those necklaces. If you thought they sold quick before, wait until people find out the Divine Dragon wears one.
How mercenary of you. Never change, Lady Anna. I can't let my business partner go soft, right?
Also typo and too soon. There's been a lot of typos for...
No.
Like, we've ragged on that it's like...
For something that's a text-only mod, it's like, are you really just gonna let all these typos through?
No.
Wait.
This partnership is our ticket to fame, fortune, and finding my family.
If I find my family someday, let me introduce you as my significant other, okay? Alright. I see why it's controversial.
Hey there!
Okay. Do you want to start, Taya? You don't have to give thoughts on this one if you don't want to. It's very hot topic-y. I would very much respect I don't want to get into that.
I guess I'm a little... You know, I'm always curious about the actual original word choice for things.
Yeah.
So there's some of it I'm curious about because it really is, like, kind of on that borderline of being entirely innocuous. And it feels like...
Which feels intentional.
Yeah. I don't know. If it weren't for the significant other line, I think it would be less weird. Like, you can read it pretty innocently, but it's like...
I mean, I think the problem...
I'm kind of, like, hard on because you've got kind of, like, this whole, like, kid crush idea, which is not, like, uncommon.
No, I think that's totally fine. That's what kids do.
Yeah, and it's Anna who's leaning the most into it, but there's, like, a couple of Lyra lines. So, I don't know. It's...
But it's then
like
weird to, like, be like, hey, here's this ring that, like, signifies our bond.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the giving of the bond ring just, like... I don't feel like it makes sense in any context. Regardless of how this conversation is supposed to be read, it's just kind of like, wow, we made a great business deal. Here's, like, the most important ring the Divine Dragon has. It, like... This, it kind of feels in service of the, like, we have to have one for every character, so we have to wrap up this A support here. And I feel like this is kind of what happens when you don't do the Fates thing, where, like, every support route is, like, angling towards S by the end, that you have, like, a totally, like, this is not a support chain that makes them, like, super close from C through A.
Yeah.
And then suddenly we have to, like, do something, and they didn't even get there. They're just like, you gave me a necklace that I made, ? By the way, here's this most important ring.
Well, there's a little more to it, because Anna does say, like, think, in the uncensored version says, like, think about what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, but that to me kind of leans into the, like, the kid crush thing, which is, like, I don't feel like that's a big deal, because coming from Anna's side, it's like, it's whatever. She's like, what, 8 or something? I don't remember how old she's supposed to. She's not 8. She's older than that.
Yeah.
So really, the thing that's most weird to me is, like, Alir's responses in the situation.
Yeah, Coco says, there's a way to accept a gift from a child for Valentine's Day without reciprocating it in a weird way, the way Alir did.
Yeah,
I think is
and
very
it's
true.
like, Alir's way is, like, very out of nowhere in a strange way.
This line really bothered people as well.
I don't know. I feel like when you're reading that as, like, I'm still too young for a serious relationship or a romance or something. I feel like if people are reading it in a deeper way than that, that's a them problem.
I think that's how they're reading it. I think that's what they have a problem with.
Just that I'm too young for, like, being in a relationship. I don't feel like that's weird.
It's the implication that that's the way it's leaning. Just kind of skimming back through it, like, yeah, this is a little, like...
Yeah, that's where I'm curious, like, what word are they using for lovers? It's the same way, like, the English dub changed Lover's Day to Sweetheart's Day, and it's like, which one is more the actual intent there?
To me, it's
like,
Valentine's Day either way. I don't think that is
the main thing is that, like, lover has a specific connotation in English, like, especially now. So it's like, I feel like that makes that line more problematic depending on what the actual word is.
Also, the ... before bond. Yeah, but like we said, I don't mind that coming from Anna.
Yeah, it's more Alir is the only one in this situation. Like, pretty much all of Anna's lines, honestly, to me, is like, she's a kid, and she eventually wants a relationship.
With you.
Which is not... Yeah. And I will also, like, say, I was curious, I was looking up the ages again. Obviously, this is not, like, hard and fast, because Dragon Age, but Alir's 17, so Alir's underage entirely... Anyway,
I think
if we really want to be nitpicky,
I looked up the ages off stream, and I'm like, I think I'm happy to just decide those are not canon and throw them out, because I just can't square.
Well, that's why Anna's actually 42, so this is all fine.
I don't think Anna's 42, but I just cannot for the life of me square Saphir being 30 or 35. Like,
yeah, the way she's designed is kind of baffling.
Kind of Vander too, that I'm like, I just kind of don't buy it. And I think maybe that was intended at some point, because it does, ages do show in 3 houses, if you go to like their dossier or whatever, which I don't know how much time people spend on that screen. But I wonder if they were planning something similar and then just didn't do it, and then didn't worry about it.
You know what I find really strange is that Celestia's official age is 2,500, but Alir and Vale, as the other dragons, do not have ages in the thousands. They have, like, normal teenager ages.
Yeah, I think they just didn't think about it, is my guess, because it was decided at some point that was not going to show.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like Vander is okay for his age range, and that's because I've kind of, like...
He's 30, right?
Rationalized... no, he's 45.
Oh, okay. No, I thought
Saphir is 10 years younger than him. Saphir looks like definitely beyond her age in a weird way.
She
and
looks
Linden
way
is
older
60.
than Vander.
And I've kind of like, I can rationalize Vander and Linden pretty easily into like, if we're looking at a setting where the lifespan is shorter and people are going to age faster due to just harder lives, theirs are fine. Saphir's still feels low. But not like totally out there.
But to get back to the thing at hand, what do I think about this being like the most controversial cut? I mean, my principles, what I operate by is you don't censor art. Art is art, and I figured it would be overblown, and I think it is a little bit, but it is a little bit uncomfortable. I don't love how Alir handles that situation, kind of like what you guys said. But I'm also like, I don't know if it's that, like, if it's the worst thing ever, don't buy Fire Emblem, because that's like, Japan is canon. This is canonically in there. Like, English can sanitize it all they want, but like, the canon is Japanese.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of people pretend otherwise, and I think that's insane. Like, it just is not a rational take, because that would be like, we make Star Wars, and then Malaysia is like, we found this thing bad, so we made it not in there, and it's like, well, that, for some reason, is supposed to have some bearing on the canon here. I'm like, that's wild. Or like, that's gonna have some bearing on the future of the series. I think you shouldn't censor art, but artists should kind of be wary about what they put out into the world. Yes and no. Like, art can be for a lot of reasons. It can be to provoke reactions. It can be to make you feel emotions in different ways. There's some art that's supposed to make you feel sad. There's some art that's supposed to make you feel mad. But that's still art, I think. I don't know, in this case, what they were totally intending to make me feel. And I think that might be my biggest problem with it of all. That I am just not sure how I'm supposed to feel about this. Like, we do, like Tiadrin pointed out, we ride that line in a really odd way. That it's like, this is either innocuous or kind of weird. And I kind of wish they would have just committed either way. Because as it stands, it is just odd. I get why it was censored. I get why they were like, Americans would lose their minds.
I'm just trying to like find more information on the Japanese version, and it's just like forum threads of people losing their minds.
Yeah. But to me, it's like, if you're gonna completely lose your mind, don't play, like, if you're like, this is horribly inappropriate, I can't believe this is in there, like, don't play Fire Emblem then in the future. Like, and I would not be, like, I would not say your choice doesn't make sense. If you feel that way, like, definitely don't support that. It's just kind of odd. I like I said, I don't know what I'm supposed to feel.
I'm kind of curious. I'm having a hard time. It's gonna be hard for me to check the actual characters, but I was curious, like, Google translating the Japanese text compared to that line, and like a lot of this is the same as what they're showing here and as other people are translating it, but Anna's last line, the only real difference is significant other is someone important.
I mean, that would be
on this translation.
That would be a change.
Yeah, it doesn't like totally change the whole conversation, but it's like it really makes me curious. Like, I really want to know what the original word is and all the definitions for it.
I think the most key one is that. I think this is the most uncomfortable line.
Yeah, that line is specifically the worst.
Yeah, but engage is clearly a power fantasy, so linking that into getting married to a kid is weird. This isn't framed as some kind of don't do this. I mean, they are saying don't do this in the sense that it's like, we're gonna get married way down the line. Like, that I think is pretty heavily implied. It's just kind of the like, is it okay to decide that with somebody that's way younger? You know? If you were asking me in an IRL situation, I would tell you probably not. If I was, like, Alier's friend, I would definitely advise against that. But yeah, there's a spectrum between losing your marbles and side-eyeing the writing team, LMAO. Go ahead, Teodrin.
So it looks like the word Alier uses there is too soon for us to be lovers is koibito, which can be lover, sweetheart, boyfriend, or girlfriend. So it's just kind of a general person you're in a relationship with.
I mean, to me, that's the same.
I don't know. I mean, I think to me, it's one of those things where in English, lover is going to have a particular connotation there, where if you're saying, like, a kid being like, I want to be boyfriend, girlfriend, is like a very kiddish thing to say, and saying, hey, it's too early for that is not weird.
True.
So
actually,
I feel like choosing the word lover puts it in the worst connotation that line could have.
You're right.
Versus the other three definitions that are all like same line of definition, so they're all equally valid in this case.
So, I mean, yeah, in that case, I think Coco's right that it's like with the side eye kind of thing. It is like, what did you mean?
Yeah, so I don't know. To me, I feel like it's not as bad as this translation and a lot of people are making it out to be. It's still weird. But anyway, I gotta step away for a sec.
Okay. Yeah, I heard the feed alarm go off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely, like... I think it's really important to not, like, just lob crazy accusations. People are way too quick with that, I think, in this day and age, because there's really no consequence for doing so. But it's definitely weird. And as with a lot of Fire Emblem writing, I would love to be in the room when these discussions are had, and that it's like, you know, we've been willing to just not let you do supports before, in times that I thought you should, like Gunther in Fate's Rev route. It was like, I don't know why we're not doing this, because he's not playable for a chapter. That's justification. It's very weird. So I probably, if I was the, like, just what I would do if I was the writer on this, if they were like, yeah, we need to give you, like, an S support with Anna, I would have been like, what do you want me to do? Like, I probably would have just asked my boss, like, what do you want me to do for that? But it's also that in Japan, they don't have, like, a lot of the, like... No, that's not true either. Because I was going to be like, they don't have a lot of the same problems we do, but I think that's not true. I think they do. I'm just used to that not being the case. So, yeah, I just really would like to know what the intention was. But we're gonna reload, because that is obviously not my canon ending. How can I do that? Yeah. We want unsafe progress to be lost. Unfortunately, this is Treehouse. I don't think the Japanese branches had anything to do with their translations. Or if they did, they were lied to about the contents of what the translations were. I'm talking about the original Japanese. That's all I care about. Because I don't care what Treehouse does. Like, that's not canon. I just care what the... when I'm talking about the writer's room, I'm talking about the original, like, Japanese writer's room at Intelligent Systems. What were they told to do? That's more what I'm curious about. Because so many translators these days go off on how proud they are for not even knowing Japanese and love ruining things for the enemy. Yeah, I've seen. You and I are the same page there. It's nuts. But I've talked about, like, the US just kind of has, like, a weird... like, our gaming sphere has a weird, like, anti-Japan thing that I feel like has gotten less over time, which is great. But, like, I grew up watching X play, and it was very weird that, like, watching X play, there were times that Adam Sessler would come on and just be like, this game is Japanese and an RPG, so you know it's bad. And I'm like... Do I know that? And the thing that these young whippersnappers will never understand was I got excited to hear stuff like that because all I heard was, they're talking about that game I like on TV! Because we didn't have, like, YouTube back then when I was doing that. It was nothing like now. Like, to hear anybody else talk about these games that I liked was nuts. Even if they were slapping them with, like, a 20 out of 100. Okay, Tiadrin wanted to see Lyndon, so we might have to give Lyndon a couple of gifts to get a little higher with him, but I'm happy to do Lyndon. I love that we're doing the youngest person on the cast and then turning around and doing the oldest. Is Sebius here? Oh, is he up past load distance? Yeah, he is. Also, people tend to think about censorship as some kind of loud, angry person forcing the devs to change their vision against their will, when it could also be someone going, this could make some people angry. And the other side going, huh? Well, I wasn't super attached to it. We can change it. Yeah. And I don't think we should do that in a lot of cases, but I also understand in some, like, one thing that got censored, I guess, is, like, that a lot of people don't know, is, do you like horseman armor? No.
Thank you.
A lot of people don't know the,
Thank you.
I think it's the Reapers in Mass Effect. Their name got changed.
Thank you.
Because it was like, this is the story, and y'all can fact check me on this. It was like about to go out or something, and then somebody caught that, like, the French translation, like the alien name that they had randomly picked for the Reapers was like a real life, like, it's what the French referred to, like, the Nazis as. And so BioWare really quickly was like, they're Reapers then. Because we just don't, like, it's kind of a niche thing. It's only in one market, but they were like, that's just not quite... Like, it's a very strong connotation, and that's not something we were trying to imply. So, I think rather than, like, go through all the focus testing and stuff, they were like, we'll just go with Reaper. But that's kind of an interesting one.
My, but you're a quick study, Divine One.
I have a good teacher.
Ha ha. Cheap flattery won't win me over. Ah, but I never thought I'd live to see this day. A former royal knight of Elusia sitting with the divine dragon for a chance.
Yeah, that's gotta be crazy with him. Like, I'm sitting... I was your... In a country that is opposed to you, and now I'm sitting across from God having a chat.
If I could somehow go back and tell my younger self about it, I don't think I'd believe me.
Something on your mind?
Just a request of the divine dragon from someone who has been around a while. Stay alive, no matter what foulness you see in this life.
Lyndon?
Among my many days were some so trying that I was tempted to give up and die. But something always came along afterward that made me glad I lived to see it.
Wise words.
My friendship with you, Divine One, rates high among those happy occasions.
I'm touched that you'd say so.
Push hard through those bleakest of nights toward the dawn where things seem brighter. If there's one bit of wisdom I'd want today's youth to heed from me, it's that.
I'll take it to heart. Although, I should mention, Lyndon, you talk a lot about how long-lived you are. But you realize I'm actually far older, right?
I suppose you are, at that.
See, another, like, I know Taya's not here right now, but, like, another thing that...
I just got back.
Oh, perfect. Well, then, yeah, that right there, I'm like, I don't think those internal ages are right.
Huh?
Because Alir says that.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, she definitely considers herself to be, like, 1,000 at least.
You see, every day's a surprise.
I guess. Like, I don't know. I don't know if she counts the sleep, but because the details on the war are so shaky, I don't know how long she was around before that. Like, that's kind of unclear. With, like, the dragons being the driving force of the war, it could have been a very long war.
Yeah. I also came up with 2 other characters we should do.
Okay.
I believe Hortensia is also controversial because she's 14.
Okay.
And I don't know I've heard anybody talk about, but I'd like to see Jean because I think he's actually our youngest unit.
You're right, actually. I
but
forget
like, nobody
Jean.
ever talks about Jean, so I don't know whether his is just totally innocuous or what.
They could be like me and just forget Jean exists.
But he's 10. He's our youngest unit.
But again, we're going by the thing that I don't think is right.
I mean, he's obviously a child, so...
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
I just feel like probably nobody talks about him because he's a boy.
That's kind of spicy, but yeah, you could be right.
I don't think it's a non-factor.
I agree with you. I'll back you on that.
So, but either way, I have no idea what his is like, but I feel like it's worth seeing.
I think you're right.
Hey, Divine One! What do you think of me this time? I went out of my way to be extra super cute.
We can't say makeup.
So, are you ready to concede defeat and admit that you're completely charmed?
You certainly are cute. And I'm sure you put in a lot of work for it. But...
let's be real. Let me respond to chat stuff real quick, too. Let's be real. Game journalism has always been scuffed by people who couldn't get into political commentary, so they had to ruin something they could use to get their foot in the door. I don't know if it's just political commentary. It might be, because that's, like, a lot of what journalism is. No matter how you feel about, like, the purpose of what journalism should be, if it's to inform or to kind of give more commentary. But, yeah, it does seem odd that, like, games journalism... I think it's because gaming is, like, just the youngest form of media. And I think that'll be true until VR distinguishes itself enough. But I don't know that we're going to still have journalists like we do now. I mean, what's left, kind of, like... of the old guard. They're really all gone. I forget if it was like Kotaku or Polygon that got sold the other day. But yeah, it does feel like a lot of people got into games journalism with ulterior motives to do something else. Kind of as a stepping stone that did not like gaming. But I've talked about that before too. It's been a long time. But it also was weird to me that a lot of publications... I talked about X-Play before, and like Adam Sessler really hating Japanese games, but he's expected to review them anyway. And I wonder if that was also part of the problem sometimes, that it was like, well, you clearly didn't finish it, and it's like, it is weird to have somebody that despises at like turn-based things review a Fire Emblem, and that happened a lot. Like back in the day, especially. I don't know if you have a take on that, Taya.
Sorry, run that by me again. I was reading Coco's message.
Oh, it was just that, like, I think, like, a lot of the older games journalism as well, you had a lot of people that their bosses just stuck them on things. And that's why you get somebody like Adam Sessler being like, it's a JRPG, it gets a 2 out of 10, because I hate those. And I'm like, I mean, part of it definitely was he had a lot of comments about the Japanese in there that I'm not sure were necessary. But... you know, like, if your boss just tells you, okay, you're reviewing this Nintendo thing, and it's like all the other Nintendo things, and you're a Mario fan, and you get handed Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, you're gonna be like, I hate this. And I feel like that also was a big thing that did not lead to quality journalism.
I don't know, I feel like games journalism has always been like kind of a mixed bag due to the fact that there were so many sources for it. Because I mean, if you want to look back at the days of like gaming magazines, I feel like a lot of those were generally pretty good.
Like Game Informer
type stuff, but I mean, like back in the day there were a lot of gaming magazines.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like those type of publications put a decent amount of effort into having generally rounded reviews.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. It really varies. I feel like online sources have always been worse for game review / journalism, as far as like written / official publications go. The thing with like,
go ahead.
The other thing with like games is like kind of for the past 2 decades, you've had video review stuff from kind of personas, if that made sense, where like
personalities,
where generally what you would do is kind of find somebody who reviews games kind of the way you do, and then you would listen to their opinions. I feel like. I don't know how many people actually like seek out game journalism, I guess.
I think a very diminished amount, because you can just go to like IGN on X and their replies are not good. Like, not even that they're just negative, it's just that they do not have many. Compared to somebody like, I don't know, a content creator that specializes in something.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and
almost
even,
every content creator that specializes in anything outperforms them by large metrics.
Even aside from ones that, like, specialize in things, I felt like it was very useful to have, like, I used to watch way back in the day Pro Jared.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't specialize in a particular genre, but you would kind of get used to his personality, and he would generally have sane reviews of games.
Yeah,
I think like, I think part of the problem with the online publications and a lot of the like bigger publications aren't even just the we're assigning you this game, you have to do it, but it's like we're assigning you this game, you have to do it, and you have X amount of time to do it in. So sit down and get it out like the day after the game releases. Where a lot of like more independent reviewers or like smaller time places, I guess, you feel like they spend more actual time with the game and have more of a clue what they're talking about.
Yeah. And that's something I've felt pressure to do as well.
I told you before that cuteness doesn't affect how I treat people. Why are you fixated on this?
Because, like, I Like, it's part of why, too, like, I did I started Rebellion Saga the day it came out, or day after. And it's like, was that a real convenient time for me? No, but that's when it's going to get views. So I need to, like, push this really hard. And with Onderon Saga, that did really well for the channel, and that's why I haven't finished Rebellion Saga, is that it's like, that's not a great time slot for me, IRL. I just was trying to push through and deal with, because it was the thing to do. And that doesn't make me like the game less, but if I had to do that all the time, I would definitely get frustrated. I just hope that... Obviously, I didn't do that with Engage, but I don't know, I definitely feel that sometimes.
The pressure to get on stuff when it's new. Yeah.
We'll get back to the supports here in just a second. After playing the entirety of Pokemon Sun in 2 days, I can understand why JRPG pre-launch reviews are harder to do than the average 9-hour action romp. Yeah. That sounds... Like, Pokemon's even, like, super easy, and that still is, like, if you were like, you have a whole a Pokemon game that's new, and there's no resources for you, and I need you to finish it in 2 days, I would be like, alright. Like, I could do it, but I would not have a good time.
Yeah.
I was going to say, the last thing I want to say about this, too, before we move on, is that a lot of the publications that just write really terrible art... No, I have 2 things to say. I take it back. You were talking about, like, doing things quickly and things they are not assigned to. I think you also get weird discrepancies with, like, IGN giving Pokemon Gen 3, like, a 3 or something, and then they gave, like, Party Babies a 7 or whatever.
Yeah, Party Babies is the golden standard. You gotta get a better rating than Party Babies.
The real answer is, I'm assuming that was not the same reviewer.
I would imagine not.
So that's already tough. But, like, as a publication, that's really hard to juggle. Like, even my 10 is, my 5 is different from Teodrin's 5. And we're a lot more similar than random people hired by IGN, so that's already tough to balance.
Yeah.
Pokemon Sun also has so many unskippable cutscenes. Dude, I hate the Z moves. Because I just want to, like, when I push a Z move, I just want to set my DS down and go make dinner and come back to see the end of the animation.
I want to bounce back before we totally leave the conversation on it. To Coco's about this game has a lot of weirdly young units for a game centered around the protag bonding to a unit at the ending. I feel like there's a few issues here, just in... I don't feel like the game is centered around this. This is an entirely optional thing you can do. I also will say, even if we're saying the in-game ages may not be hard and fast, I feel it's definitely intended that Alir is, like, life experience-wise 17 years, approximately. And when you're including units like Clan and Fram as being weirdly young, they're 16. It's like a 1 year difference from Alir's age.
But
most of the characters are kind of within 3 to 4 years of 17.
They are, but I think that's the problem with that data as well, is that I can forgive Coco for thinking that's not the case, because Clan and Fram are clearly depicted as quite a bit younger than Alir is. And I saw that as well, that, yeah, like, it's like they're 1 year off, and it's like, but they don't feel that way. And they don't totally look that way. Like, Alir looks like she could be, like, 30. Clan...
I don't know that I agree with that, but sure.
Clan, the oldest that I could possibly put him, is, like, 17, probably. Like, that is the oldest I could put Clan. And so I'm like... Even, you know, we're all going to judge that differently. But just in my judgment of that, there's like a 13-year age gap when I make them both as, like, old as I could see it. So, like, I get that, like, it feels, like, very different.
I don't know. I never saw Alir as being, like, definitely not older than, like, early 20s. At the oldest. She just doesn't... The way she handles herself and interacts with people is not how a mature adult interacts.
No, but nobody in Fire Emblem is that way.
I mean, the members of the cast who are older adults are more than she is. Zelkov does not handle himself with other people like Alir does.
No, but he also is, like, needlessly awkward and weird and gives off all sorts of, like, edgy 13-year-old vibes because it's kind of like everybody treats Zelkov like he has school shooter vibes.
I mean, he kind of does, so...
Well, I don't know. Like, he's also just very socially awkward with people. And I don't know, how old is Zelkov in the data?
Zelkov is 28.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't know.
So he's my age.
We all know Teodrin's ranking should be taken seriously. I know you're joking. But let's push forward. Oh, the last thing I wanted to say about the journalism thing, real fast, was that a lot of those really controversial articles as well, I think are on purpose, and I think it's rage bait to just make people click, because it works. Like, ultimately, that does generate revenue, and I don't think it's sustainable. I think that's why they're failing, because rage bait, eventually people will get tired of it and stop clicking. But in the short term, when you see like a flat line on a graph of how all these articles are performing, and then that rage bait one is like this, I get why you're like, maybe we could do a few more of those. It'd make this quarter look a lot better. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
to an
sure
extent, I think that's kind of like why when you have translation debate / drama, I was thinking this about the Anna support, where it's like, I question the word choice because it's putting things in kind of the worst light it can be, and are they intentionally doing that to make it more like, you won't believe what the real support says?
Could
when
be.
it's like, this could be read as way more innocuous in the original language, or like I've kind of been viewing it as a kiddish thing. I don't know, I feel like there's some level of like trying to push the envelope because the people who want to have the original translation want to make the other people upset, and that, I don't know, it becomes this weird like moral / edgy battleground in making it as extreme as possible.
It does, and I hate that, like, this is probably as politicky as I'm gonna get, but it's like, I hate that everything is a culture war issue now. Just everything. And it's not manageable, and it's exhausting, it's tiring. I don't like it. And it's ridiculous to me that even just accurate translations have become a battleground for that. That I'm like, this is just nuts. Like, if I again just think about, like, I live in a country where, like, Japanese is that way, but I'm like, I cannot fathom thinking about a country like Morocco just pulling one out of a hat, like, being like, yeah, we have to, like, completely change Star Wars, and, like, this is a hot button issue because of something. Like, I just can't fathom that. We're so weird. But that's my take. Like, it just is weird how hot buttony everything is, and I don't like it. But yes, I agree with you, Coco, that, like, if you know someone who's a diehard FE fan who doesn't read the story and loves a specific title, it gives me some info on the type of game it is, much more than a generic 6.5 out of 10 ever could. Yeah, I know that's why, like, a lot of Fire Emblem players really adore Conquest. And it's like, well, what do you think about the story? And it's like, what story? I hit start. And I'm like, you know, if that's how you enjoy the game, I'm not gonna tell you it's wrong. Whatever. But
I didn't want to.
Let's jump back
up,
into
but...
sports.
Okay. My mother was one of the king's mistresses.
Okay, we know
She
that.
suffered a lot of backstabbing in the court. I never saw her upset, though. She took every insult with a poised and graceful smile. That smile secured her place in court. It even won the king's wife over.
That's hilarious.
That's how I know charm has a power all its own. And I'm gonna use mine the same way.
I do think this is better. Beauty is strength. Like, that's makes a lot more sense than charm.
I understand. But can I ask you something? Do you think maybe your mother had more than just her own survival in mind?
What do you mean?
Maybe she did all of that in part so you could learn to survive the court as well. She must have known she couldn't always be there for you. She'd want you to learn from her. To me, that is real charm.
I like that.
What we do to help the ones we love.
Mother, I never realized.
That's also very much a thing you wouldn't realize being so close to something that is, like, painfully obvious to other people.
Oh!
Alright, let's keep going on. We'll do a couple gems. I should give her something else. We bought a lot of these. Like, you like this, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay. So we can do that, support. So we've got A. Which that last one kind of felt like an A.
Here you go, Divine One. Enjoy.
Did you, cook me something?
Yeah, and it's got spices that'll keep you warm. I also
Does anyone
gathered
actually
some
enjoy
healing
receiving
herbs for
horse
you.
manure? Not
Here
yet.
you go.
Thank you.
I will bring you the hard-hitting
This is all
reporting
great,
of
but
do people
going
like horse
on?
manure?
You said something that opened my
I
eyes.
really
If I'm gonna
kind
be
of
for
wish we
real
had
charming, I need to
a
practice
unit who was a
helping people.
farmer who appreciated
sorry
it
for the
as
way I
like,
acted
I'm going to
before.
spread this on my
Do you
crops.
forgive me?
That would be funny.
Of course.
A
I was
Donald.
never upset with you to begin with.
I'm glad to hear that. Everyone loved my mother because she was both charming and kind. I've got a long way to go to be like her, but thanks for helping me
Do we
figure
know
that
when your
out.
mom died?
You're welcome. And for what it's worth, I think you're well on your way.
I have to wonder, though, if I do become truly charming inside and out, how are you gonna keep pretending you don't care about cuteness, Divine One?
Alright, so that's definitely different already.
I'll figure something out.
I don't know about that. I think you just might change your tune.
We'll see.
Another typo. Until that day come.
All looking forward to it.
Now that's something for the Uncensored mod. I did kind of take that one as more of like a playful, like, sarcasm thing. That doesn't bother me as much as some of the other ones. But I can't really hear the tone of voice they're saying it in. That one I could go either way. That could also kind of be innocuous or not. But I wonder how much of what Teatrin is saying is true as well. That, like, are they just picking, like, the edgy option? I mean, it's possible. I don't know, like, I don't know anything about the translation team on this. Except that they needed to get another proofreader. They also might have notes, I'm not sure. But that's something else that I would definitely have encouraged. Like, just a full, like, if I was on that team, I would be like, I want, like, a full breakdown. Like, on the most controversial things, I really want, like, a breakdown of why we chose the words we did. That is public and people can read that. What I gather is that a lot of the censored content is that it removed a lot of the, when I grow up, you'll fall for me. It definitely removed a lot of that, but there's a lot of other stuff that it also removed and changed. Like, that's not been the only thing. Because, like, Louis is completely different. I didn't know it going in, but Goldmary is also very, very different, apparently.
Yeah, I am. Turns out being kind to people makes them happy. And that makes me happy.
That
Makes
does
me happy
explain why
that
you're
the
constantly
sawmill's back in the
surrounded by
sky.
friends these days.
I guess so.
Oh, I guess it already was.
Hey, hang on.
It's just we're at Lithos Castle, I
What's
guess.
that
Mixed
I
up.
hear? Am I picking up a hint of jealousy in your voice, Divine One?
What? Of course not.
I can't believe the Divine Dragon's actually jealous of me. What an ego boost.
See, that's one that it's like, what is the real word? Not sure, but I'll go with them there. Like,
But
and this is fine
you
from
have nothing to worry
Hortensia.
about. However popular I may get, because you're special to me.
You're the only person I care about. What about Ivy?
I am?
All my graceful composure destroyed by one moment of weakness. Can we just pretend you didn't hear that?
Not a chance.
Merciless.
You were right, Hortensia.
That was funny.
I was jealous. I've always enjoyed our time together. I'm sad to have less of it now that you're so popular.
Now, see, this is weird, too, because it's like, you're right, I was jealous, and it's like, okay, but, like, if we're going by the the Uncensored edition, they've not said the word jealous. So did we just miss that one? Like, a little weird.
And that's part of where, like,
makes
I
it
question
clear what
whether
I
they
need to do
focus on the things that would be a little edgy rather than completeness.
I mean, that
'Cause it's
also
like-
would be important to the edginess, though, so I feel like we just overlooked it.
Well, it depends. Is the real line there really that, edgy? Or do they like, oh, well, that line, whatever. Because, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations like this where there's some nonsensical flipping between scripts.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, we'll have something where it's like, oh, that's a thing they changed. I can see why that would be questionable. And then it goes back to the normal line. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense in context. Like, why didn't you just do this whole conversation if you're doing it?
Mm-hmm.
That's the pact ring. You're giving it to me?
I mean, that's different, but I've always hated, like, I've said IRL, I hate partner as a term, because it's just, like, I'm gonna be somebody's husband. I am not gonna work super hard to be their partner. That's what you call somebody you're in business with, to me. Like,
That's what I call my cowboy friends.
Yeah, I am from Texas, so there is also that. I know you were saying that as a joke, but, like, I do hear that, like, because of that more. But I'm like...
Well, it makes it really weird. It's kind of funny because Shining Force 3's support system, the lowest rank is called partner. So it's kind of funny that, like, you go from partner to friend as you rank up in Shining Force 3, now that partner has such a connotation.
I mean, that makes sense to me, though. Like, it's just such an
Oh, yeah, it makes total sense.
It's such an impersonal thing. Like, I can find another partner, that's fine. Like, it's not that big a
I
deal.
think one of the things that really bothers me with partner is it does not convey what level of closeness you are.
No.
It's like, so when you say partner, are you, like, casual relationship? Are you married? Are you, like... That gives me no context.
I think that's intentional. Like, not from
I
people
know,
that
and it
say
drives
it.
me nuts.
Not necessarily from people that say it, but, like, I think that was part of, like, the reason that we, like, that was kind of put into the collective consciousness is, like, to be more odd. But yeah, it also kind of drives me nuts, because I'm like, if this is my person, you're gonna know. Like, I want to brag about that, you know? I think the game also suffers from needing to record voice lines from both genders, so they go for the most generic term each time. Yeah, but they like, are willing to do it sometimes. They've been really... Like, in the latter half of the game, they're willing to do it a lot more than the beginning, and I don't know why that is.
Yes. I can't even begin to tell you what this means to me. I'll treasure it forever.
I'm in awe of what a wonderful person you've become. So much so, in fact, that I feel I need to start working on my own kindness just to keep up.
Don't be ridiculous. You've been amazing since the day we met. And you've only become even more amazing in the time since.
Keep saying that sort of thing and you might actually convince me.
Good. The sooner the better. Because if all that wasn't true, you wouldn't be so special to me.
I don't know, that one, like, felt so impersonal that, like,
Yeah, it didn't feel particularly deep.
No, it was just like, I have fallen in love with you, and Alier, like,
Engage.
kind of said that once, but then, yeah, like, we did revert back to, like, I've been jealous, so it's like, I don't really know. So I'm like, I don't know. I didn't feel anything really towards that one. You wanted to do Jean.
Yeah.
Which I think will be fascinating. I also, it's a normal thing, because people need to be player sexual, but, like, I also wish that Marnie and Mavier kind of got together. And, like, I did not have either of them as an option.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
It doesn't matter if I take the ring, does it?
I have no idea.
Okay, we'll not do that then, because I don't know, like, when my save matters. Also, the "you've been pretty ever since we first met" is a weird line, considering the first time they met, she tried to kill us. I say no, because I would totally say that to Ivy. Like, the fact that she tried to kill us, and Celestia, really, like, that did not make me feel differently. Do you like horse manure?
Aww.
No. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that was the answer.
That's a...
What do you like? Do you like lentils?
Thank you.
You're just okay on lentils. Do you like meat?
No.
I didn't use Jean. I don't know what he likes. Do you like sewing?
Thank you.
He's like all about medicine and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't
He's a
have
doctor.
any of that. We can just float by with spirit gems.
That's a me.
Okay. I don't even know what support we're at with John. Okay, we had a C already.
Picking herbs again today, I see.
This one really makes a difference in treating all kinds of illnesses and injuries back home.
It's gonna be really funny if Jean's is not retranslated at all.
I didn't get to talk much with your father on the island. What's he like?
Whenever I succeed, in studies or in helping out, he praises me like a well-behaved puppy. But when I mess up, he gets very upset, like he's scolding a misbehaving puppy.
So, you're a puppy either way, huh?
Now that you mention it, he was the kind of dad where some days we got along and some days I hated him. But in his absence, I appreciate him more. Same with my mother. I didn't realize it when I saw them every day, but I have a lot of respect for my parents.
I think that's true. Like, that was my experience. I don't know if that's true for you too, but I feel like kind of moving out and seeing the world in a more, like, out of your parents' house and kind of being more exposed to the world, I definitely gained a greater respect for my parents.
I feel like, for me, a lot of, like, the kind of waking up to that came when I was at college, and I heard about, like, the family and home lives of some of my friends.
Mm-hmm.
And realized really, like,
yeah,
how grateful I was for mine.
Same.
Because a number of my friends who were like, I don't want to go home at all. Like, after college, I'm, like, leaving. And I was like, I'm perfectly happy with the fact I'm going back home and living with my parents.
Yeah, I wonder, too, how people internalize things differently, because I definitely know some people, IRL as well, that, like, I saw their relationships with their parents, and we were really close as kids, and then, like, now it's like, yeah, my parents were terrible and da-da-da, and I'm like, no, they weren't. Like, what? Like, and the stuff that they say, I'm like, I was there for some of that. That's how you read that?
Yeah, I've definitely had that experience with people I know.
Very strange.
I think the only reason I work so hard now is because of the way they raised me.
Jean, that's so beautiful.
Huh? Are you crying?
That story about your family was just
I'm right there,
very
okay.
touching.
Thank you, Divine One. Here, take this poultice. It's good for swelling around the eyes.
Oh, thanks, John. I needed that.
That was very cute. It's a lot weirder when I put it in context. It's like, you're a soldier. You fight and kill people.
That's a...
I've been doing saves after them, but I think I'm not going to save after this one because I'm running out of spirit gems.
That's a...
Gotcha. I was watching somebody streaming Engage the other day, and they were running General Jean, and he looks ridiculous in that armor.
I would bet.
It just like it scales the armor down in such a silly way. It looks absurd. I don't know whether Mahane's seen it, like whether they ran General Jean, but
if anybody has, it's
I
Mahane.
have something for you,
Yeah.
John.
Thirsty doesn't choose a side, and it doesn't care if what you're thirsty for is trying to kill you. Absolutely. I certainly have a lot more regrets for how I was now that my mom has passed away. Yeah, I can feel that too. I think about that sometimes. I'm lucky to still have both my parents, but I do think about, like, no amount of time is ever really going to be enough to, like, say everything I have to say, I think.
Medicinal herbs? Oh, this is quite a lot.
I found a place full of them in the forest, so I picked as many as I could.
Wow, thank you so much. This is going to make a big difference back
Same
home.
with Anna and Fram.
What you said about your parents really struck me. I want to help your family as much as I can.
Thanks, Divine One. Hey, what happened to your arm? It's all scratched up.
Oh, right after I found the patch of herbs, I slipped and tumbled down a hill.
It's like, at least she knows what happens. I've got, like, a really
down,
bad
and I'll
burn
treat
on
it
my
right
arm
now.
right now. I have no clue why. I've never had that happen. I've had bruises and stuff, but I've never, like, I burned myself apparently kind of bad. And I have no clue when or how.
All right, go ahead then.
Let's see.
I just noticed it right before I went
Divine
live.
One,
That was
I think
really
it was
weird.
good that I left the island to travel with you.
Yeah?
You're a very generous
I
person.
don't use this camera angle
But
too
you
much in
don't know
support.
how to be generous to yourself. As long as I'm around, no matter how little care you have for your well-being, you'll be fine. I want to pay you back 100 times over for all the kindness you've shown me.
Wow.
If you think of something you need
All
to say,
treated.
be sure to say
It
it.
should
Don't
heal
let it be
quickly
too
now.
late. My last words to my mom were, I'll talk to you tomorrow, and that never happened. Oh, that's rough. You're gonna make me cry. I'm sorry. Like, that's just tough. And I think about that a lot too with, like, not even just my parents, but, like, people whose art that I've really enjoyed. Because I feel like we just do these huge outpourings of support for people after they die. And that sucks. Like, how much would it mean to somebody to do that before they died, you know? Like, just, I almost wish we had, like, it's supposed to be Thanksgiving, I guess, but I'm like, I wish we kind of had just a gratitude day. It was like, we just told people how much they meant to us, and, like, even people we don't know, like, people whose art has moved me, I'm like, I should definitely just message people a lot more and just be like, hey, you have no idea who I am, but, like, the thing you made, like, really impacted me, and I just wanted to tell you that.
Thanks.
I actually did that
glad
after
to
I
have
finished
you around,
streaming
too.
Mardek. I emailed the guy who developed it, telling him how much, like, playing that game on flash sites when I was younger impacted me.
That's awesome.
I wrote him like a 5 or 6 paragraph email, and he wrote back, and it seems to, like, really mean a lot to him.
Oh.
I felt bad, like, he doesn't intend to ever finish the game. It was kind of left unfinished. And he's still, like, to this day, over a decade later, like, gets people, like, really kind of going at him about it.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, I don't know, he's been through a lot. He's fighting, like, recurring brain cancer and, like, a whole bunch of stuff. And it's just, I don't know. I felt like I need to, like, I appreciate this experience. And I feel like some part of this game was an inspiration to me getting into game development. I was like, I need to write to him and say, like, I appreciate what you did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm really glad you did that. Like, it's crazy that doesn't happen that much, and it's weird to know how it affects people. Like, there's even a rapper I like that, it was really interesting. He kind of, it's like loose concept albums. But he's stated before that it was still a while after the fact, but he was like, I want y'all to know, like, plans changed, and he changed the name of an album while it was in development after he'd announced it. And he was like, the reason that I changed the name is because the, like, identity of that album became really different to me, because my original plan was that, we do those, like, a lot of rappers, after they die, become a legendary. Like, they far surpass what their popularity was in life, and he was like, I just kind of resigned myself to being one of those. So I fully planned that I was like, I'm going to complete that album and then kill myself. Or do it, like, the day before it drops. And then it'll come out. And it'll blow up because I do that. And I realized at some point writing it that I was like, I'm doing okay in my career now. I'm happy with where I'm at. Life is pretty good. And when I first, like, came up with this plan years ago, I was in a very different place. And so I decided not to do that. And I'm just like, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Like, the consequence that's had. Alright, let's give a ring. I'm not gonna make the joke ass guy too. Let's give a ring to Jean. It was just, I was gonna, like, say something, like, creepy in jest, but I was like, this just feels too creepy, I just don't even want to go there. Yeah, I'm real curious what this is gonna be. He's by the pool. Or he was. Did he move? Oh, does going into my room reload things? Or does that count as being somewhere else?
I thought it looked like he was still there.
I don't know. Nothing scares me like ending a convo with my parents on a disagreement and that being the last... Yeah, that's tough. No, it's Gold Marino.
Oh, weird.
It's late. It might have rolled over. There he is. Okay, he's at the push-up arena.
Hi there.
Okay, let's see what this looks like.
We pulled up a pretty big haul today.
Mostly thanks to you. You're not tired from working so hard?
Having you along made it fun. I feel like I could keep going for hours.
Uh-oh. Looks like you're hurt again.
I just want her to be his mom.
Huh? Oh, no. That's from the last battle. I stepped in to protect an ally. I had it healed right afterward, but I guess it still left a mark.
You should try this. It's an ointment I made from the herbs we picked last time. If you smear it on, it should keep the redness down. You'll have to wait a bit for it to dry.
Are you still there? Oh.
Yeah.
YouTube randomly was like, your chat disconnected. Please wait while we reconnect to you. Okay, you're good.
Oh. Weird. Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like we dropped or anything. I don't really know why. Okay, well, if y'all have been chatting, maybe I didn't get that.
Hey, if that's as bad as our
Thank
tech
you.
issues get tonight, I'll take it.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're ever hurt, or even just in trouble, I hope you know you can count on me.
You know, I
want
should
you to
have
be able to
baited
count
more.
on
I
me
should
the
have
way
made the
so many
Anna
others
support
are counting on
the
you.
thumbnail.
But,
True.
John, don't you know?
It is
I
like something
already
we've
do.
talked about leading up to kind of the entire playthrough as being the point for the Uncensored mod.
Well, it wasn't just that. It's that...
No, but it's obviously something that has come up time and again is like, we're gonna see the Anna support.
Yeah, it has been looming. But it was also just that, like... Fates really seems to be the most changed. So I'm like, if we have a more faithful translation, I would always go with that. That's very important to me. But...
Of everyone in the army, you're somebody I know I can always rely on.
Already count on you. Okay.
In fact, I've been thinking you deserve to have this pact ring I've been carrying.
Yeah, that is even more out of nowhere.
Something that precious should go to someone worthier.
Yeah.
Aaliyah
I
has
can't think
no
of
social
anyone
skills,
worthier than
evidently.
you. You've always
She's a
been
Fire
there for
Emblem
me
Pro
after
tag.
all.
Like, comes with the territory.
Yeah.
I can't think of anyone worthier than you, John. Crazy statement.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Thank you from now on, you can consider me your personal physician.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
But if that's how it's going to be, I've got a lot of reading and practice to get to.
That's very different. He's got to be a general.
The Divine One's personal physician had better not make any mistakes.
Also very different.
Take your time. Once this war is over, I should have a lot fewer injuries to patch up.
That's just an entirely different line.
Yeah.
True. Thanks for believing in me. I'll work hard to become a doctor worthy of treating you.
This is another one that I'm like, I don't know what partner means.
Yeah, I don't know what word's being used there.
Would you mind checking?
This is see if I can find the Japanese
This is the other,
text.
like, really... This is the other one that I would expect, like you said, to be more controversial, and it's odd that it isn't.
Let me see if I can...
Looking at it, it's a little bit less lovey-dovey than the Anna one, so, like, I get that. I do think you're right. I do think him being a boy plays into it some. Yeah, that was fine how it showed up on screen. I don't know why looking back it looks like that.
Oh, that's really strange. That's really strange. Did it have that when I think of you, I feel strong? I don't remember that being there when we...
Actually, you're right. I don't know that it
That
did.
line didn't show up.
Yeah, you're right.
So it kind of leads
You're
into
somebody
the pact
I
ring
know I can
thing,
always
even though
rely
it's
on.
weird.
I mean, that's right there. Mahane says, I found a doc with all the scripts in Japanese, English, and Chinese. Would you like me to link it to you?
That would actually be useful. According to this forum post, the word used in Japanese is partner, which is like literally a translation of the word partner, which doesn't necessarily mean romantic partner, but is more ambiguous in Japanese.
Yeah.
Leaning more towards the, like, platonic partner.
Okay. Yeah, I think this one is still, like, it's definitely more platonic sounding all the way through, but I'm also, like, it is just weird to, like, be like, it comes out of, like, because he doesn't give us anything here, it comes out of even more nowhere to me to be like, you should have this ring, and I totally agree with Sean that it's like, is there not somebody more deserving than me?
Yeah, it's really weird.
I feel like this very much just feels like we have to have relationships, but not, here's a stapler. Like, put something together. Okay. Like, it definitely still has the, like, I'll grow up and, like, be better to you thing that I think really bothered people with Anna as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I mean, that is still a present factor. But, yeah, people just didn't care as much.
Fire Emblem, engage.
You were feeding the baby, but I was like, it was very odd to me too that it's like, in Fates, we decided that, like, Gunther needed to not be supportable for a while.
Mm-hmm.
In one of the routes. So it's really odd to me that, like, they made that, in my opinion, very arbitrary decision because he's not playable for a single chapter. Like, I just would not, like, if you were having me write this, I would just probably, like, outside of all the, like, what are our intentions, like, I just would sidestep the issue in its entirety and just not have S supports with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would probably be how I would handle it. Because it's something that it's like, if you're... I do feel like it's just a losing topic. If you're wading into it, like, as a creator, you just lose. So probably just don't. We should already have some level of support with her because we were using her at the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What do we at with her? Oh, it's just C. Okay.
Time to take a short...
The Divine Dragon looks so cool drinking water! Note for the fan club. The Divine Dragon loves to drink water.
Oh, that's very different. What? Why is that in quotes?
I don't know.
Is that what the fan club is supposed to be saying?
This is really strange, Mahane, but I can't find supports for Aleer in the thing you sent me.
That's weird.
Hey,
I'm really
Fran?
confused.
Can I talk to you for a minute? It's kind
Do
of
they use her
important.
Japanese name or something?
You want to have
I don't know
an
if it's
important
good.
Aleer's
conversation
name was
with
the
me?
Let me see.
Am I dreaming? Is this happening?
No, you're not. And yes, it is. Look, I'm sorry to say this, but could you take it easy?
Oh
with
no, they
the
have a
cheers
totally
and
different name.
whatnot? Huh?
What is it?
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but really, you're making it hard to focus. When
Do
each
you-
battle is more
do
difficult than the
you-
last, I can't
do
afford to be
you do?
distracted during training.
Bless you.
Like,
Interesting.
it's being transliterated as RYURU, but also as LUEUR. I'm not really 100% sure how it's supposed to be pronounced.
It's the Dio thing, la 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 or whatever.
Yeah.
Can't say that, man. There you go.
You're right. I wanted to support you, but I'm just being annoying.
We're supporting right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't intend to...
No, it's not your fault. I'm only crying because I'm so worthless. I promise to stay out of your hair from now
Yeah,
on.
like,
Your beautiful, flowing, perfect hair!
them being a year apart is crazy.
Oh, Fram.
Like, that just does not feel intended to me.
Whew. Thank you. Thank you. What?
Oh, she likes this more, okay.
What? 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 What?
Just hear her say
Thank you.
"wah" a billion times is ridiculous.
Thank you.
She finna wah.
Thank
She's not just finna wah, she did wah.
Thank you.
Multiple times.
Thank you. Thank you.
At least Fram finally figured out her place in the army. Worthless. Oh.
Fram, I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't mean to upset you.
Nah, it's okay. I'm sorry for bursting into tears like that. I've just felt really attached to you since you woke up. No, scratch that. Since before you woke up. I used to sit and chat with you about my life.
Really?
That makes sense.
If something exciting happened, I'd tell you the good news with a big smile on my face. Or if something was making me sad, I'd sit next to you and have a good cry about it. You were always so easy to talk to. Every single day I sat there and waited for you to wake up.
I didn't realize that.
I knew you couldn't actually hear me.
I can relate.
I was just living out my own little fantasy.
I've definitely done that for people that usually are close to dying. You just talk to them about your day and stuff, because I worry that, like, when people are not responsive, like, people don't talk to them very much. And I've definitely taken care of some people that they didn't have anybody else there to talk to them. But, yeah, you talk to them about whatever. Like, it's kind of dark, but it's like they're not gonna, like, go around blabbing all your secrets, so you can just tell them anything. And you need to, like, not just, like, trauma dump or something. That would be crazy. But you can talk about stuff, and I think that's interesting.
But then you woke up. I was so excited to talk to you for real. I got kinda carried away.
Fram, I have a request. Please, go back to cheering for me like you did before.
What? But you said...
I did. But that was before I knew you kept me company for so long. As far as I'm concerned,
She's
you
meeting
can
her
be
My
as loud
goodness,
and
I'm
distracting
so
as
mad
your
at this
heart
translation
desires.
mod.
Really?
Oh, Divine
Yeah.
One, you're every bit as
Okay,
amazing
I'm
as I always
like going
imagined.
through Anna's best support.
Okay, hang on. Let's finish this and then we'll get to
Yeah.
Swear to continue my wholehearted support. As your #1 fan, I'll keep cheering for you with all my heart and soul.
Perfect. I wouldn't have it any other way.
The Divine One looked right at me!
Okay. To cut back to her sitting calmly in the chair is really funny. Sorry, okay. So.
Let me do one other line just so I can check something.
I hate her. I hate her so much. I think Fram is fine. Like, especially with that context that it's like, I've been talking to you probably for years. Like, I've been sharing my life with you. I've been sharing everything with you. You mean a lot to me. And it's weird because it's one way. Like, you didn't actually hear all that, so... But... I don't know. Fram doesn't, like, annoy me, really.
Whew.
Okay, let's do her packed ring. Because I forget if it was Mahane or Coco that said that one also got some
Hey, Fran.
attention.
There you are.
Divine One, it's you! What can I do for you?
I have something important to talk to you about. It's time, I think, to reevaluate the DDFC.
Well, I tried to make sure my cheering wasn't so annoying. I guess it didn't work, huh?
No, that's not it at all.
Oh, are you promoting the Divine Dragon fan club to Divine Dragon official fan club?
No, that's not it either.
I know that's an island in the background, a floating island to the right, but it looks like a strawberry.
Demoting us to unofficial fan club, then?
Definitely not that.
Well, what is it then, Divine One? Come on!
Okay, here goes. I don't want you to be my #1 fan.
No. Too painful. Can't breathe. If I'm not a fan of the Divine Dragon, then...
If there is one fan of the Divine Dragon, I forget what the whole copy pasta is. Oh wait, that's changed. What?
The Divine Dragon, then who am I even?
That
Whoa,
also
Fran,
has terrible grammar.
Please calm down.
Yeah.
I don't want you to
I'd
be
rather
my
throw
#1
myself
fan
away
because
from Somniel.
I want you to be my #1 ally.
#1 ally. #1 ally?
You had my back long before I woke up.
And see, like, if Japan uses partner again, I think that's fine. But, like, I don't know. Is there a better one than, like, maybe #1 ally in this context is a fine way to express that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any, like, good, real, easy equivalent in English. Aside from partner.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You watched over me on sunny days and on rainy days, on happy days and sad days.
Yes, of course. I'd love to be your #1 ally. You and me, battle friends forever.
Yeah, I don't love how that's written either.
Well then, Fram,
I'm just being
this
pedantic.
is for you. Well then, Fram?
Okay, then you're my only partner. What?
Packed
Okay, that's a little bit different.
Divine One, that's super valuable. Are you sure?
I also prefer important to valuable. I don't know
am.
if that's... I'm questioning everything now.
Oh,
Wah
no.
is fine.
Fram,
She did
are
wah.
you okay? That makes me happy, Fram.
Oh, but just one teensy thing. I don't want to stop being your fan. I want to be your #1 ally and your #1 fan. Is that okay? You mean everything to me. Plus, I think I can handle both roles, you know?
It says Fram crying woke up my cat. Bottom tier.
If anyone can, you can.
That's funny.
I am very lucky to have an ally and a fan like you.
Thank you. From now on, I'll be cheering you on and standing by your side. Allies for always!
This is such an awkward perspective. In first person, how is Alir standing for their arm to be like that?
I was about to be like, well, like, crouching, and then I was like, wait, no. That... I don't know, actually.
Like, when in first person vision, your arm is coming from an upward angle.
You didn't see the box she was standing on?
I mean, standing on a box does not change how you see your own arm.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Okay. That is, yeah.
So,
that's what I never would have noticed because I am not an artist. But, like, yeah, that is very weird.
So, the line from the translation mod, right? You know, I'm still a child, I'm too young for that kind of thing, but I thought you should have the best one as a sign of our ... bond ... Okay? Actually going through and translating it and looking at the word used where they put bond. So the line is more, I'm still a child, so it's too early for that sort of thing. It's a sign of our friendship.
Oh.
The word used for friendship here
means... I maybe should have been checking this the whole time, because I was like, it's telling me it's adding a page in the notebook each time, and I'm not looking at that, because I've just been ignoring it. That also might matter.
Maybe.
But sorry, go ahead.
The word used that they translate as bond ambiguously is close friendship, close friend, good friend, chum, or pal in Japanese. It's the word nakayoji. So the way they had it, this like our ... bond, that's not how it's phrased at all in Japanese. It's like an exclamation about friendship. There's no ... dots in there in that line.
So what Anna really said was like, it's a testament to like our friendship?
Yeah, it's like, I'm still a kid, so it's too early for that sort of thing. It's a sign of our friendship. Like, on relationship day, it's a sign of our friendship, because, like, I'm too young to date you.
So what you're saying is this hot button culture worry thing is completely invented, pretty much.
Well, yeah, and that's where I'm saying, like, I have some qualms with this translation mod, because I feel like they're just trying to go for the envelope pushing things and not necessarily what's most accurate to the spirit of the original script. Especially because, like, using this ambiguous word bond rather than friendship for a word that pretty clearly means friendship is like, I don't know, that to me is like, you're doing that on purpose.
I'm curious what her page in the journal is.
Yeah, I don't know, we can see. I also have no idea whether they retranslated those or whether they're
I would
what they originally were.
Not, because...
We don't have any way to tell because there's no voice line.
No, but I would think not because they didn't say they did.
Oh, did they not?
I don't think so. It says she... Oh, is she ever here? No. It says she's poolside. Oh, she's at... Is she at the... Alright, I don't know.
Says, so the guy was rage baiting at work. That's kind of what it feels like, to be quite honest.
I
can see you could read Anna's as being problematic if you really wanted to, but I feel like it's way more innocuous than everyone their mothers made it out to be. It's just a, hey, I'm too young to date you, so let's have a friendship necklace. If anything, Alir makes it a little weird just handing this ring over randomly.
Kind of like John.
Yeah. I'm curious how many of her S supports are like that abrupt.
I don't know what country Anna's from.
I think she's from Brodia.
No, apparently not.
Is she in the last list?
Oh, there she is.
Oh.
Okay, so what does it say? She shares product ideas with you to develop her business. The day you became partners is more important for you two than your own birthdays. She keeps the pact ring on a string around her neck.
Okay. You have business ideas.
I mean, that being more important than your own birthdays is kind of weird, but I'm also like, I've seen no outrage about this. I think that people just are like me and just did not read it. Because I'm like, that's...
I don't know.
Kind of weird, but...
I don't know, if you, like... If we're treating this as the extra special best friendship ring, like, I could see the day you met your best friend being, like, more of an important day to you than your own birthday is.
Well, it's not the day you met, it's the day that you gave them a ring that signifies we're besties, which I still, like, I find myself returning to. That is dumb as a concept.
Yeah, I mean, the whole fact the bond ring is here is a really weird forced holdover from Fate's Awakening, I feel like.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't think that is particularly weird.
Vale and I are siblings. What if I give it to Vale?
I don't know.
That sounds like an interesting one. So, it's counterculture versus the popular culture, and both sides are just throwing their biases out with no context. That's irritating. Yeah, seems that way.
Yeah, and this is why, like, I'm so hesitant to really throw in too much on one side or the other when people are talking about, like, controversial censorship issues and how problematic X or Y thing is, because it's like, I don't know, unless you give me the actual text and let me go to a Japanese dictionary and start looking these things up, I don't know whether you're being straight with me, regardless of which side you're on.
And there's a lot of motivations out there to not be straight with you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I feel like the more I look into the Anna one, the less questionable it is. It's still weird, but a lot of these feel weird, so...
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like the whole S support thing feels tacked on and poorly written.
But you feel like it's not necessarily
Do you
uniquely
remember when
weird?
you gave me the dragon stone?
No, not really.
I wish I could say I did, but everything from before I woke up is hazy.
Well,
But I feel like also
this
it's like,
one time,
because I'm
1,000
treating
years ago.
Alir as
We
more or
only
less
met
17, although I know you're not, it's kind of like, it's,
All of our siblings
you know,
had died in the
two
war. You were the only
kids
one
being
to
like,
survive.
hey, we like
came
each
to
other,
see me.
but we're too young to be in the
I
real
was very young
relationship,
then.
so
Frail and frightened.
But it's
we'll be
also...
close
handed me the
friends.
dragon
I
stone.
forget who said it. It might have been Mahane. Or, I don't know. It was either Mahane or Blind Coco. But it was just the, like, Alir is 17 when it's convenient and not when it's convenient. But I think that's what a lot of Fire Emblem's very weird with its ages. I said the same thing with Lynn.
What do you mean not when it's convenient?
Like when she was
'Cause
talking
I don't know of any...
to Lyndon, that she was like, I'm way older than you. And it's like... I
Well, in a
suppose.
literal sense, yes. I don't know, I treat it the same kind of way as, like, Aang in The Last Airbender. He's 12, but also he's 112.
I think
so, like,
that's different.
Do you think so?
Yeah, because, like, Alir here is a race that, like, will grow to be 112 and still be young. Aang, if he was 112, would be dead. So I'm like, I think that's very different. And there's also that Aang, we know exactly how long, vaguely at least, how long he was around, because he's like
I mean,
12-ish.
the main theme of this song, of this game that starts up every time you play it says 1,000 years ago. We've been kind of beaten over the head with the fact that it was 1,000 years Alir was asleep.
But I'm saying
she's
that
effectively 1,017.
I don't know how old she was before that, because the war has been really vague, and I don't know how long it was, and I don't know how long Alir was around, like...
Well, that's why I'm saying in my argument, I accept the age list they gave, regardless of whether Saphir looks 35 or
They
not.
didn't give it, though. And that's
No,
kind of where
but it's-
I'm at. Like, it's in the code, but I don't know that I view that as canon, because it's also that, like, there's Saphir being weird, but it's also, like, Clan and Fram and Alir being 1 year apart, that I'm like, that just doesn't feel quite right. To me, at least.
Really?
Does it feel right? Like, if I'm not judging either way. Like, I think that you're making sense too. But like, do they feel 1 year apart to you?
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to forget how much people change in like a year in middle school and high school, but like
Yeah.
when you were that age, that was a big difference. We were also talking about Alir was raised by the like evil dragon emperor and fought in a war. Fram and Clan have not. They've been kids who slack off and work on an island.
But they have fought in a war now.
Now they have, yeah, but it's not like. I mean, I know it's questionable canon, but like if you look at the Fel Xenologue, you know, you see how Sombron's kids were raised effectively.
Yeah, pretty brutal.
You know, I feel like that would definitely not leave you to be, you know, happy-go-lucky Fram-style 17-year-old.
I mean, Vale kind of is.
I don't know that I fully agree with that.
Not quite as much, but she still kind of... I don't know.
Also, Vale is younger, going by this list. She's 16. So she is younger than us. But I don't know. I feel like with the fact that the DLC characters have ages in the data is definitely not like oh, they just totally dropped this and didn't want to do it. Like Gregory and Madeline and stuff have set ages.
Do they match? Well, I don't know if the villains have that. Or
I don't know. They aren't on this list. I could try and look through the data mine, but I don't know that's there.
Because I'm like, that also doesn't super mean that to me, because I think a lot of the DLC, that would mean more to me if Engage was not super delayed. Because I'm like, I'm assuming the DLC was done a really long time ago, and I don't know, like, the way it came out, it feels like they always knew they were going to have that DLC, so I would just assume they were developed at the same time. It doesn't feel like a case where it was like, oh, you guys want more? All right, well, like, we'll put something else together. It just kind of was like, yeah, we'll do this all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, like, and I heard other people say this listening to thoughts about the Xenologue, they always knew they were going to do the Xenologue because they always were going to let you marry Celestia. Like, and that, I've seen some people say they think that was the entire point of, like, having it.
You told me that you couldn't
I'm trying to see
stay
if
by
I
my
can
side,
find
but that you were still with me.
better
no matter
discussion
what.
about the ages.
So I said that to you. All that time ago.
You did. The
We could do a
Dragonstone
Fire
was
Emblem
shattered,
podcast with how
but
much
it
we
was my
talk about
protected
stuff. I
talisman
hope
for a
the
very
viewers
long
enjoy
time.
this.
I held it close
And
when
it is
Mama died,
shocking to me the
and
lack
when
of
Papa
good Fire
returned
Emblem
and said horrible
podcasts.
things to me. I knew that as long as I had the Dragonstone, I could be strong and hold on until I saw you.
Vale,
Even if you can't remember what you did, I am still so grateful. If you hadn't given me the Dragonstone, we never would have found each other again.
I'm grateful too. To think you held me in your heart all those years. Without you,
It's kind of like,
Vale, I
Fram.
wouldn't be standing here right now.
Now that we're reunited,
It's again this
we'll be
one-sided
together forever.
love I have
right?
for you that...
That's right. Nothing can separate us.
I don't know. It would be interesting if Alir, like, struggled with that. Like, I think it would be compelling if Alir struggled with that a little more. Like, the idea of that. Because I know I would if somebody, you know, it's like losing your memory and having somebody be like, you're my best friend. It's like, am I?
Thank you.
I do also, I don't think we addressed Mahane saying what makes it worse to them is that the person/people doing this mod are just putting what they want into it like Treehouse does. They're hypocrites, they hates that more than Fram, and I agree.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
It's like, oh, the translation's bad, here's what it really says, but that's not what it really says, and you're only translating part of it, and you're putting your own editorialization on it. And it's kind of ridiculous.
Fun today. So this is what it
Yeah.
feels like to have family.
And the thing that, like, the like English localizers usually say is, well, everything requires some, you know, editorializing, and my answer to these, so if they hypothetically had the same answer, my answer would be the same of, not that much.
Yeah, and that's where it's like, there's some of these things where, like, they've rewritten back a change. I'm like, I can see why that was changed. It doesn't change the content, and it makes it flow better in English. So I'm like, you know what? That makes total sense. And that localization, I'm absolutely here for. But the way both the official and this translation treat the original script is like, this is not what the original says.
No, and I do, if you're open to it, I would like to make a video about that with you. I don't, like, y'all can know it's coming. But I would love to make a video about that with you, like, that we record off air and just kind of put into the ether that's like, so we played the Decensored mod, here's what we think of it. And, because there's really not a lot of, like, not just yelling about it. And I think, like, not to, like, flex or, like, be my own biggest fan here, but I think you and I can, like, express ourselves both pretty well.
I try, at least.
So I think it would be good to have a video talking about, like, some of the changes that this makes, some of the ones that, like, compared to you just doing direct translations of the script and being like, both translations that we have in English now leave a lot to be desired. And, like, all the fighting about it kind of is not important, ultimately, because everybody is wrong. Nobody wins.
Vale,
Yeah.
something I'd like to ask you.
Because I'm not sure that's been said.
How do you feel
Well,
about
and I
our
feel
father?
like part of, like,
About
the thing is, the things everybody wants to fight about are things that turn to extremist viewpoints.
Soon
If you
we'll
talk
have
about
to
the
face
Anna
him.
supports, and it's
Not as his children, but
either
as
like,
his enemies.
oh, you super stand for, like, mega
I had to
censorship,
ask.
or you're on the side of, oh, you just want to date kids. And it's like, really, we're in the middle of, like, this is like a kid crush thing going on, and neither side is really getting up in arms over something that makes sense to.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's frustrating. So I think we could set the record straight a little bit.
Yes.
That's also why, like, I'm very, like, free speechy and don't like censorship, but you also don't see me weighing in super hard, like, when I don't have there's some that I can just guess, because, like, there's a difference between, like, colloquialisms in English that I don't think should be present. But when it's something like the Anna one, I've not, like, publicly weighed in at all, because my answer is, yeah, I would need the script in front of me and want to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. And I've not done that.
So many people in the
Yeah,
past.
and I obviously haven't, like,
now he's
gone through the
doing it
whole
again.
thing in crazy depth.
He's never
Because
shown
there's,
me
like,
kindness.
you know, I can
I'm not
paste
sure
in
he
Google
thinks of me
Translate
at
and see
all.
what look like different words and then double check that.
Mhm.
But, like, I haven't checked every single word.
No,
But it definitely, like, yeah.
I don't think you have to. I think that, like, just the most controversial bit of it, like, not being correct, is important enough that I'd feel comfortable being like, yeah, this is not good.
Yeah, it makes me start questioning the veracity of all of it.
Do you mean validity? Or, I forget the word.
I mean, both words work. Veracity works too.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the word veracity?
Yes, but I forget what it means.
Conformity to fact or accuracy.
Okay. Then yes.
So I'm basically saying it brings its truth into question.
I agree. And you and I already kind of had tells in the, like, there's some weird... They needed another proofreader. And
Yeah.
I do kind of side-eye things when you're like, I feel really passionate about this, and you don't get certain things right. Like, obviously.
Yeah, like, you know, in 4 years when we release our FDK2 translation, it's not going to have those kind of errors.
No, not at all. It really does poke... Oh, wait. Also, it'll be good to have an engaged video that's not Etier or Alchrist. Who's the best archer? Yeah, I don't have... I don't have a lot... Like, shocking to no one that watches me, I do not have a lot of, like... I don't like getting into the numbers that much. There's other people that do that, and I'll do it for Shining Force more. It really does poke a lot of holes into the integrity of the FE community on either side.
I don't know. I mean, I guess the thing is, you're also... The question is, how many people are actually willing to go and get into the script themselves and take a look at it?
Very few.
Who aren't trying to push their side. Because I'm kind of in the spot of just trying to figure out what's accurate here between two very vocal sides, which means I'm trying to, you know, look at the script with the most objective view I can. And I feel like what most of the Fire Emblem community is people who are hearing what other people are saying about it and just believing that that's correct.
I am going to go out on
And it comes down to
further-
just a, where are you sourcing your information, and can you look for yourself?
I'm going to go out on a further limb. And I'm going to say that's how a lot of our society deals with information.
Very true. I mean, you look at our culture online, that's just people sharing a bunch of posts they've never read because it supports their viewpoints.
Yeah. And you know what? Thinking about it a little bit, to be totally fair, I'm going to reach out to the retranslation team. And I'm gonna like, if I'm gonna make a video at this point, that I'm gonna do more research off air, I am gonna go through more with a fine-tooth comb. And I think I might, for spoiler reasons, do that after Engage. I might start though before. We'll see. But I'm gonna reach out to them and see if they respond, what they say, like what their thoughts are. Because I think that's fair.
Curious if they're still active / easily reachable. Because I thought
I don't know.
It had kind of stalled, but I don't know for sure.
I believe it has. Because, like, they hit this build, and, like, the thing I downloaded was several years old. I think, not several, but, like, I can double check.
Looks like, when was this last updated?
Yeah, I can double check that, too.
2 years ago.
Almost to the day, yeah. Within 2 weeks, 2 years ago. Oh,
well, not that way.
I don't know. This guy says, like, that's very outdated.
Yeah, like the Game Banana post says it's outdated.
That's
you
what
can
I'm looking
find the current version by Googling it, but when I'm Googling it, I'm not finding...
It's been taken down in a bunch of places. I think because people...
So I see there's a version
freaked out,
from...
November?
There is a version from July last year.
Okay. I wonder if that's any better. Like, I've tried to get the most updated. And I had somebody reach out to me as well in the comments of an older stream and say, like, I'm not sure on the up-to-date one is, because it wasn't working in the first, like, stream. But I said, okay, what is the updated one? And are you a member of the team? And they said no. But the most updated one is this. And I double-checked, and it's like, okay, that is what we're running.
It doesn't look like...
But I also would say, like, yes, they've added... I do think that, like, Treehouse censored a bunch. I would believe that just fine. They do that a lot. But it says, this patch is not a complete rewrite. That would take years, and focuses on censorship, trying to bring the English script closer to the original one. I'm like... I'm just not sure that you did that.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, when you're focusing on the censorship, that means you're laser focused on trying to put back in things that you think were controversial.
Which I...
And you're not...
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, which I respect, but also...
Yeah, but I feel like it's blinding you to the context and potentially what those lines actually say, because... you're coming from a position of assuming the worst.
Something I have not... I didn't really pay that much attention to, but in hindsight sticks out, is them saying, even if the patch is complete, we would appreciate bug testing, proofreading, and informing us about anything that is censored or poorly translated that we've missed. And I'm like, I've worked on translation teams before. We never said, if something is poorly translated, let us know. We didn't put out anything that we were not pretty confident in.
Yeah.
And there's some things that, like, there's definitely a couple things that we've, like, I've gotten into it with translators, not even, like, in a negative way, but it's just been, like, we both dig into the nitty-gritty, and it's like, what does this mean? And it's like, neither, even the guy that speaks both languages is like, I don't know.
Yeah. And I'll also say, like, the last few version updates listed on this page don't seem to affect any of the things we've been discussing.
Oh, okay.
They're all changes to things that...
I'm on that summer patch, just to be clear.
You are on that patch?
Yes,
2.1?
we are on 2.1.
Okay, so this is their, like, big final thing they're proud of, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I just question it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... yeah, I'll reach out to them. I'll do what I have to do that. If I have to make an account on whatever forum, I'll do it, and I'll reach out to them. And I'll give that before the video goes up. Like, it'll take us a while to make it, but before it goes up, I will give them a reasonable amount of time. This is not going to be like, hey, this goes live tomorrow. Do you have a comment? Like,
yeah,
I will give them a couple of weeks to get back to me. But let's see what Vale says, and then see if there's any other we want to check out.
Just like you. So I can't hate him entirely.
I understand.
Sometimes I just wish I could be part of a happy family. But I know that's a silly dream. At the very least, I hope I can stop Papa before he hurts anyone else. No.
I do think in a more sane world that, like,
that is how I feel
Nintendo would
Thank you
see
for telling me, Vale.
this
I feel
blowback
the
as
same.
well, and just stop
The
censoring
time for
things quite so
reconciliation is
much.
long past.
Because that,
I will
I
use
think in
all
this
of my
case,
power to
that
stop
clearly
Sondheim.
backfired.
But I won't be able to do it without you.
Because if they did
Don't
just do a
worry.
more faithful translation
You
based
and
on what
me
you're
and
saying,
the rest of our friends,
that would have not been
we'll
real
stop him
controversial.
together.
It would have been much
I
less
feel like-
than...
I definitely feel like there was
When
so
it's
many
all
people pretty
over,
up in
our
arms
future
over
can
it.
truly begin.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they'd be
For our
wrong,
future.
but...
But people are going to do that for everything. I just think it might have been less. Alright, let's grab our ring and give it to Vale. And then I think I'm good on these, like, unless there's just one more that y'all think we have to see, but I'm good to just...
Did we actually do Linden's, or did we just get him to A?
Oh, you're right, we just got him to A, dang it.
Yeah, we did that and then went and did John, I think.
I think you're right, I think I got distracted. Do we still have him at A? Yeah, okay, that'll be easy to see. Save that there. Okay. In case I break it somehow.
There you are. I have something I want to give you.
Oh?
It's for you. I hope you love it.
What a beautiful stone. It's so clear and blue. You went looking for it just for me?
Yeah, since you don't have a dragon stone because you're a loser.
I did. I wanted to give you something.
Oh, it actually
that
is.
The dragon stone you gave me so long ago. I've poured all my energy into it. So, if we get separated again, we can find each other.
That's sweet.
We really are siblings, it seems.
What do you mean?
Vale, I also have something I'd like to give you.
This is... the pact ring.
Yes. It's for you, Vale. You're my dear sister and the person most precious to me.
But...
I can't imagine giving this ring to
Partners,
anyone
again,
else.
such a weird thing to use there.
I can't accept this.
In
This
any
is very
sense.
special to you, Divine One. I'm the one
Yeah.
who took Lumera's life. I don't deserve it.
That's not true.
I have a brother, and I
You
would
do
never be
deserve
like, here's a
and I
ring,
want you to have
because we're such great partners. He'd be like, are you okay?
Besides, I know Mother would want this. She would want both of us to be happy, no matter what.
I I understand. I will take it then. You gave me the dragon stone and I made it my talisman. This ring? It will be my new one.
That makes me happy. I know how much the Dragonstone meant to you. I hoped this could replace it. No, not so much replace it. More like symbolize something new. Our bond as siblings.
Yeah, bond is fine there.
Of course, I had no idea you'd go and give me a pretty stone before I could give you this ring.
I'm glad I did. I like that we think so similarly.
You gave me the stone so that we'd always be able to find each other. But I'm not going anywhere, Vale. You and I are family, and we're sticking together.
The ring and the stone. They can remind us that we never have to be apart again. Okay, let's win this war and bring peace to the world. For Lumera. She would like that.
Okay, Vale calling Alir Divine One just feels wrong.
Yes, she would.
I didn't think about it.
Together.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You're right. But, where is it? Hang on. There you go.
I swear on this ring. I'll stand by your side and be a dragon who's ready to save the world.
I mean, that's a cute one. I never looked at what this even does. Boon of Elios. If unit initiates combat, grants bonus to crit and dodge equal to 2 times the number of allies who have acted this turn. What a weird buff. Ally notebook. We can go through that real quick. Oh, what if we... Okay, last one. What if we do Nell? Or Nil. I mean, Rafal. What is he... Like, he's gonna be like, the hell is this? Like, I don't think any of them will, like, reject it, but it would be really funny if he was just like, ew, no, like, why?
Fire Emblem! Engage!
Alright, we should be able to do Linden pretty easy. Also, I feel like I should say ahead of time, like, y'all are, like, awesome, so I don't have to worry about it, but, like, anybody else coming across like this, don't, like, go harass the Decensor team.
I will say it feels like from those posts it's less a team and more one guy.
Maybe, but I don't know. Usually, like, the translation teams I've been a part of, we do kind of like somebody is the face of it. So it could be that, but I don't know.
Say,
I haven't even looked at that broom closet out there. I don't know what that is.
So this is the Pact Ring. I can tell already that there's great power bound up in it. You don't mind if I experiment with it a bit, hmm? First, I'll test its reaction to thunder.
Why would you do that?
Wait, stop! That ring is very important.
Just winding you up, Divine One.
It's a very grandpa thing to do.
So, is there some reason you're showing me this ring?
I was hoping you'd wear it.
I suppose I could, but why?
As a sign of our partnership?
Pardon?
I feel like the editorializing there is probably better. Like, as a sign of our partnership actually kind of makes sense in this one.
What's gotten into you?
As much as,
Why
like,
would
giving
you
somebody a
want
ring...
partnership with me,
like,
of all people. I thought you were bright, but you're proving yourself an utter fool.
Okay, there's a rejection.
I'm far too old to enter into something new with anyone now.
I'm curious what the original is on that one, too. You know what I mean? Are you there, Taya?
I had myself muted.
Oh.
Oops. Yeah, kind kind of curious. I still have this page open.
Because
find Lyndon.
I have my wife in heaven is definitely like implying that the ring. It's like we know this is a romantic thing, but it could just be like I'm wondering if the original could be something like I am too old to like start kind of a new chapter, like start something new, in a more vague sense that also is like it could be other things.
We work well together. This ring is a sign of the partnership we already have. We're stronger together. I want to seal that bond in the hopes of saving the world.
It has to be me, huh? There's no one younger. I only have so many years left.
Well, I tried to give it to Jean, and he said there must be somebody more deserving, and so I tried to give it to you, and now you're...
You do this, and you
no, the
end up
original
feeling
line
like
is
I did the
basically
day
I have a
lost
wife
my
in heaven, I can't be special to anyone else. That's basically correct.
Okay. I mean, interesting.
And then, I mean, the next line is Alir saying, the way it's phrased here, at least, is I understand this is merely a partnership in battle.
I mean, that's pretty much what they say.
This would be a partner relationship in battle is phrased really strangely.
Yeah.
Saying, like, this is merely a partnership in battle, it feels more like actually, like, allaying your fears and, like, but, yeah.
I wonder if some of that is just they didn't have a proofreader that was strong in English, because a lot of the translators I've worked with, like, I can't, like, talk crap because they speak 2 languages and I speak 1 mostly, but, like, they also don't have the greatest grasp on English. I've definitely had to help out with that.
Nothing but sorrow for you lies down that road.
I mean, that's also really, like, so you love me, huh?
Right now matters more.
That comparison's crazy.
You're alive now. I draw inspiration and strength from you now. Besides, even if I choose someone younger, I'm a dragon. I'd outlive any of them anyway.
Actually, really good point.
Do you really think I'm a fool to ask this of you?
No, you aren't. If one of us is being foolish here, it's me. You came to me in need, and I brushed you off without a second thought. Give me the ring, and I'll give you whatever I've got left.
I appreciate that. Really.
Listen to me. I sound so ungrateful. Thank you for this gift. I'll make sure that it's worth your while. Now, shall we go save the world?
That was also a really weird one.
They didn't, like, fully retranslate that last line, I think. Can I see that last line again? Can you pull up the thing still?
Yeah, I can.
I'll make sure that's worth your while. That's kind of... So the original line is more like, you're truly a troublesome person, but I will never let you regret your bond with me. We'll definitely save the world. I like that so much more than just the, I'll make sure it's worth your while. It's just like...
It has a lot more character, I guess I should say, so I like it for that reason, but I still do not like this. It's just, like... And this, to me, does not square with the rest of them, that it's like, it's a platonic ring. He's like, you're gonna feel like the day my wife died. You're gonna feel like that with me. I'm like... That's a really strong platonic ring, huh?
I don't know. I guess, like, to me, Lyndon is a character who flip-flops between being a total goofball and kind of drowning in grief in a few ways. So I feel like he takes it more seriously, whether it's warranted or not. I don't know. I mean, he had his whole, like, line of, like, with Saphir of, hey, my village was attacked. Do you know anything about this? Like, please kill me. Like, I don't know. I don't know if the way he takes things is the best meter stick to judge by.
Both of you get along like dad and child, always laughing together at his experiments. He keeps the pact ring in a locket, and says he'll wear it for the first time at your coronation ceremony.
Yeah, that doesn't sound exactly romantic to me.
but the other one was. It's so... I think the conclusion I'm coming to is I hate the ring.
I really think.
Oh, I can view that.
Oh.
I can do that the whole time.
Get your new screensavers.
Wallpaper.
Yeah. Your lock screen is Lyndon with the packed ring.
I love. We should do a series that's like describe a Fire Emblem fan that doesn't exist. Like that.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the whole packed ring stuff feels, like I said, kind of tacked on for the sake of Fate's Awakening, and just not a good idea.
I hate it.
Fire Emblem, engage.
Kind of the same way the Alear ring kind of works and exists is just like they wanted to do a thing, but it doesn't really mesh with everything else going on at all.
It's again the like, I have a whiteboard full of ideas. Oh, let's do all of them. That doesn't make sense. So, okay,
Yeah.
we'll do all of them.
And honestly, I feel like it's kind of like if you wanted to do a packed ring kind of thing, don't do the packed ring. Just make it you actually give Alear's ring to somebody.
Yeah,
like Alear
I like
has
that.
an emblem ring now. Why do we need 2 rings that associate you with the dragon? It's like, oh, I'm giving you my packed ring, but this other unit's way stronger, so they're going with my real ring.
People are just
like,
blinged out. Wearing like 4 rings. What you gonna do about it? I've always been of the mind that if a team is doing a translation and one of those is into English, there needs to be a native English speaker in order to create proper syntax for the lines. I mean, I have also been an English tutor, and like I talk with a lot of native English speakers that can't do that.
That is tragically true.
Like, it's not, unfortunately, that is not all that you would need.
I'll be right back and I'll see if I can get Mira to go back to bed.
Alright, we're gonna do Rafal.
Alright, I'll let you
we're
butter
doing-
him up.
Alright, we're doing Panette after that, and then I'm moving on, because I've been on this way too long. But
This has been like 2 or 3 hours.
I kind of don't care, because that's what y'all come here for sometimes. You come here for me to, like, deep dive into stuff. I think. I don't know. I probably shouldn't tell y'all why you come here. Let's see. Where's Rafal? He's not around a lot. Nope, still not around. This is why I just gave the dang thing to Saphir. I didn't think about it too much and just went with the lady I resonated with based on their conversations with Alear specifically. Which is fine. I think that's what you're supposed to do. I just am, like, weirdly autistic about stuff, and I want to know, like, what happens. And especially with how controversial this has been. Like, this has been one of the most controversial Fire Emblem things in a minute. Maybe ever. So I'm like, I really do want an informed opinion on it, and I think the best way to do that is just see it for myself. Poolside means so much. Is he at the store? No, that's still Anna. Is he behind the pool? Where? Oh, no, that's... Who even is that? Is that Marnie? I think. Where's Rafal? What do you mean poolside? Is he standing on that, like, outcropping down south? No? Am I crazy? Is he in the pool and I didn't notice? Clan and Tamara.
happy to see you.
Oh, is he swimming around? Is that Rafal? Can I even talk to him like that? No. No, I can't. That's so annoying! The one doing laps. Yeah, that just... yeah, I can talk to them. I can't talk to Rafal. Okay, back to my room I go, I guess. I saw his platinum hair. It's a good color. But yeah, I am gonna do some kind of, like, Engage review. I just need to do it. I probably... I'm like, I'll start on it next week, but I'm like, I still hesitate to do that before completely finishing it. Okay, is it the training yard? That should be fine. We doing squats? Nope. Standing here? Yep, okay.
Ah.
I mean, I wanted to see his, like,
Thank
supports anyway. So this is fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alright, is that A? That's B. That's taking a while.
Great weather we're having today, wouldn't you say, Rafal? Perfect for a long walk.
Hugh, did you retain nothing of what I said? Did I not tell you to leave me be?
I remember, but I have so much I want to talk to you about that I couldn't possibly stay away.
You could at least sound less pleased with yourself about it. The tone is not endearing. Very well then, out with
He's
it.
perfect to give
what
the
is
ring
it you
to.
wished to discuss?
It's gonna be great.
I was going to ask you about all your likes and dislikes, but if I have to pick just one topic, I'd like to know how you spent your time while you were waiting for Nell to wake up.
There is little to know. I waited, alone. If you insist on details, I held her hand, and I prayed continually that she would wake. I prayed for another opportunity to be a brother to her. A proper one this time. I wanted the chance to make her happy. And above all, I wanted her to know my true name.
I see.
Beyond that, my thoughts were simple. If she does not wake today, then perhaps tomorrow. Before I knew it, 1,000 years had passed.
My mother's experience must have been similar.
The time was nothing to me. The days prior to her awakening were an insignificant blur. But I will never forget the smile she gave me on the day she finally woke. At any rate, that is all there is to tell. She woke, we came here, and you know the rest.
You say that like waiting 1,000 years was trivial. It wasn't. Not just anyone could do that.
Your praise is uncalled for. My motivations were entirely selfish, I assure you. All the same, I do not think I would have done it if not for what you said before we parted ways. In that regard, you are as responsible for Nell's return as I am. And you have my thanks.
You sounded a bit like Nell just then. You might say the resemblance between you is almost familial at this point.
I mean, they are siblings.
After all that, you mock me? This conversation was a mistake.
No, Rafal, I didn't mean to...
Enough of this prattle. Good.
A perfect for a long walk off a short pier. Yeah, Rafal is like something.
Ah. Thank you.
I don't know, like, what else to get. Does he like
Well
the spooky
done.
scroll? Yeah. That makes sense.
Well done.
What if I give you horse manure?
Oh my.
I don't know what to do with the horse manure.
Well. Thank you.
Okay.
You, take these.
Huh? What's this? A bundle of... Oh, there are sweets inside.
The kitchen staff held me hostage until I made these confections. I did what had to be done.
You made these from scratch. For me? They look wonderful, Rafal. Thank you so much. Do you mind if I have some now?
Do as you like. Though there is something you should know. The treats come in 2 varieties. One is quite
Is he
ordinary.
just a tsundere?
While the other is, special flavor.
Is that
I'll
sort of the
admit, I'm
idea?
curious,
But I don't see male tsunderes
But
very
I
much.
think I'll save the special kind for last. Let's try a regular one.
Is that supposed to be the idea?
Sweet! Too sweet! It burns! Is it supposed to burn? You call that ordinary flavor?
That is like the most emotion we've seen from Alir. That's hilarious.
This whole endeavor was worth it for the look on your face alone. I should have clarified. I meant ordinary for me. Any less sweet than that, and I'd taste nothing.
I shudder to think what your idea of a special flavor is. I don't know if I have it in me.
If the fear is too much to bear, you can simply give them away. Or discard them altogether.
You know better than to suggest that. Okay, you've convinced me. Here goes nothing.
It's gonna be good.
Oh, wow. This one's amazing. It's all my favorite flavors combined in perfect balance.
With your sensitive palate in mind, I used an exceptionally small amount of each flavoring.
So that's what you meant by special.
I would encourage you to savor these treats, because they are the last I will ever produce. Not that I regret the effort spent. As folk here say, actions are stronger gratitude than words.
It's been an incredible experience, thank you. I can tell you put your heart into making them.
Hey, serious lol.
There's just one
Hope you're having a
problem,
good day
Rafal.
so far.
What is that?
How am I supposed to find room in my stomach for dinner?
Walk it off, Divine One.
We've had quite the discussion. We're doing a lot of like the S supports to see what they look like.
What was our C to A supports with Rafal, by the way?
I hate you, I hate you, I made you chocolate.
Oh, perfect.
That's genuinely what it's been. And
that sounds about right.
I was pondering, is he supposed to just be a male tsundere, and because I don't see that, I'm not recognizing it?
Ah.
He doesn't even feel tsundere to me. He's just a jerk.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving me a hand with the supplies. I couldn't have
So
done
this is
all
our
that
pact doing
without
with
you.
him.
I had some spare time. Think nothing of it.
It wasn't nothing, though. You did almost all the heavy lifting. I should make it up to you. Oh, I know. How about I brew you a nice cup of tea later?
Your gentle demeanor perplexes me. How can you be so caring in the middle of a bitter war? I was shocked to learn that you are a fell dragon in this world. If you had been born one of my siblings, your disposition would have led you to a quick death.
Tell me how you really feel.
These are not my feelings. These are facts.
Oh, I wonder if I can go back. We also got the most emotion we've ever had from Alir.
Oh?
Yeah, she tries the chocolates he made. Yeah, and so he's like, I'm curious, but, or yeah, she says, I'm curious, I'll save the special one for last. Let's try the regular.
Sweet! Too sweet! It burns! Is it supposed to burn?
Wow.
You are helpful to a fault, heedless of your own burdens, and recklessly curious. In short, a fool.
I like a stupid dragon more.
You seem to kind of enjoy spending your time around fools lately. You journeyed from another world to risk your life for a fool, who's very grateful, incidentally.
Say what you like.
I will, because even if you'd never admit it, I know that you listen and you care. I see that clearly now.
Huh.
But you said actions express gratitude better than words, Rafal, and you were right. I've been thinking about it for a while now, and I've decided I want you to have this.
Is that what I think it is?
It's the pact ring, a symbol of a deep and special bond.
I may possess superficial charm, but giving this to me would be foolish, even by your standard.
I know you find me attractive.
Moreover, it would be wrong. I have done nothing to earn such an honor. Any partner of yours should be more pure.
Agreed.
I'm a fell dragon just like you, remember? You said so yourself.
That is not what I think he meant.
Side once too.
That is not
And
what I would have
every bit
taken
as
that
impure
as.
as you are.
Even so,
You're the one I want to give this to, Rafal. You and nobody else.
All I'm thinking of is him going, "Kill me! I'll do it again!"
You're already an indispensable part of my life. I'm only asking you to continue to be that.
when you put it that way, it seems I have little choice. Who else will keep an eye on you? Very well. You have my word. I will remain by your side, fighting for your cause, until the end. Even if the rest of the world should turn against you, I will be here. I swear it.
Thank you. That means a great deal to me.
I will only say this once, so mark me well. You said that you wanted me to be happy. When I first came here, I was content merely to embark upon a new life, as a new person. But the more time I spend with you, the more I miss you when you are absent. So, in return for my oath, I would like you to swear something to me. Swear that you will never leave my side. That we will explore what the future holds together.
I mean, that's definitely a romantic one. And then we'll check the ally notebook. It's weird that these feel like endings. Though he'll seldom admit it, he is deeply caring and fiercely jealous. He keeps the pact ring in a vessel made from his own scales and is very careful about showing it to anyone. That sounds like he keeps it in the toenail jar or something. I don't like that.
It's even left ring finger. I think that's the finger they wear their engage rings on
Fire
too,
Emblem.
though.
Engage.
I have no idea.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure when they wear the emblem rings, that's where it's depicted.
I also don't know if Japan cares about handedness in that. I'm not really sure.
Not sure.
I've got friends that are American that don't. Okay, so we're doing Panette, and we're moving on. You missed us having to hunt down Nerfall too, that was kind of silly. Because he was swimming in the pool, so I couldn't talk to him. So we had to go back and rest more. Oh yeah, she likes meat and stuff, so that makes sense. Okay. Okay, we're about to be there with Panette, so we're good.
Damn. Guess it won't be so easy to find them after all.
Panette? You're up late.
Good evening, Divine One.
What's that letter you're reading?
I employed a Solmic investigator to find my parents. This is her report. Alas, it seems the search has come up empty.
Huh. I thought you said your parents were horrible people.
Yes, well, our conversation made me realize I have some feelings in need of resolution. I thought perhaps now, with the benefits of time, I could speak to them with a cooler head. Thus my desire to track them down. Assuming they are still alive, of course.
I'm impressed. It's brave of you to try facing them after all these years. Panette, how about I help you find your parents?
Oh, no. I would not dream of such an imposition.
It's the least I can do to repay you for your training. Besides, we've seen our share of dangerous battles together. You, me, the others, we have a connection. We help each other.
I don't know
Let
how
me
we're
help
going to
you,
resolve
please.
this. Oh, we're just going to push it to after the war.
Very well then. I will gratefully accept your aid. Truth be told,
I was like, this is an
even
A
if we do
support.
not find my parents, I have already found my family. What more do I truly need?
Okay, we're saving, we're giving her the ring,
You
and we're
see-
moving on. This is my canon ending.
No word on your missing parents today, I take it. Don't lose hope yet. We'll keep looking.
What a weird way to open that conversation. Are your parents still missing? Tough.
Divine One, I have come to the conclusion that it is time to abandon the search for my parents.
But we just started a minute ago.
But why?
It is regrettable, but we have searched high and low. There is nothing more to be done. That said, I thank you sincerely. You have been a steadfast companion throughout. Searching for my parents with you has been enjoyable.
So we didn't wait to the end of the war.
I hope we can continue on together.
Fascinating.
If that's what you want, Panette, then yes. I would like to continue on with you.
You can boo me if you want, that's fine.
I don't understand.
I told you before we had a connection. But it's more than that.
Hello, Nick.
I mean, I want us to be more.
I don't know, are you sure you're not her dad? Could be.
Please, take this.
That's the pact ring.
You're supposed to give it to someone you care for deeply. For me, that's you.
Divine One, I cannot. My parents were once wildly happy with one another. But in time, their relationship soured.
Well, they just don't get along with anybody, huh?
People's feelings change. I cannot bear the thought of that happening to us.
That was your past, Panette. You have a whole future ahead of you. Everyone has their ups and downs. You and I, too. Good times and otherwise. But you have the agility of a raptor, and now so do I. We can evade anything together.
Treehouse casually canonizing dinosaurs.
Over and over again. You astonish me, Divine One. I see I've impressed upon you the importance of agility, but what of the rest of the Brawler's art?
Nothing to do with us. So, what do you think? Will you accept this ring?
Yes, I will. Gladly. Stay with me from now until forever.
Of course. I am your partner, and you are mine.
I like the sound of that.
I don't. We wives now.
I can think of no one I'd rather fight beside. You are the one I truly adore.
Okay, so be with, and can you check that one for me, since that's like the canon one we're going with? If you still have the thing up.
Yeah, give me 1 sec.
I do want to clarify I'm playing up my dislike of Panette for the bit, lol. I still don't like her, but I respect that I'm the minority. I know that. That's pretty obvious to me. It's fun. Nick, you have missed a ton of debate, but basically Teodrin and I have lost a lot of faith in the translation mod. They did get Linden's pretty accurate, so I guess some of it is right, but I'm still like, if it's the most controversial thing in the game, you really should get it right, and I feel like I'm not sure how much of that controversy is created by this.
You know, I just found something kind of interesting.
Uh-oh.
Panette's name in Japanese is Panettone, which sounds like Pantone, which is the color system, which would tie in with her really colorful outfit.
It's the color. What color system?
Pantone. It's an American company with a proprietary color order system used in a variety of industries. It's a color system company.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just kind of interesting that I feel like her Japanese name is a reference to that, and that relates to her being so colorful.
I think you're right, and we must have lost that. I don't know.
Well, we have more stringent things on using names of companies and things in the US generally.
True.
So it's probable if they wanted to sidestep that.
Oh, we can actually just see Somniel appear. I don't know if I knew that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that last line, This is just the Google Translate one. I'm not going through every word right now.
Yeah.
I can't think of anyone else I can fight with seriously and who I want to be by my side forever. Except you. I adore you.
Okay, so this is another one that they, like, changed to make it less accurate.
Yeah. Well,
Probably.
or they... Was their version retranslated from the English voice line, or did they just leave it the same?
No, they redid it.
They redid it and it wasn't accurate?
Yeah, like,
Cool.
I can double check. Like, I can go back to...
I don't remember what the line was.
I can start the next chapter here. And then I'll jump back to it, because it's the last thing we said. Chapter 23. After a long time, the Four Hounds.
Over here! The Fell Dragon shard is nearby.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, you're right. It is different. Only, like, moderately, but it is different.
I think they added Be With and Truly Love versus the English one is Adore.
I can think of no one I'd rather fight beside. You are the one I truly adore.
So Treehouse was more accurate on that one. They redid it, and Panette said "You are the one I truly love," which is the translated version, which is incorrect. So the uncensored, the decensored version is incorrect. The Treehouse one is the one that is more correct. So, yeah, I do wonder how they looked at that and were like, that's closer to the intent. Like, I think she means love, but she says adore. So just leave it at that and let me infer that. Because that's what the guy wrote. Or I think it's a girl in this case, but that's what she wrote. So, I don't know. It's very weird. Like, I'll reach out to them and ask about that as well. Like, but the one that I'm most, like, the one I'm side-eyeing the most is the Anna one, for obvious reasons. That it's like, there was a huge controversy and stuff that I feel like came from this mod, and for it to not be accurate, it's huge.
Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, looking through the changelog, they had some comments using the R word about people who push back against one of their things, so I don't know how open they really are to feedback.
I mean, they don't have to be open to feedback. But I'm just gonna... I just want to know what they think. And, like, I'm gonna ask about it and just see what they say. Because I believe in that. I believe you should, if you're gonna do that, like, you should have them comment on it. We should have seen this coming. I mean, there were hints, like we've pointed out, that it's like there's weird typos and things here and there. There's things like the jealousy stuff that it's like we jump back to like the jealousy thing, and it's like that doesn't make sense because we didn't say that once yet in this version of the script. So, yeah, like, I'm frustrated about it. I'm still glad I played this version, because I don't know that there's tons of footage of it. So now there is. And we've been able to experience both, so it's not like we've missed out on anything. But I'm definitely frustrated. But I'm going to reach out to them and see what they say. And then you'll get a video from me about it. But I'm going to run to the bathroom real fast before we start the next one, because I've had to pee for a while. So I will be right back. Schwa.
Yeah, you only missed those two, and then we spent like 3 or 4 hours doing S supports. Or pact ring gives, whatever you want to call them. The Celica Paralog was a stomp. It was kind of a joke.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
So outside of controversies, what did I miss? Yeah,
glad
like
you
we've
can tell
been
where they
doing
are,
just
Vale.
talk about support
I can't
and
really sense that
controversies a
myself.
lot.
Hold
But
on.
I'm happy we did,
I
because I
see
feel like
people.
we uncovered a lot.
Yes. Zephyr and Gris. They must be guarding the shard. Are you going to be okay?
If I'm going to stop Papa, then I can't avoid this. Sooner or later, I have to face them. Let's go.
All right.
They look like they're within earshot, but sure.
Zephyr, Gris.
My lady, we have been awaiting your arrival.
How are they going to square this if they're not loyal? Well, I guess they
see.
know they're loyal to some realm.
It's you again. And from the looks of
Mavier
it,
was
the
the one
other
that was
Lady
loyal to
Vale
her.
is no longer with
Yeah.
us. She's gone.
That's right.
Wormed your way back in, huh? I never thought you'd come out on top, defect.
Stop calling her that. No one will speak that way about Vale ever again.
You.
Hey, whoa! What's this? Aren't you dead?
That was so
I
long
have
ago
become
that
an
I...
emblem. By the power of all the emblem rings, so I can save this world.
We're here to stop Papa. Both of you.
It's so weird to
please.
still be fighting them. Like, it
Step
feels
out of
like
the
that
way.
was so long ago.
And let you through. I think not.
I mean,
Lord
it has
Somron
been
is
a
opening
while
the portal to other
in our
worlds.
time.
We're here to protect this shard. Not even our Lady Vale could command us to step aside.
Then you're prepared to die.
You mean to kill us, Lady Vale? Oh, what a sad turn of events. Even after I doted upon you, cared for you as if you were my own.
It used to make me happy when you said things like that. But I know they're lies. Now, you're just two of Papa's followers. Enemies to defeat. That's all.
You're red units.
Why are you singling us out? There were 4 of us.
Mavier was my knight. Marnie too, I've been told. She died trying to save me. Why did you kill her? I didn't even get to tell her goodbye.
I took Marnie into my family. I looked after her. What did I get in return? Betrayal.
How can you call the Four Hounds family? Treating them so... viciously.
Because I loved them. When children stray, one must punish them.
With
Or
fireballs.
worse, as needed.
That isn't real love.
Oh, is that right? Then maybe I've never known real love. I know my own heart
Don't
and
take
my
parroting
own
a
thoughts.
voice from Zephyr.
That's all that's important to me.
Huh?
In case you need somebody to tell you that.
But we'll never see eye to eye. Not in 1,000 years. I serve Lord Somron. I've done so for a very long time. Fully committed to anything he needs.
I got no plans to switch sides. Not even if we lose. Got it?
I see.
I mean, I've already got you recruited, so
I
whatever.
suppose this is goodbye then.
I wonder if they have
Sorry to
dialogue with
say.
each other.
We've got no
That's a
other
good
choice
question.
but to fight them.
I really
Are
want
you
to
sure?
see, but I have not
They're not
prepped
listening.
that, so I don't know that I can do
If
that.
only they would leave for their own sakes, but they want to fight.
I'm not sure it's worth the effort.
We need to stop Papa.
Surely
Suppose I
somebody's
have to
looked
put
that
them
up,
behind
or
me.
somebody's posted that.
About time I do.
Look, I'm a misunderstood villain. Yeah. I don't hate that trope as much as other people do. But, yeah, it does feel like we just kind of needed to make sure that was said. Oh, we get, like, deployment. I mean, I think that's what we do. I don't know. Rafal is so goofy and weird, I kind of want to throw him in just to do it. You know, if we've got an extra, why don't we throw in, like...
It looks like there's Gregory and Gris dialogue in every battle Gris appears in. So, like, if you got him at the start of the game, like, even as far back as escaping the cathedral, you can get dialogue.
That's crazy. I'm not
Although, if you get in range of the hounds when you're escaping the cathedral, you're in for a bad time, so...
I appreciate it being there. Mihane's here, we'll do Saphir, I suppose. We don't totally have rings for everybody, do we? Without DLC. No, we don't. Okay. Well, we're just gonna give you... We're bringing Mavier, so... does that make sense for you? Yeah, I suppose. And then Saphir needs one.
It looks like it might not be unique dialogue every battle. I think it might just be the first time they encounter each other, they have a conversation.
Oh, no. I could make it happen. Alright. Sorry, Mahane. Celestia might be the same way, huh?
I assume so.
I mean, let's do it. We don't need Veil or Saphir. We can... I wonder if Madeline has one with them, too.
Let me see if I can find anything about that.
When it's well done, it's fine, for sure. That's just the problem.
Madeline has dialogue against Marnie, but obviously Marnie's dead, so that's not going to happen for us.
Yeah.
She doesn't have any with the other two here.
Okay. I might go Tiki to make that happen.
Tiki, I'll do my best.
I think we do that. I'm not gonna, like, abuse it or anything. But that will make it much easier to actually see that. I don't know what... The problem is getting Greg in there is gonna be really tough. Is there anything that gives him survivability? Assign decoy, maybe? Defense and res, Hector. There we go. Okay, because I'm like, I've just not...
Do?
Hector?
Gregory. I just saw survival plan.
When there are more foes than allies within 3 spaces, grants a void plus 20. Which is great.
That's funny, I like that.
Yeah, he's gonna need items. You can have something really speedy. Let's just buy you an Hellfire. Oh, I can't do that here. Can I? Yeah, I can. Yeah, they're both gonna need that. There it is. Okay. I'll buy you that. That's probably fine. Gregory, Hellfire, Hellthunder. Good luck. You've raised my hopes and dashed them quite expertly, sir. Sorry. Oh, let's also buy them elixirs. They gon' need it. Though I think if either of them gets hit, they die. I feel bad, but I really want to see what they have to say. And that is going to be tough as is. Alright, now we gotta swap spaces around. This might be one too. After I end stream, I will go back and add chapters. Actually, I used to do that, and I've gotten lazy. I need to get back to it, but I think especially if you, like, just for the viewer experience, I need to do that. Oh, he's right there. If I do that, I think we kill him in a turn. Alright. Oh, wait, am I happy with that? Yes. With him, this side can be durable. Okay, they're both over there. Yeah, that's fine, I guess. We might need to link up pretty quick. I know the dialogue is important. It's not super important, I paid for it, I want to see it, you know?
Then, we can break the shard.
And I know a lot of people aren't gonna see that. Oh, okay, or you could just destroy
What was that? Those two. It must be their doing. They can attack using the shard. And I'm sure they'll do it again.
To destroy the Fell Dragon Shard, you must defeat its attendants, Zephyr and Gris. Zephyr and Gris will use the shard's power to unleash devastating volcanic bombs. You know, like that Soren map you played just a minute ago. Volcanic bombs will strike every few turns. The bombs destroy boulders and deal heavy damage to allies hit by them. A warning will indicate where the bombs will fall, so okay. Doesn't seem too tough.
I will say there's a few freeze staffers around this map, so just watch the staff range.
Okay.
It doesn't, like, it's not an insane amount of damage, so getting hit once or twice is a big deal, but...
Let us be off.
Yeah, he probably takes that the best. As long as we get rid of that guy.
And so your tale ends.
We still need to not get hit by the fat dragon. I think we go there to block. Yeah. Alier actually hits hard now.
Sleep now. Guided by the Emblem.
I also don't love how many times we're fighting the hounds.
I'm ready.
I don't... Tiadrin, do you have an answer for you? Like, what is the acceptable amount of times that, like, you can fight a boss? Ooh. There we go. It's fine.
A battle fit for Brody.
I don't know whether I have a hard and fast number. I think it really depends on a case-by-case basis.
Yes.
You called, eh?
Yep.
I do feel like you fight the hounds like 1 or 2 times too many per hound. And I think, like, so actually, Ellie and I were talking about this earlier today.
Yeah, try and snap.
Today or yesterday. And one of the things we were talking about was that...
Done it.
Well, nice 7% crit.
Great.
One of the things we were talking about was, like, if there was going to be a... Like, if they needed to have a Zephyr and Gris fight here, we kind of wish that Zephyr and Gris had, like, died in our last encounter, and after, like, returning to power, Sabron raised them as corrupted for our, like, final showdown with them. Because, like, we've had people raised as corrupted earlier in the game, and we've just kind of stopped really doing that, it feels like. And it's... I don't know, it would make sense.
Yeah. I think so.
But I'm not really sure. I mean, we'll talk about it probably once, like, you finish the game to some extent. But, like, this section of Engage to me kind of feels like 4 or 5 chapters that were unnecessary, or should have been something different. The last, like, 6 chapters of Engage to me is where the story gets off the rails, and it's kind of like, why is this here? Why do we suddenly have 3 shards we need to destroy? And all this stuff.
May the divine dragon protect you.
You're a lifesaver.
I know I'm more merciful on Engage's plot than many people here.
The
but
choice is yours.
The last like 6 chapters really lose me.
Yeah.
Right away.
I think too, like, it's tough to pare it down more because it would be too short.
Well, I feel like what they should have done is just spent more time in the mid game somewhere, or just change this end game, because it's just like the whole we need to destroy 3 shards that Vale can sense and we have to go find them just like comes out of nowhere.
I forgot we were doing that, honestly.
Yeah, like that shard at the end is one of, I believe, 3 that we have to destroy. That she just like somehow we just know we need to do that because that's protecting Gradlon or something. But I feel like it's like even if it would have made the game short, you could have then put those chapters elsewhere in the game. Like, just add some more chapters somewhere else in the mid-game. Like, it might have been fun to have Leaf for more than one battle before your rings get stolen.
I forgot that's what happened with that.
Yeah, like, you get it and it's gone. It's silly.
It's tea time.
Nice.
So, I don't know. I'm not sure where exactly I would put the chapters or what they would be, but this whole endgame kind of comes out of nowhere. And it's like, this just kind of feels like, oops, we forgot to have our Fire Emblem volcano map, so we've got to do a volcano map.
I mean, it's contractually obligated. That's not their fault.
Every Fire Emblem has to have a volcano map, so I mean, I can't fault them too much, I guess, but...
We wrecked these guys.
Retreat isn't an option. I will die if
I guess same 2 bosses for the next shards. I don't want to know that yet.
You? That's crazy talk. If anyone's dying today, I've got first dibs. Besides, we'll fling these babies at them till nothing's left but bone char.
Oh, okay. Ah, okay. They are gonna make that really clear. I appreciate that. That's not super where I would have wanted those to fall. But we can make do.
I don't think I've ever seen them group that tightly. They must really hate that corner.
I guess.
One thing I also really wish they'd done in the end game, which they don't do at all, so this isn't spoiling anything, is I really wish if you're playing on Classic, they would have a battle that involved your dead units replacing corrupted units in some battle.
That would be so smart.
Because, like, it's such a big thing for this part of the game. Like, our main character got raised as corrupted for a while. Like, bring back everybody who you let die, and you have to fight them.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Rosado got stuck. I see.
And otherwise, they're just generic units or whatever, but...
That's kind of annoying.
You can reposition him, or rescue if you have that on deck.
True.
I don't know who you... I know somebody had repo. Was it Ivy?
Yeah, it is, but she can't quite reach. But Sudo, no, he can't reach her either.
Do you have a rescue staff?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if I burn the rescue staff or if I just make a stand here and kill all these guys and then the damage from the thing doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, I don't remember how much damage it does.
Because I'm like, we could probably kill all of this. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought you'd do. Tail Smash actually does decent, but it's a smash weapon, so we take a ton, I'm sure. She can hang a little bit, but oh right, Tiki gives you tons of stats too. Yeah, I think we just burn the rescue. That's what it's for.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the end stretch, so...
Radiant Bow probably does better here. Yeah, and then remove. How far can you be and still rescue? Pretty far. There we go. Yeah, you definitely gotta move. I think that's okay. Alright, and then we can deal with this group. I kind of want to move up and just... That guy, I think, is the one with the freeze staff. Can double check that.
Oh. Louis' eyes opened there in that combat forecast, like I was mentioning earlier.
Oh, yeah. That's not even a bad one.
No. It's possible I misremembered or he opens them in a variety of scenarios, but I just noticed it.
He's done it a couple times, so I'm like, I'm sure he does. Like, it's not a thing that just never happens. I believed you.
I didn't think you did. It was just because it came up earlier that I was like, oh yeah, there's that thing I was talking about.
I believe, like, most of what you say.
Now that was a party.
I don't know. I don't know what it would take, like, for me to not believe you on something. We have quite the rapport.
I don't know. I feel like something truly outrageous you probably wouldn't.
Pardon me.
But as some of the people I like to read say, you would lower my priors. I heard the alarm, so I don't know if you ran off.
Oh, no, I was just turning off the pump.
Oh, okay.
It was still on since I put her in bed.
Yeah, because, like, I've read a thing before that was like, you know, like, if somebody told me there was a polar bear running around my neighborhood, I would not believe them. But then if a second person I trust told me there's a polar bear running around the neighborhood, I still wouldn't believe them, but I would definitely think something was going on at that point. Like,
I wouldn't believe them, but I might look out the window.
Yeah.
I'll help.
One more.
Like, I'm definitely more inclined to believe there is some sort of large white bear-like animal running around the neighborhood. It's not a great... You know what, we might just dance Diamond to get in here. Alright, and then we can wait and heal. That's a really nice combo.
Yeah. Quality time works pretty well on Dancer.
And then if we put him here and give him an axe, he counters both of them. Oh, that happens at the start of the turn. Okay, so it'll hurt enemies. Maybe.
I think they might always place it so enemies aren't in range.
Nice dodge.
Oh, Mahane says he does it during favorable encounters. I must have gotten it.
Also, Zelkoff can just solo this half of the map, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, that avoid plus 20 does help.
Ooh, I'm glad we dodged that.
Yeah, nice dodge without her.
The MVP. I swear, I didn't look, because, like, I definitely spent enough time doing it, but if Alchrist's ring conversation is, you could give this to Diamant, I would be really mad.
Specifically by name.
I mean, it feels like what he would do.
I'm here.
Yeah, it does.
Sturm tends to not meteor his own troops. Wait, wrong game. See, I'm tempted to play that on stream at some point, but, like, the secret is I'm so bad at Advance Wars.
I'm terrible at Advance Wars. It's hard.
It is.
My turn.
And, like, I enjoy watching it, so, like, I see so many people that are just like, you gotta play fast. And I'm like,
I feel like Advance Wars is harder than an SRPG just because you don't have the chance to, like, progress your units over time and just make them better throughout the game.
Yeah.
So it really just comes down to your sheer strategy. And it turns out I'm not as good at strategy as I like.
Victory is mine.
Well, it's also that, like, I'm tempted, like, I like watching Advance Wars by web matches. I think that's really fun. But the problem with that, too, if I wanted to jump into that, is, man, is it sweaty.
I'll go first.
Oh, it is crazy sweaty. I could never try and play that seriously.
No, and
I
would
would really try and play it because I just get tired of taking my turn and stop playing. I've tried.
I would also only do Live League. I have no interest in doing, like, the, what's it called? The thing where you, like, take your turns over the span of weeks. That just sounds like torture to me.
That's what I was trying to play. And I did it for a little while, but I definitely fell off. It's the same way that, like, back when Words with Friends was the thing, I could not keep a match going for more than, like, a week to save my life.
I played that with... My mom really likes it, so we would play together, but, like, I also got really tired playing it with my mom because she's one of those that, like, I respond... Like, I'm used to playing games online with people. And, like, that being an active experience, so I respond immediately. And then she sits for a week and then hits me with the most optimal move. And I'm like, like, I just am not having fun. Like, you're gonna beat me every time because you're spending way more time on this.
See, I play like your mom, except just the delayed part, not the optimal move part. You wait a week for a mediocre move from me.
And see, I would be more fine with that, because at least we're playing at the same level.
I'm getting sleepy.
It's different, it's about managing resources and space. Yeah, I mean, I think it's about a lot of things. Yeah, let's just restore Alchrist, I think, this turn. And then Clan. I didn't realize that Fire Breath actually kind of screwed me. We'll see if we can make this work. I haven't used Tiki enough to know how to actually light everything on fire.
Yeah, all of Tiki's attacks having side effects is really, like, interesting, but feels awkward to play with.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Didn't know that. So I'm just like, They all do?
I know the Fog Breath creates fog, which I'm like, does that up the target's avoid?
Oh, yeah, probably.
But it's like, does it make the fog on their space or on her space? My assumption would be the enemy space, but that sounds generally detrimental, so...
Yeah, I don't know why you would want that.
And then Tail Smash is a smash attack.
Okay, so
I think that's all three of her attacks, right?
Bail us out. Yeah.
Okay, everything else.
I looked up the Alir Alchrist support ring, and I jumbled that horribly, wow. I looked up the Alir and Alchrist Pact Ring support. I did not expect it to go the way it did. Why? How did it go? I'm obviously not doing that, so, like, it's not really a spoiler. I think if I put her there, she dies. Because I think she just won all of them. Oh, we're doing... Oh, we can do both sides. Okay. Yeah, they really don't like that group, huh? Alright, you move up. Let's start doing some heals. Probably should have healed Clan first, but I kind of trust him to not immediately die. I bet we can just fight our way through this.
Here we go.
Not done. Another survey.
Hell yeah!
Alchrist actually has a spine through it while he confronts Alir first to give her, in our case, the same kind of stone that Diamant gave to Ivy in their A support. Oh, cool. I like him having a spine. We probably crit that. Either way, he has a 4% hit rate.
Nothing short of victory.
Knew it.
A proud victory.
And then we do that. Alright. There's no mention of giving the ring to Diamant at all, while Alcris promises to stand tall and be someone who can protect her. Oh, okay. I'm kind of proud of him. I like the sound of that a lot more. Ooh. I accidentally did the screenshot hotkey somehow.
The screenshot hotkey?
Yeah, on my Chinese Switch. I've got a button on my controller that does that, apparently, or a button combo.
There's a guy I used to watch on YouTube for a while who would stream... I'm trying to remember... I can't remember who it was anymore and which game they would stream, but I think it was on the Switch. And while playing, they would, like, frequently accidentally screenshot, like, a lot. So they'd be just playing, and you see a screenshot, and every single time they just go, "That's a keeper."
I love that.
So, I just think of that anytime there's an accidental screenshot, just, "That's a keeper."
My favorite screenshot thing I've seen was, it was some, like, Smash Bros. Event I was watching. And they had, like, downtime. It was like the opponent was off doing something. I can't remember. And I don't think they even had announcers going or something, so they're like, you, the other player, like, entertain the audience for a while. And he's like, okay, I'll do my best. Let's see how good of a photographer the guy whose Switch this is. And he goes into it, and it's, like, all, like, H games.
Oh, perfect.
And I think it was his opponent's Switch, so he's just like, and we back out of that. Like, you can just tell immediately, it's like, I regret everything.
Yeah.
My bad, didn't consider that being an option. Then it was awkward for everybody.
For the Divine Dragon.
Bear in mind, this is all Treehouse translation, so I have no way of knowing if it's actually accurate. I mean, I typically expect Treehouse to, like, not purposefully mistranslate specific kinds of things. I don't see a reason that they would mistranslate Alcris, really.
I will protect everyone.
Like, outside of him not being timid at all, that's kind like that would be the kind of thing that they would do. Like, ever. Like, they just invent that as a character trait for him. That's the only kind of thing I can think of. I think we'll do that. And then... yeah, I suppose we'll keep going in two halves. I don't really know why we're doing that. It feels like there's no reason for me to go up here, actually. Oh, you have an item. What do you have? You have a goddess icon. Yeah, actually, I think we just start pulling left. I don't think there's a huge reason for us to not. I would like to grab her some Baja Blast, and I think she can give herself an extra health bar, I'm not sure. That reminds me of that one Street Fighter tourney that went on where the console owner had a new Chun-Li mod going on. That's hilarious. There's times I don't know how you, like... I don't know, if that was a mod I had installed, I would definitely, like... If it's a mod I had ever had installed, not even, like, presently, I would be like, let me just double check. Really important thing.
This will hurt. Remember this.
I'm surprised they even had consoles coming from players. That's potential source for cheating to begin with. Teodrin would know more about that than I would, being like the more FGC guy. They just don't like that left side. Oh, we have reinforcements, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it is a potential source for cheating.
I know.
It really depends on like how big the tournament is, how they're able to source consoles and things. Ideally, you're not using player-provided consoles.
Yeah.
I remember there was a... I don't remember how long ago it was now. There was some big Smash drama about some guy who was like using an SD card in Wii's playing Melee to mod how strong Pichu was, and it was like...
I was gonna say that.
Okay, you remember the same thing. I don't remember the details anymore, but I remember it was a big, like, thing.
I thought it was on a GameCube, and I thought it was his memory card, that he somehow...
That could be.
Had, like, if his memory card was in slot 2, which I guess he was able to do because no one cared, because that's never been a thing. I don't know if we knew that you could even do anything with that. And then it was like... people just started kind of just looking at it a little bit. That it was like, this has like a little bit more knockback than I would expect it to. Why is that happening? And then they like started reviewing. It's, you know, like when you notice the one thing. It's like, okay, let me like see if that's in another match. It is, but it's only his matches.
Yeah.
Why is that happening in only his matches? Oh, that, I didn't think about that, now that Dragon is in range of all those people.
So, like, in general, I feel like Smash is most prone to these kind of things, just because their tournaments tend to be a little more grassrootsy, people are bringing consoles and setups kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it definitely can happen in other games, depending on how big and official the tournament is.
Yeah. I definitely think it can, you know what, we're gonna... Because if we do that with the writer's paint... Oh, yeah, that looks good.
Here I come!
Feels good. Yeah, it can definitely be tough to control for all of that.
May I?
But also, I wonder how much that guy attracted attention specifically just because he was a Pichu player at like.
It is like you're picking a character that like is known to be very, very bad. You're gonna get caught eventually when you start performing well.
Yeah, people like, if for completely innocuous reasons, are going to be reviewing your footage a lot to figure out how you're making this work.
Yeah, you're gonna get caught eventually with something like that. But I guess the thing is, like, he has to play a character that other people aren't gonna play, because otherwise they'll also be buffed, theoretically. So,
yes.
Like, he'd have to pick... It would be smarter to pick some, like, high mid-tier that still nobody plays, like Young Link or something.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, it's unlikely you're going to run into somebody else doing it. The question, though, is if you do... is that player going to notice the differences when they're playing?
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, Melee players are utterly insane, and I believe they could feel differences like that really easily.
Yeah, they all are a little bit, but also, like, you have people like Mewtwo King that if a frame is out of place, he'll be like, that doesn't go there.
Yeah.
I realized, too, I never said one of my favorite Mewtwo King stories at one point. Because we've talked about him before, and I know we're both kind of fans.
Yeah.
Have you seen, it was a video where, it was like Hungrybox had him on a stream, and Hungrybox for a while had been doing You Laugh, You Lose challenges, a lot like Smash related.
Okay.
And it was hysterical to me. Because Mewtwo King is like, I'll do it for, or I think his chat actually was asking, like, we want Mewtwo King You Laugh, You Lose.
Okay.
Because he's very...
I don't think I've seen it.
He's very quirky, to say the least.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And so he's like, they want that, and Juan is like, yeah, they do. And he's like, would it make you money if I did that? And he's like, yeah, it would make me money. And he's like, okay, I'll play you laugh, you lose. And he's like, alright, cool. So he sets him down at the computer. And after like 30 videos pass without him even smiling, he's like, are you ever going to laugh at any of these, Jason? And he goes, it's inoptimal to laugh. So, no.
That is the most M2K thing I've ever heard. It's unoptimal to laugh.
Yeah, it was just like, if I laugh, you don't make money anymore. The game is over. He's like, yeah, so no. He's like, would you ever laugh, like, on accident? No. Like, why would I do that?
Oh, I love M2K so much. I also love the video of him falconing somebody in the back.
I don't think I've seen that one. That one sounds funny too.
Have you not?
My passion sustains me.
But yeah, he's such a character. He's so great. Alright, I'm actually thinking about it now, with, like, them coming to, I can't Divine Blessing myself, that sucks. Okay.
I'm linking you the Falcony video.
I will definitely watch it.
That's an M2K classic.
Alright, we're getting set up here, because I know they're gonna drop those walls on me. Okay, I think you just need to go. Is Wormslayer effective? Not particularly.
No, because they're corrupted worms, not dragons. For some stupid reason. They're kind of corrupted, but not as dragons.
Well, crits work on everything.
True.
I mean, we just leave those guys.
See ya.
Yeah, they're gonna be coming for us, but if I go here, I don't really want you attacking me. Oh, you're probably gonna do that anyway. That's not ideal. Oh well. You two King would be disappointed saying that's not ideal and then going with it anyway. Alright, I think we're good. Let's see how bad this is. Worm Online isn't Dragon Age. I don't even know what you're... I don't even get that one. I am still upset that you and I cannot... Ah, dang, that's probably bad. I'm still upset you and I cannot experience Flame Dragon Knights online.
Yeah.
I saw too, speaking of stuff like that, I don't know if anybody... I don't know anybody who plays it. I guess that's kind of the problem, but I saw another... it was the guy that did... What's it? Danganronpa? That artist again. It seems like he's gotten a ton of business lately. Which, good for him. I like his art. But I saw that he had another mobile game that he did the art for that's been out for, like, I guess a couple of months. Like, maybe 3, and is already shutting down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was kind of a speed run of that. I don't think I've seen one last that short, and a lot of people were saying that. It shuts down like November, so they're giving it almost the whole year, but I think it came out in January.
Gotcha. That's kind of how it is in that realm. It either lands or it doesn't.
Yeah, and I guess the company's like, we've decided that if this doesn't land immediately, our like data says there's really no hope for it, so we're just gonna jump out now.
Yeah.
Who am I getting hit? I'm getting hit by...
I think the thing is with mobile games, like the gachas, so many of the existing ones have such big player-based buy-in, I feel like it's hard to break into it now. It's the same way TCGs are.
Yeah. I'm curious how they're gonna do. Gundam is trying to break into TCG this summer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not off to a great start, because they did like this weird, like...
To the death.
We're doing like an early release of it that you can get that was like super exclusive, and I tried to buy into it. And some of the game shop owners I talked to were really confused because they were like, they told me like I'm supposed to have an event for this. That's what they want, where I get like people playing and stuff. But they sent me enough for 7 people. So I don't know what kind of, and I think there was like, I think that people told me that there were 8, so like one was already spoken for or something. But like, it was just like, I don't, not many people are gonna get to be in this event, in quotes, if that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I just kind of don't know what they want me to do. Okay, if I put Panette here... I think if I put her... If I engage and equip her with Irvan, I think she will bait them in, and they won't kill her. I might should Zelkov it, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. If I have to reset, I'll Zelkov it. And really, I think I should be putting him up there anyway. Okay, with that, you actually kill just fine. We don't use Surge much, but...
I'll go first.
I think the record is a couple days. There also was a Japanese gacha going global, and they announced the closure date the same day. I think I remember that now that you say that. I don't remember what game it was or anything, though. But yeah, that's also nuts. I mean, the shortest in recent memory is Concord, I think. And
oh yeah, that died like instantly.
Yeah, I'm still shocked they didn't do, like... I figured they would have kept that closer to the chest and been like, yeah, we'll rework it and bring it back somehow. I definitely expected to see that as a free-to-play that looked very different later.
Will it be me or you who dies
Concord's
here, I wonder?
like interesting to me just because of the fact I had never heard of it until it was dead already.
I had, because people around me were talking about how insane it was that it's like the Amazon partnership with the game TV show. That it was like, that and Sony was gambling so much money on it, they thought it would be their, like, Star Wars. They thought it would be just that big. Wow. And it was like, you're gambling a ton on this thing that has not proved itself at all.
Fine by me.
Oh, I didn't realize they have a bunch of health bars. I am just gonna...
Of course.
They do have a lot of health bars.
I can at least get rid of 1 by actually straight aethering. And I don't see a reason not to do that. Okay, you go to your L-Surge again. And the secret level thing, that's what I was talking about. Like, that was crazy. That, like, the animation on secret level looks like it's very expensive. I don't know how expensive it actually was, but it does look very. I'm always shocked by how much animation costs, just generally.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
And that's not to say that it's not, like, not worth it or anything, but just, I always underestimated a good amount.
Yeah,
we're good. Alright, with Buy Left Dance, I think we can just win here. So yeah, at least giving, like, that fan base till November, hopefully they can come up with some sort of solution to, like, back up all the data. But I saw they're also frustrated that, like, they'd already announced, like, a new chapter or something for the story, and they were like, that now, like, we're pulling resources, so that now is not gonna happen. And it makes me wonder, is Fire Emblem Heroes ever going to get, like, an end?
Don't know.
Or will it just
Probably
be discontinued one day and that'll be that? Oh, they are just targeting their guys now.
Don't stand in my way.
What were you going to say?
I don't remember anymore.
About Fire Emblem Heroes having an end, potentially.
Oh, not until it stops making money.
Yeah, that's for sure. I just hope that even when that happens, it does get a proper end.
Yeah.
Because it'll be pretty frustrating if it doesn't. I think we just warp rag her to apply the debuff.
Not about to stop here. Here I go.
Because being a magic class and them both being magic users, he's not going to be super useful on either of them. Yeah, I think Draconic Hex is the most he's going to do. We can do a lot here if we play our cards right. Okay, let's do this.
We've got so many, like, magical physical weapons. I'm really waiting for the physical tome that you just chuck at the enemy.
Is that the me of this world? You have my face? I don't know what manner of illusion that is, but I dislike it. Away with you! Such incredible power. Is this world's version of me really the Divine Dragon's enemy? If she pledged to serve Sombra, then I said some naive things to the Divine Dragon.
I don't know what you mean, you said some naive things. I'm eagerly waiting for that sci-fi game they presented at the end of the Game Awards to crash and burn. I did post the leak of it to the Discord, the plot leak, and it did not sound good.
What game is it?
I forget who's making it. It's another company that thinks it's going to be their big slam dunk. It might be the Last of Us people.
I know that they're making a sci-fi game that people are not really driving with.
What a
Naughty
shock.
Dog.
Yes.
Aren't we just two peas in a
I don't remember the name of the game though.
Is this some sort of divine dragon trick? If you're me, then you must relish pain. So I'll give you a taste of the finest pain as I kill you. What? Why would you think that? Come on, stop it.
I like that.
Fine. I don't like the thought of hurting
Okay, yeah,
myself,
Nick says
but
it's Naughty Dog.
I don't seem to have a choice.
Do you remember the name of the game, Nick?
I don't, but that's one that I remember us talking about when it was announced, and my prediction is that it will do just fine. In terms of sales, at least.
I've heard people are not happy with the Last of Us show right now.
I've had enough.
I have no idea. I'm pretty disconnected from that.
I somehow, like, stumbled into a post or two about it on, like, Reddit, and now I'm suddenly getting shown a bunch of posts about it. And it's because, like, surprise, surprise, they got to the part of The Last of Us 2 that made people not like the game The Last of Us 2, and it's making people not like the show.
Yeah, that's not super shocking.
Also, people are super over the actress for Ellie.
Oh, yeah. Why is that? Like...
Why is that?
Yeah, if you know.
I feel like it's a mix of things. She's not a good actor. She looks like she's 9, and they're doing The Last of Us Part 2 now, where she's, like, definitely late teen / young adult. I don't know how old Ellie is in that game. She's just, like, not a great actor. It was a kind of not a great casting choice.
I would.
And they're kind of playing her character for laughs in general, it feels like, so it's kind of a writing problem too.
No mistakes.
Oh, well, I mean, playing her for laughs sounds like not super true to form.
Yeah, well, what people are talking about is that, like, apparently the guy who's calling the shots, like, really likes Abby and does not like the other characters
Is it the
much.
creator? I
Yeah.
thought it was. Yeah, which is weird because, like, he made the character, so
Yeah, so he's kind of, just kind of retconning characters into being less likable because he doesn't want you to like them. He wants you to like the character he wants you to like. So, at least that's what I hear.
I mean,
Can't say no to any of that.
it's the first time we've had a creator do that to their own show, but all of those, like, video game shows kind of feel like that to me. The Halo one, the creator of that show, like, or the showrunner, like, I remember even writing an article being like, I haven't played any of the Halo games, and I'm really excited about that.
Look here.
Yeah.
And it was like, I don't know why they would let you do shows with them.
I feel like we've talked about that as a recurring thing.
It definitely is. Oh, I just realized, do I have to destroy the thing? Oh, okay, no, I have to defeat Zephy in this. Okay. That is what I thought, but it's definitely good to make sure.
Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet. Yeah, the massive product placement was kind of wild. That's like all of the comments
I did
on
not
the
like that.
YouTube. I don't think anybody does.
My dear sweet divine.
Like, I did react to it
We've been through a lot together.
on stream, and yeah, that was one of my big notes that I was, before even knowing what it was, I was just like, I kind of hate that.
Yes, I believe we met, but the details are hazy. Lord Sombron had so many children, you see. A bug would
It's
have
just
had
more
no
along the
luck
lines of,
getting
like,
my
AAA
attention.
games becoming movies with, like, Hollywood actors
Am I that
and
forgettable?
product placement, and, like,
Oh, not at all.
it's just
You're
not
the
going to be for me.
divine dragon now. But in due time, you'll be me. One tends to lose count.
And
of
that's,
the lives
like,
that
also,
pass by.
like, my
You'll
usual
understand
stuff always, as always applies, like,
Well, it
I'm also
barely
still paying
matters
attention to
anyway.
dialogue.
You aren't leaving this place. You're going to die.
If that ends up being, like, your thing and you're watching this, that's fine. I don't care.
May I assist? Me too.
It's just not going to be for me.
Ready yourself.
Especially based on the leaks that I
I won't
read.
forget you.
You are in a sci-fi
Yeah.
universe, lost far and away from the world we know, and the first thing you see is a big-ass jaguar on the back of a ship. Yeah, I've said many times, I like escapism in things, and there's clearly people that like not that.
Yeah.
Emblem.
We have you all to thank for this.
Min-maxing a little bit here. Hey, it got the bond up. If I Roy, I'm gonna set that on fire, and it's probably gonna screw me over, so I'm not gonna do that. Oh, I can't just dance somebody, that's fine. And then we heal everybody. Alright, let's... I mean, the heal... we can do the thing to get the bond experience, I guess. But yeah, we're not healing a whole lot there.
Tis I.
Alright, if this misses, we still have the dance. So we're Gucci. Alright, cool.
Allow me.
Not over yet.
There we go, easy map.
Lord Sombron. No.
Yeah, this one's not bad. I feel like most of the endgame maps we engage are not really that big
We
of
did
a
it.
deal.
We broke the Fell Dragon Shard.
I mean, after Xenologue, I'm okay with that. Felt like Zelkov was more the MVP there, but I'll give it to him. Oh, he also wanted people to like golf, if I understood it right. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the message for The Last of Us 2.
I suppose you've won. I'm sorry, Lord Sombron.
The battle is over. We should go.
Goodbye, Zephyr. Goodbye, Chris. I'm glad I could say that properly this time.
Now, I know they're gonna die because Gris said, I have mortal wounds, which are the best kind, but, like, everybody...
I do like that line.
It is good, but everybody in Fire... Like, all of the villains and stuff end up like this, and we go, I won't kill you, so it doesn't feel like they're dying.
Ogris can't hear anything now.
Oh, well.
But don't worry.
Never mind.
I'll tell him on the other side.
That works.
Thank you.
One last thing. Before I go. You won't be able to break the next Fell Dragon shard.
What do you mean?
Well, it used to be in the mountains. Gradlon rose so mightily. But those mountains crumbled. That spot is now under a lake. Reaching the shard would be difficult. And then destroying it? Surely impossible.
It's at the bottom of a lake?
I did sense that one of them was weaker and farther away than the others, but I never imagined this.
What do we do now?
Simple. You raise the mountains. Or drain the lake.
Do we have a Chaos Breaker to do that?
Please.
Oh, yeah.
Take this. An enchanted crystal that will bring that location in reach.
Why would you make that? What?
How did you get this?
I am a mage dragon. My kind are capable of making magical objects. Small charms and such, you understand. But magic of this magnitude, that drains our years.
Okay, so how did you get it?
To craft an object that would alter the very terrain around you, I've paid a steep price.
Are you saying you submerged the thing and now you're giving it to us to undo what you did? I'm not sure how to make that make sense.
Zephyr, you don't mean...
Yes. It's making this crystal that has led to my end.
Not the stabbing me. That was superfluous.
I was gonna say the exact same thing.
You two were quite fortunate, you know.
Like, yeah, not the swords that you just hit me
Of
with.
all the mage dragons that ever were, only I am powerful enough to create this.
This is dumb.
I learned at the youngest age.
This is
that I had
another
vast powers that were
okay.
difficult.
Let's just exposition dump here as she dies.
This is another idea on the whiteboard. Do you want to have Zephyr die in glorious combat, or do you want to have her create this magical thing and pour all her stuff into it, and that's why she dies? Yes.
Yeah,
like,
pretty much.
We'll go ahead and do both, and it's like... Ugh.
I would control them in time, but not before my mother, father, and many others died. Oh, memories.
And why is she helping us?
Back to the here and now. My very powerful gift.
You're talking a lot for somebody bleeding out.
Why are you helping us now?
I'm not sure of that myself.
Anytime somebody has
Perhaps
any
here at
super
the
long
close,
death monologues, I'm just reminded of
feeling that
Pelly from
it's
part 1 of
just
JoJo.
the right thing to do.
Why is that again? I don't remember.
Because he gets cut in half and then monologues for like 10 minutes.
Oh. I gotta watch that again.
The crystal's enchantment will last for
It's
only
ridiculous.
A few hours.
Like,
So
they're
hurry
holding the
along.
top half of his
The
torso
shard
and he's just like talking and talking.
I knew Mahane was gonna come in, so... Oh, Sinister isn't even here for this. She then magic crafted the thing that's gonna unsink the island, apparently. Oh, Sombron Awakening sunk the island, okay. Yeah, I'm very confused.
Do be careful, Lady Vale. I'll pray for your good fortune in the battles ahead.
Also, this, this, like, implies that Otherworld Zephyr, like, is one poor battle away from becoming completely evil. Like, having a huge heel turn.
You could have done this at any time.
She's saying it for me.
Anytime at all. But now you're dying. We could have made things right.
Saying that the writing is bad, acknowledging the writing has issues, is not... That doesn't make it better.
If only you told us any of this before we fought, maybe we could have forgiven.
Why now, indeed? Because it is the end.
Huh?
I can be kind, just this once.
I'm good with Vale.
Because it's too late for me to make things right.
but you could have like a minute ago. This is starting to feel like I watched with the woman I took care of. We watched Hallmark movies together sometimes because that was her thing, even if she wouldn't admit it. But we watched like a Hallmark mystery, and I got really frustrated that like it was actually interesting, compelling mystery, but like everything came true as it needed to be. Like, the woman's husband was dead, and everybody acted like he was dead, and then she's like, a random point in the story, she's like, why did you think he was dead? He's just deployed, he's in the military. And it was like, because everybody gets really cagey when you mention, like, when he is even remotely tangentially brought up. That, like, you don't want to touch it, because clearly he died in some accident and you're a single mom. That has been, like, I don't care that, like, you're saying he's deployed. He's been dead the whole time, and everybody's acted that way. It is only just now true that that is now what is happening. And that the whole movie was that way. And this, like, a lot of this, like, Engaged feels that way a little bit to me. Like, especially here. That it's like, you didn't have this, like, you didn't create this stone thing in plot earlier. You didn't create Zephyia being good and, like, having this heel turn earlier. Like, you just did that just now. There was no setup. Like,
this whole sequence her change of sides makes no sense, because, like, prior to the battle, she's like, we'll serve Sombron and always will. We don't like you, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, oh, actually, I gave my life to make you this crystal that will help you do the thing you want to do.
Yeah. And I did
like,
that.
Why?
Like,
you just said, like, you're gonna fight us to the death.
I swear, that was a whiteboard idea that just became true.
Had I done any of this earlier, would you have really forgiven me?
Yes.
We, allies. Nonsense.
You say as you look at Mavier?
I had no intention of dying today. But then, all this happened. So, I made you a crystal.
You got stabbed to death, so you made it? What?
She was working on in between stabs.
To that shard. It's a long, long way down.
I mean, the writer also pays well for redemption. I had to. Ever seen my mortgage for cart space I take? I don't know that reference. Yes, it's all dumb. Zephyria's character motivations make zero sense here since she did a face turn. Yeah.
Zephyria...
Nothing. Yeah, I'm with Vale. Vale is just my voice right now.
Some advice, dear? Leave those you cannot understand behind. Forget them entirely.
In other words... There we go.
It's just unsettling to let someone like that linger in your thoughts as you grow older.
Once we defeat Papa and peace arrives, I won't forget you, Zephyia. No matter how many hundreds...
It's just like, I don't know, this speech and stuff would be like, this would be a fine death speech for her if she switched sides like 3 battles back and she suddenly met her end here.
Yeah.
Oh, child. No more of that, please. Hurry off to that shard.
But even then, it would be really weird that, like, I still don't like that. I got stabbed, so I made this thing. That, like...
No.
Unless you prefer to stay and watch me die. Would that make you feel safer?
Feels so weird to see your text before you type it on screen.
Let's go, Vale.
Yes, go. We can at least end things with a clean slate. Goodbye, Lady Vale. And to you, our new emblem.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Zephyia. Thank you for everything.
You killed Marnie! What?
Thank you for killing Marnie and mind controlling me into helping bring Sombron back to power and abusing me for who knows how long and
lighting Mavier on fire and like
you are too kind, child.
At this rate, we're gonna need a "don't think about it" emote or something. Yeah, I need to get that added. It's been too
I wonder if
long.
I could make a good one.
Yeah, what would you guys want it to look like? It's been too long since I've added them.
Yes.
That's a great one to add, actually. I don't have any regrets. Still, I am a little sad. That's okay.
Yes.
The four hounds are family. That was truth. There was truth in those words, but we could not end as family. Also, thank you for being a good XP farm to be strong enough for Sombron. Yeah. I forgive them for... I know you're being facetious, but I don't expect them to, like, acknowledge that kind of stuff. But I guess they're not going to be the bosses for the next one, unless he does revive them as corrupted. But based on Taya saying that, I'm assuming that's not the case.
Yeah, no, I would not have said something like that if it were actually a spoiler.
I mean, you did have Captain saying stuff like that, not realizing it was spoilers because it was, like, so ridiculous.
I remember the plot of this game a little bit better than Captain does, it seems. I've also probably played it more recently than anybody else in your regular chat.
Alright, do we do another one tonight? Oh, wait, there's... what?
Hell of a time to switch sides.
What?
My word. I thought they had killed you.
What? You think I'm gonna kick off in the middle of this once-in-a-lifetime pain? This is the good stuff. I gotta savor every last drop. Would have been real ticked off if they put me out of my misery, not gonna lie.
That's really the reason you were playing dead? Even at the end, you're an odd man.
How come? You told him about the shard.
What?
Like I said,
okay.
I'm just trying to wipe the slate clean.
Cut that out. I want to know the truth, okay?
To get back at Lord Sombron, I guess. Why should I die in the dust while he gets everything he wanted just like that? Does that seem fair?
Yes, he is your
God.
god.
About the shard, they're sure to break it. And he'll know I've met my end, that he's lost me forever.
You gotta really love somebody if you want to hurt him that badly.
I wasn't in love with Lord Sombron. I just wanted him to give me a child of my own. That was the dream I clung to through all of the long years. A family, the love of a daughter or a son. When I called the hounds my family, I meant every word of it.
You killed Marnie.
What we had was something very rare indeed. You, me,
This doesn't
Marnie,
land at all.
Mavia, working together to protect Lord Sombron and Lady Vale.
No, this makes zero sense. I hate this whole
It's
sequence.
too late for all that now. If you were gonna turn on Sombron, why'd you wait? If you'd done it sooner, maybe we'd still be together. And maybe I wouldn't find myself bleeding out at the moment.
I have to wonder if you'd have been happier on the other side.
You really think I would just abandon you? Not a chance in hell. The Four Hounds. A family. I always did like the sound of that. I can't even remember what my parents' faces looked like. You're the closest thing I had to a mother. Ever since the first day you met me, poor little twisted disciple that I was, hoping that my suffering would be good enough in the eyes of Lord Sombron. You were like a mom to me, and a big sister. Honestly, even a god. The most important person in the world to me.
Chris, I don't like this joke.
It's no joke. I'd follow you anywhere, dummy.
You're right. How could I have been so blind? The one thing I always wanted, staring me in the face all the while. If only I had realized. But no, It's too late to think of that.
I'm very estranged from the kind of person who watches this and feels moved.
We are a family.
The most moved I was during the scene was when I had to move my joystick to unblack out my Switch screen.
Oh, yeah, good reminder.
Because it takes so long.
You drifted off already. Guess I will, too. No reason to stick around without her. Nothing hurts me anymore.
It just feels so unearned.
Yeah, and that's the thing where it's like, this scene in a vacuum wouldn't be terrible if it was earned in any way.
No, it can
but they
actually
just like
be really good.
Yeah, because it's like, this is a scene that could have been impactful if we cared about these characters at all and they had earned it.
Yeah.
But it's not, because these are characters we do not like, who are practically caricatures, who they just decided 3 minutes ago that they want us to empathize with and, like, info dump on us.
That's how you do it, right? You just info dump a bunch and that makes
It hurts to fight against
you
your
like
own
characters.
ideals.
It's like the same way, like,
that
Marnie
pain all
suddenly
too well.
got, like,
You managed to
motivation and a
overcome
minor
that struggle,
redemption
did you
right
not?
before she gets
I
stabbed.
hope someday to follow your example.
Yeah.
No fortune
It's like,
telling
wow, that
spells
would have had
needed
more
to
impact
predict
if that was, like, 3 chapters
I see
ago
what
and
you're
we've
made
seen
of.
her, like,
You'll get there.
having changed sides and whatnot.
Yeah,
But no.
Stuff takes time. You have to decide you're doing things before you do them.
I
Mhm.
love to dance. But when I do, my friends call it the dance of darkness, and not in a nice way.
Ah, well, I do have some dance experience. I'd be happy to give you some lessons if you'd like.
Alright, do we end there for the night? Or do we do chapter 24? What are we doing? You know what's coming more? Can we finish in one more stream?
Let me see what we're looking at. Trying to remember what exactly is left. That's Do you want to know how many chapters are left?
Not particularly. I just want to
Okay.
know, like, we've done most of the supports that I care to do. I mean, we better have, like, we did a ton. So, I don't see us taking quite so long at the Somniel in the next couple chapters. We've also done most of our, like, last skill allocation. So, just assuming not doing a ton at the Somniel, like, you know about how, like, from 7 to 1-ish my time. Is that enough time for us to finish, you think?
I feel like we could finish it next time. Yeah.
Should I do
feel like-
one more or no?
We could probably do one more. It just would mean the next stream is probably short. Although being able to finish on the earlier side might mean more people can be up for it. So
True. That's probably better.
So maybe doing one more tonight and then having something ready for a late block next week, in case we finish early. Unless
Okay.
you just want to like talk about it after or something.
I mean, I could go either way on that, so I can easily have something ready for late block.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. Is it because I've
I
never
guess you've
been
never
down
been
here?
over here.
The Tower of Trials has been unlocked. Oh, that's what this is.
Oh, I think I tried this like once and hated it and never did it again.
Tempest Trials. In this trial, you face several consecutive battles. Relay Trial. Tackle a map with other players online in a relay-style cooperative mode. What?
I have no idea what the relay mode is.
Outrealm Trial. Battle online against other players' armies on selected or edited maps.
You can... There's a map editor in this?
I am very confused. I don't know if my Chinese, with the mod running, I don't know if it will like connecting to the internet, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I'm very curious about that as well. Oh, it just shows us it's not an S support, it's a ring support. Okay.
Pinch me. I mean, did
we can kind of
I
fly
just
through
go
these.
to a party with...
I was glad to see everyone having.
You gave them a reason to hold on to hope.
I should be thanking you. Alden,
If it
I'm
seems like
feeling more
something could be
hopeful
censored,
myself.
I'll let it play out.
And what did I tell you? Not one disappointed face.
True. I almost feel embarrassed that I owe it to those people to stay strong.
One day, you'll bring peace to the world, and I'll help in whatever small way I can. Together?
Oh, I almost forgot. I have to ask you about something.
Of course. What is it?
At one point, everyone started howling. What was that all about?
Oh, that's just a way members of my congregation express their fervor. A little crass, I know. Please erase it from your memory.
Sure thing.
Of course.
Divine One, please.
That was fun.
Yeah, the Tempest trials are balanced really poorly.
Oh, are they? I think edited from existing map. I assume that's what that meant, but also I still am not entirely sure.
Pardon me, Princess Ivy. In our last conversation, you made it clear that you still harbor
I liked
resentment
this support
towards
a lot,
Brodia.
so.
Yes,
Mhm.
I did.
Well, at risk of overstepping my boundaries, I hope you'll allow me to say one thing. The relationship between Brodia and Illusia has never been civil. Certainly not in my lifetime. But, as you've mentioned, we are now allies. We work together.
That's true.
This alliance was as unpredictable as it is wonderful. I will work hard to ensure that our countries become allies when this conflict is over. I may not be able to do as much as my brother, the Crown Prince, but, well, I thought I owed you a clear statement of my own intentions, at the very least.
My first impression of you was that you were weak-willed and uncharismatic.
Not
I
unfair.
feel differently now.
You do?
When it matters, you speak your mind. And what you say is kind and thoughtful. These are qualities I consider princely.
Oh, no, please don't think too highly of me. You're much more regal and capable than...
Are you suggesting that I, Crown Princess of my kingdom, am not a good judge of character?
Not at all! I would never... ever... another joke?
Very good. You're catching on.
I take it as a sign that our relationship is improving.
Agreed. I hope our friendship continues to grow, in honor of our fathers, and for the future of our kingdoms.
Yes. Here's to a better future.
That one was decent all the way through. I still liked it more at the beginning. Alright, I think we... Let me just jump to the pool to do our support things, and then, in the interest of time, I think we will go through those supports next time.
Okay.
And then we'll do the... Oh, we can swap that one out. Veil's pretty interesting. I don't know who we want to do more supports with. Does Madeline have any other interesting ones? Seems like not. Oh, we could do her and Veil.
Maybe Madeline Veil could be interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
We'll see if Madeline gets any more personality than I don't need praise.
We'll do that stuff, and then I'll look at those at the start of stream next time, and that way we can start the next map together, and then if you need to go to bed, you can.
Okay.
And you don't miss much. Okay, we've been doing...
Yeah, if I do get off, I might, like, be in chat or something.
Okay. It's whatever you need to do. I don't want to keep you up too late.
Yeah, I'm also trying to take some time to back up my Twitch VODs, because I still need to finish doing that, so...
Oh, it's a good reminder for people, too, that that's probably coming up.
Yeah, if you're a Twitch streamer and you're over the time cap, You've got 3
Onigiri
days
is my
to get your
favorite.
stuff backed up, so
Other countries' ingredients
get it
are
done.
mysterious.
I still can't believe they're making that
I
change.
hope you will eat it all.
It's so stupid. I'm still frustrated by the fact that it's like it affects a fraction of a % of their users. And that's apparently too much for them.
Yeah. But I've been very critical of Twitch, and I don't plan on stopping now.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect you to.
Like, I think one of the ones at that level, at the level that gives rewards for me, has me bring like 5 units against a huge map of skill emblem enemies. Oh, man. It sounds like I'm not missing out on that.
No, Tempest Trials suck pretty bad.
I really like the idea of like a PvP Fire Emblem thing, but I have not been super happy with any of the ones I've played.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I did some Fates versus and stuff, and it was just like, because of skill emblem, it's just so difficult and unbalanced. Like, the friends I played it with, like, all of us were like, it just doesn't, we did it one time, and it was like, this just doesn't feel great. Chapter 24, Recollections.
It's hard to believe that there was a mountain right here where this lake is.
Yeah, but part of that is I don't understand the geography of this world. I've not paid attention much. That's not totally true, actually. They've done a decent idea, or decent job showing where things are.
Sephia was telling the truth. It is out there.
Can you imagine if she's
Very
just
deep
lying?
at the bottom of this lake.
She said the enchanted crystal would bring that whole submerged area into reach.
I didn't think it was a crystal. I thought it was a dagger, and we, like, held it up, and it, like, matched up with, like, the Death Star.
But it will only last a few hours.
I haven't watched the sequels, so
once
this
it
reference
happens,
is lost
I'll
on
lead
me.
us to the shard quickly.
That's a good thing.
Thank you.
Okay. Here goes.
I actually had some friends approach me to. They do like writing competitions every so often.
What's happening?
And they approached me a couple months ago saying they want to do a. We have to. The prompt is Star Wars 7 and 8 happened exactly as they did, and we have to write 9. Like just a treatment for it. It doesn't have to be a full script, but like we have to come up with how to land that unwieldy plane.
No, it's not safe.
So I'm looking forward to judging that.
Veil! I must have been thrown far from the others.
Animation is hard.
The lake is gone. The mountain is here. I guess the crystal worked. Now I'd better find the others.
I didn't watch the sequels, and it sadly is not lost on me. Yeah. You said dagger, and my mind went immediately to, we have a dagger, and we put it inside Marnie, then the island raises. I didn't know you were into CIA tier torture who would even acknowledge 7 and 8. I don't really.
You there.
What?
Huh? How strange. Your face is my face. No, what? That can't be me. Who are you? Well, I sense an emblem. One I have never sensed before.
This is
if
so
you have
goofy.
a ring, give it to me.
Yeah.
I need to take it to Father. Father? Sombron, the King of Dragons. I collect emblem rings. It is my duty. I have been taught to do what I must to fulfill that duty. We are currently at war with the Divine Dragons. I have collected many rings.
You
at
have?
war. Wait, if this is me, is this me during the war? With the Divine Dragons? Zephia's magic put me in reach of the shard, all right. By throwing me into the past.
What?
Yeah, welcome to the
Radmar
twist.
1,000 years ago, before it all sank, when the shard was near here.
I swear this is just another whiteboard thing that's like, we could do time trap. Let's do that too.
It really is like we get to the last,
If
like,
you have a ring, give it to me. quickly.
the last set of chapters
I'm
here, and
sorry,
the wheels
but
just
no.
come off entirely.
Your answer must be yes. I cannot
This is
let
so
you go
stupid.
with that ring. If I disobey Father, I will be killed. Many of my sisters and brothers have been killed. Killed?
Hello again, serious lol.
One older brother was drowned. One older
Just in
sister was
time.
burned alive. The little sister and little brother, they were cute. Were torn apart by the corrupted.
Oh, I'm just lurking and getting more and more confused listening to this. I am also just like, what?
Some siblings died in the war. Most were defects. Father disposed of them.
It's another thing that's like, this could have been cool, but like...
Disposed of? The defects require disposal. But I am not a defect. I collect rings to prove that. Father must get his wish. Until then, I will collect rings.
I also would like it more if she didn't just come across as brainwashed. I would like it more if there was like kind of a culture of fell dragons that like she was raised in, kind of like Nil and Nell were. I can't believe I'm saying I wish this was more like Xenologue. But like,
Right.
it made more sense that like they
And when his
why they were
wish comes
fighting
true,
in that
what
war.
then? What will you do?
Like I would have liked
What
like
will I...
her wanting her father's approval and being like, I'm
Well.
doing this because the fell dragons are right, and
Like Mahane saying, I'll be honest, I remember this part, but I thought it was part of the Xenologue because it makes no sense.
What was that?
Basically.
That is an avalanche. They are common to this place, but I hear some of the corrupted nearby. They are agitated. That is unusual. There are, maybe, intruders. The others must be here
also
somewhere.
I remember
I'm
you saying
sorry,
this
but
a
I
while
have to
back
go.
that like the trademark of us being evil is that we speak more properly.
Yep.
The stranger with my face is escaping. I will prevent that.
Like, she seems
I
like a
must pursue
robot.
them.
Yeah.
I need your help,
I don't like it.
Marth.
That and it's the eyes.
And it's weird because, like, Sombron isn't like that. So it's not like, oh, she gets it from him or something. Because Sombron doesn't have this weirdly proper manner of speaking.
Evil Veil also is not like that. Also,
Evil Veil got more proper.
yeah, but she still had more personality. She wasn't a robot.
Yeah.
Also, she was like, oh, I wasn't thrown. I just went to the past. Oh, they're way over here. I got thrown over. It's like, what?
Thank goodness you're safe. We weren't sure where to find you.
Sister, I'm so glad we finally found each other after the earth shook like that. I know where
This
the
is how a
Dragon
human
Shard
speaks.
Is. It's a short
Sister,
time from here.
I'm so glad we found each other after the earth
Unfortunately,
shook
we've been
like that.
followed. You won't believe by who.
All of you.
No.
I insist that you tell me at once exactly who you are. Whom do you serve? Fighting the corrupted as you did back there, defeating them with ease. No one on our side has reported
This is so
seeing anyone like
stupid.
this. And surprises are not well received.
I'm so glad y'all didn't spoil it.
thought she died.
She did die.
Oh.
Sophia shouldn't be standing in front of... She doesn't look like one of the corrupted.
I mean, this whole thing is too stupid to spoil it. You wouldn't have believed it if
This will be a
somebody told
shock.
you this happened.
But that is Zephyr 1,000 years ago. Because we are in Gradlon 1,000 years ago, during the war.
Why did Zephia make this?
What? The crystal was supposed to put us
Veil
in reach
is
of
just
the
my
Solar
voice.
Shard.
What?
It did, in a way. But not by raising mountains or draining lakes. It sent us back in time.
That's literally not what she said it did.
Believe it or not, I just met my past self. That's how I figured it out.
You're what?
Also, icy mountain trip in a swimsuit. How's don't get cold, Nick? We've covered that. Welcome to the past. We got Zephy's here. This is so dumb. We can't let good boss designs go away.
Oh, that can't be good.
I'm right with Veil still.
Sister, that's you.
Yes, it is.
Red eyes, red hair. But it's you.
And a nice little bow tie.
That's what you looked like when we first met.
Zephyr, please step
The
aside.
bow tie is really odd.
I
Does
will
she
take
have
care
that
of the
normally?
situation.
And I just have not noticed.
The tie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't notice she had a tie the whole time.
but I'm more than
Yeah,
happy to
it's
assist
part
you.
of the, like, utter bizarre stupidness of
That
her
will not be
outfit.
necessary. Go. Inform Father.
I
of his
actually
power.
kind of like her outfit, but
Also that I sense the presence of emblems from them.
I can admit it's dumb
They
and I
possess
like it.
Emblem ring?
It is possible.
Understood. I'll head to the temple.
Also, time paradox incoming. If you destroy the shard in the
She's going to
past,
tell
it's not there in
Sombron
the
that we're
present,
here.
and thus the
We
artifact
have to
won't need
hurry.
to exist.
Sister,
Yeah.
I can't bring myself to hurt you. And that's you in our way. What should we do?
I mean, it's another thing Awakening did, I guess.
Is that what you're trying to do?
They had time
Break
travel.
the
We
shard?
ticked that box.
What if it was? Would you let us pass by?
Zephyia said she was the only mage dragon strong enough to make the thing. Yeah, so she clearly was just trying to flex.
Although in Awakening, it's like a timeline jump. It's not just into the past.
Yeah.
So it's a little different than this.
No,
It's very
that's
different.
stupid.
It's not stupid.
I cannot return home without your
Fair
rings.
enough.
We will fight. If I win, I take your rings. If you win, you break the shard. Simple as that. Then we can't avoid a fight here. Stranger with my face, I am ready to battle when you are. You will fight me and this emblem. Marth, this is my emblem. Now show me yours.
I showed you mine. Show me yours.
Satan never believe I'm an emblem.
Literally.
And it's best to keep that to myself.
That's why I just
So-
said it.
Marth!
I'm here.
You have a Marth too. There should be only one of each ring.
We should have them Pokemon battle.
This is
That is
more
very
and
much
more
what it feels like.
interesting. Everyone, ready yourselves! No matter what, we must destroy the shard!
I showed you my emblem. Please respond. Oh no. What? Why? I know it's just the whiteboard thing, but like, oh, she has boots. Okay. Oh, we have 3 rows?
Yes. This map is dumb, by the way.
Yeah, I'm tired.
It's not even like hard, it's just annoying.
I'm tired of this game. Like,
Yeah, this map is garbage.
We probably don't want them. Alright, let's throw Saphir back in, and we'll throw Veil in. And then, yeah, let's give them, we don't have rings still. Okay, you have Ranulf, I'm okay with that. Saphir, what do you have? Do you have something good? Black Knight? Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay. I bet there's avalanches. Of course there is. Okay. This is a bunch of axes. Diamant will crush that entire side by himself. So, we do that. I don't like... The south side is not real strong. North side, we have Louis and Zelkov. I don't know that that's needed. Panette can handle the middle. Right? Yeah, with our help. We got a healer up top. We don't have a healer down bottom. We could make Seedall our healer down bottom. He heals 10 every time he stops next to somebody. I just don't like Veil and Rosado are both kind of our B team. And I don't like having the B team right next to each other. Maybe we swap Rosado and Alchrist, because Alchrist is more A team. I still don't like that there's nobody else that can take a hit there.
I feel like Sin Bears have more cohesive plot. At this point, maybe.
I mean, yeah, I never thought that Sin Bears just had everything on a whiteboard that, like, they we're trying to get everything in there with.
The narrative didn't necessarily like make sense in the way we were jumping between things, but it wasn't like absurdly out of nowhere stupid.
I do feel like their whiteboard was just, we have these assets.
I make avalanches happen. Even when they don't want to happen. I just do this.
And that moves us. Oh my.
That
Yep.
works. I'll keep doing what works.
In 2 turns, an avalanche will strike the lower mountain path.
We have to reach the shard, but at this
The
rate,
avalanche
we'll
will
get
wait
nowhere
patiently,
fast.
but only for 2 turns.
If an avalanche
Then it will
starts near
begin
you,
its attack.
take shelter. Stay safe until you can proceed.
Past Alir will use the Fell Dragon Shard to cause avalanches that will push your allies away. A warning will indicate where the avalanches will strike. Pay attention and move carefully. Boulders and enemies will stop a unit's backward slide. Oh, we have a time limit? Why are you giving me this now? Certain battles must be won in a limited number of turns. Meet the victory conditions before the turns run out. The battle will end in defeat. It's crazy to add a new thing this late.
I think this is the only battle in the whole game with a turn limit.
That is insane.
Which is just like, why is it even here?
This is bonkers.
Yeah. This map is dumb.
Anything.
I'm so excited. I think we do that because we kill everything else in one exchange.
I live to serve.
I mean, I have a pretty good idea of how we're gonna deal with this.
I was complaining about this to LA earlier today too, and I feel like this map is a good example of it, of how lately Fire Emblem Endgame tends to be not challenging, but simply tedious.
I'm here.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And I think part of it's because like they're so afraid of people being unable to beat the end of the game that they're afraid to give you things that actually like are hard for your units to deal with.
I won't lose.
Three Houses had some challenge to the end of it, I think. I didn't hate the maps at the end of Three Houses, I don't think.
I can't speak for Three Houses well, obviously.
As you wish.
I think Claude's is the most, like, WTF one, but, like, I kind of, like...
Ready and able.
Claude's is almost like a rule of cool. It's really dumb, but it's
Set me
neat.
loose.
So I'm like, eh.
It was foretold.
I also liked Edelgard's a little bit. Oh, I just realized him and Diamant are together. That's kind of fitting. So you just get everyone flying with high move, dance them, and rush the battle in 5 turns. You probably could. I don't care to do that. But you could. I just remember a lot of I have Bow Knight's Behold as they kill the entire enemy side from like 5 spaces away. You could do that. That is not how I played it. I knew Lyndon was not gonna get hit. I knew he'd just get that kill.
Of course.
For Edelgard's route, it was a lot of throw Caspar at the problem and watch him crit with a 78%. I have a feeling you optimize a little more than I do. Because, yeah, that was not totally my experience.
Proud victory.
I had a good enough time at the end.
Are you watching?
Plot-wise, it's still very clumsy on all of them. I had to think about what Blue Lion's final map was. Oh, that's really nice animation. I don't know if I've noticed that before, where he deflects the arrow into the ground.
I think I mentioned that, like,
I think
battle animations change as your units get higher level. Which is such a neat touch that, like, nobody is going to notice unless someone points it out to you. But
yeah.
It's nice.
I do appreciate it. Oh, he's in the fog, yeah, so hit rates, but we'll go for it. Give Saphir some XP. Hey, good job. Because she should be a little behind. If we do that, we get that kill just fine.
Allow me.
I like systems and systems on systems. Remember, I'm the sole person in chat who liked Dank Daddy's one's armor system. I remember.
Dank Daddy 1. I'm so glad butchering the name of Dark Deity every time we mention it caught on.
Same. It just feels right. What is your range actually? 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's a little unfortunate.
Here we go.
Are you ready?
I guess one nice thing about having backup on my Twitch VODs means the fact I'm actually downloading some of these onto my hard drive means I might actually make the highlight compilations I keep saying I'm going to make eventually.
May all find salvation.
Yeah. I can't wait for the Apple DOS text adventure highlight comp.
The one I really want to make is my randomized awakening playthrough. That's probably one of the most fun playthroughs I've done, and I would really love to, like, properly highlight that. That and my 24-hour Iron Man.
Yes!
So, those are my two things I, like, really want to edit down into a compilation. Because those, I think, people would actually watch.
Yeah, I think so. I would. I'm gonna get
Fire Emblem randomizers always do well. You what?
I'm gonna get pushed back really far, but like, I don't know why I care about
that. It just makes the map take longer. It justifies having a turn limit gimmick, I guess.
But like, if I move up here and then get pushed back, I don't know. Like I'm sure that it's gonna move like which one happens where, but I don't know. This just doesn't feel super consequential.
Nah. Really, when I started this map, it was just like my main goal was just getting everybody into the same center lane and then ignoring the top and bottom lanes. There's like there's only one lane with the boss in it, so.
Yeah. That is all that matters. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, that's fine. We wait here. You can move here. I'll just move here. We're good. Two units get pushed back. Oh no. Speaking of, I've been doing a Sacred Stones randomizer and it's so much fun. That's good. What's your, like, weirdest or favorite unit that you've gotten so far? Yeah, I didn't realize he wasn't gonna move, but...
I do think after I finish streaming my, finish my offline Engage randomizer playthrough, that might be what I start doing on my channel after I'm done co-hosting this.
Randomized Engage?
Yeah.
Wow, you're gonna finish it offline and then just turn around and do it again.
Yeah, well, like re-randomized, but yeah. I like playing Engage, dude. It feels good.
Not good enough for that to me, but didn't they say enemy units would stop me getting pushed back? I swear they said that.
Yeah, they did. Did it not?
No.
Who was in front of an enemy unit?
Diamant.
He was behind that armor guy?
He was right here.
Oh, no. Like, you'll get pushed back into them. They don't block the snow.
Oh, so if he had been, like, here,
if you were on the right side of him, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was not clear.
Yeah, I mean, when I played this map, I thought I could hide behind the rocks because that would have made sense, but no, you can only get pushed back into them.
Oh, yeah, because Allcrest I put behind the rock and was like, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, no, that definitely is like what logic tells you would happen, and that is not what happens.
My best unit is female Myrmidon Seth, but my favorite unit is Mouth of Doog Serene. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, I think he just cast a spell on me.
I'll assist.
Probably.
I have no idea what that means.
I will atone.
I mean, that's kind of the way they phrased that, Nick, for me to not understand. That's just, yeah, Snow ignores the red guys. Like, you get stopped by enemy units. So I was like, yeah, it's fine. Stop by enemy units is a little more clear.
For the Divine Dragon.
I suppose, but yeah, it's not super great. So top is now going to be the thing. Okay. I mean, we do that. Yeah, we end that guy. I think we move here and get the stat drop first. Logic, when you have time travel, heal turn phase for no reason, you're killing yourself 1,000 years in the past. All fair points. I just don't understand why, like, writing has gone down as far as it has. Like, I'm just genuinely confused about that at this point. Like, I feel like everything I'm into, the writing has just gotten ridiculous.
I think it's baffling how much Engage specifically, like, suddenly starts to fall apart this badly. Like, it's not like it was stellar for the whole game, but it at least, like, made sense.
Yeah.
And then here at the end, it's just like, what happened? It really is just, I feel like you're right that they had all these ideas that they wanted to use and just hadn't gotten into the game, and they're like, let's just do all of them anyway.
I am the Divine Dragon.
I did not expect her to double crit that. But I'm also, oh, that's interesting how that shows up. I'm also just like, why is this such a pattern?
Right.
It's you, like, you personally are ruining every franchise.
It's feeling that way.
You need to stop getting into things for everyone else's sake.
Maybe. I know my dad had that superstition with sports sometimes, that it's like, if the team is losing every time he's, like, tunes in, like, they have a terrible play, he's like, alright, I'm just not gonna watch.
I see.
Pardon me. Victory pose.
I suppose this map didn't have enough pushback in the design board. The map is not... What? Did I just get that off a random dude?
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing some rough math for my Randomized Awakening playthrough, I'm gonna have about 72 hours of footage to edit down.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. I might do it in parts.
I would not mind that. Also, do you have any, like...
A proud victory.
I don't know, do you, like... have any standouts that you know where are in the VOD?
I mean, there's a couple. There's the slaughter at Port Ferox, where I lost, I think, 6-7 units in one battle. That's probably, like, the most standout thing that everyone who watched the playthrough remembers. That was just terrible.
Why does Rosato have this bad of luck?
What? It's a good question.
I didn't get to watch a lot of that as you were doing it live. So if there's anything that you're like, I really just don't want to watch this chunk again right now, feel free.
Send it to you.
Yeah, because I haven't watched it, so like I'm down to watch it for the first time.
Yeah, maybe.
I've thought about that before, like when I'm watching, if I know I'm gonna watch like a really long YouTube series, I've actually commented before, like, on part 1, and been like, as a fellow content creator, like, I just want to offer, like, I'm gonna watch through this whole series, I know I am. Do you want me to, like, look for anything, or, like, bookmark anything as I go through? Like, and I've had people be like, please. Like, I really don't want to go through all this again, but, like, if you could pull, like, just timestamp some things, that'd be great. So I'm like, yup, got you.
Yeah.
Kind of how Serious Lol is doing for me right now with, every so often he watches another VOD and is like, what's it called? Why can I not think of the name now? The game that got delisted.
Sin Bears?
Yes. He'll be like, yeah, Sin Bears starts here and goes to the end.
By the emblems.
Yes.
It's super helpful.
Yeah, I really appreciate that playlist that you put together of it. There's a couple other.
Do that soon.
There are a few bits of the Awakening randomizer that I know got clipped too. There's one that made me like really bust up laughing while playing, which was the point where Lucina threatens Robin, and you get text box that was just die, and you had the yes or no option. Because at some point, no, I think Ellie made some story edits starting from the very first battle, actually. So, like, it was very silly. And it makes it a really unique playthrough.
I saw some of the clips, and they were very funny. It's almost like Rosado is a bad unit. How dare you?
Better get to work. No,
he definitely leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
I've kind of made him on the B team, though, so it's not entirely his fault. Like, I've not given him as many levels as, say, Alchrist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's only
You do have
at
a little
10.
bit of Alchrist favoritism.
He's only at 10 the first time. Let's see. Oh, can you actually deal with that fairly well? Yeah, you do.
Allow me.
Every now and then I hear people say Rosado's good, but I'm just like,
Time to pray.
I don't know. He feels very hit or miss.
Hit or miss. I guess you never
you never miss, huh? I hate that that's so, like, ingrained. I'm upset with myself that I can, like, call that to mind immediately.
Another character that people were like, are you a boy or a girl? Not sure. Oh, hey, look at that. The
Rosado's so forgettable, it took a minute to remember his normal class is Archer. Yeah.
May I assist? Let's see what
Now for my next experiment.
I'm so used to seeing him as an Archer because that's how I ran him in my playthrough.
That's why we're running him in this. Because you
I
were
know.
like, yeah, that worked out.
I peer pressured you into it.
Okay, we quit these, it's fine.
Sorry.
Oh wow, we actually didn't.
And you got one crit.
It's probably all we need. Yeah.
I'll assist. Allow me. Oh, thank goodness.
It's really annoying to me that, like, Twitch gives you the option to, like, delete multiple videos at once. You cannot download multiple videos at once. Like, checkmark a bunch of them and just say download all. You have to download them all each individually.
I mean, nobody was using the feature, so why would they improve it? I guess.
Well, they did this thing when they, like, extended the deadline. They said, we've improved download speeds, especially for larger files, and expanded bulk selection from 20 to 100 to make deleting your videos easier. But not downloading the videos, just deleting them.
You're about to delete them all in a couple of days. Why would I do that for you?
Well, so you can get yourself under the 100-hour thing and, like, choose which things stay.
If you're gonna, if I'm investing in any kind of catalog for this, why would I bother?
Yeah.
I still feel awful for, I think it was like Scammer Payback or something. It's one of those channels that had like 50,000 hours on there.
I also
don't
hate how...
even know how he would be. I'm curious. I should check in with him and see, like, how did he even begin?
I also hate that every time I go back to my page of VODs, like after each stream I download, it has to give me the pop-up of "You're over the limit" again that I have to okay through.
I mean, YouTube's also doing that for me. That it's like, you haven't turned on the... Why are they just throwing all these legendary things at me? It's so weird.
Because they put them in the game and didn't give them to you earlier, so they figured they better now.
This wound
Probably.
is nothing.
We'll just start on you. Sorry, I got very distracted by getting another, like, more random legendary stuff. What was I saying?
You're talking about YouTube.
Oh yeah,
you haven't turned on something.
They just keep getting. I have a notification that every time I push create new live stream, it's like, you still have not turned on auto. The thing that like auto plays ads.
Oh.
You would make more money if you did that. Like, most creators choose to do that, and I'm like, I understand most do, but like,
don't you want to be optimal?
I don't think that makes sense for me. Like, I would be much more inclined if it was gonna be like significant amounts of money, but like, it's not. So no.
For Brodia. I'll apologize later.
Yeah, it's not like you've got a huge viewer base or something that's going to be pulling in a ton of ad revenue.
No, it would be like...
Excuse me.
Probably like 40 cents if I made y'all sit through like 2 minutes of ads, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Why?
And for that, like, small amount of money, do you really want people missing parts of discussion and whatnot? And it's like, not really. That's how I am with Twitch ads too, where it's like, I could make more money if I like let the ads run, but oh yeah, I really need that 50 cents over being able to carry on a conversation.
He is optimal. Have you seen Nihil laughing? Sure. I never do that.
Not once, and especially not at my terrible jokes.
No. I couldn't. Yeah, you can fight that guy. That's fine.
Now I'm getting my tactics VODs. That I'll probably have to make a compilation of too.
It's just gonna be you saying I hate this game over and over.
More or less. At least I'll have something to point to as like, when I complain about tactics, I can show people, this was my blind experience. So when you tell me how great the game is, this is what a first-time player's experience is like.
Do you feel closer to Mugi now?
Do I? Not in particular.
You know why I say that, I assume.
Yeah, she hates tactics and like bans discussion of it for whatever reason.
Yeah, she bans discussion of it on Shining Force.
Which is hilarious. Nice crit.
I could also see her being frustrated, being like more of like a she's been around longer than we have. So like I could also see her just getting frustrated in the sense of like, for a long time Final Fantasy Tactics was probably just the other SRPG that people played.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that getting old.
Allow me. I've had enough.
Nice.
I mean, for being as not stellar as he is, Rosetta is pulling his weight right now.
Yeah. He's doing fine. I mean, he also, like, I gave him, what's it called? Draconic Hex, so that, like, he actually can help out. Even if he's not doing much to help out. They ignore terrain dodge anyway.
May I assist? Beneath contempt.
Didn't think I would get that kill.
This grave.
But yeah, Zokov clears the top next turn. We just gotta...
Tactics is like the one game you hated design-wise, Nick. What are your reasons for hating it? Because I greatly disenjoyed my time with Tactics as well.
Proud victory.
I probably need to do Tactics sooner rather than later. I've been going through my phase of, like, I need to actually play some of these games that are discussed a lot.
Yeah. And that's why we'll be playing Shining Force 3 in 2027.
I'm pretty, insisting that that's after Together in Battle.
When's Together in Battle? Is that next?
After this. It was gonna be...
I thought Dark Deity 2 was coming next.
I have not said that.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought that was next up.
We are gonna... I do want to do a stream with you to do the DLC for Dark Deity 1.
I just, like, I thought you'd talked about doing that soon since it was an indie game and whatnot, because, like, Sinister made that, like, big deal about it being important for indies.
It is, but, like, Sinister's also an indie, and, like, has been in the audience for a long time.
So you're putting Dark Deity off for post SF3 sometime, or?
Yeah, probably. Unless people are just really, really wanting to see Dark Deity 2 over SF3, but I don't think that's the case.
It being your channel, I doubt that.
From what I've seen...
You are purportedly a Shining Force channel.
Yes. I gotta act like it sometime. From what I've seen, though, nobody's really talking about Dark Deity too much. Mahane is the only person I've seen talk about it.
This isn't so bad.
And that's not like a diss on them, it just is like, I'm curious why that's not going at quite... I don't know, like, the fall off in audience seems noticeable.
It kind of reminds me of how, like, Wargroove 2 got talked about way less than Wargroove.
Well, they launched on the dumbest day possible. I knew that was going to happen. Hey, Cody! Hope you're doing well tonight. I haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you've been well. I'm still excited for Box Set 3. How far are you into this game right now? We are in the last act. It's not the last level, but it's the last couple of levels. But this is the last one we're doing tonight. Because it's already pretty late, but then I think next stream will be the last of this game.
Should be.
If everything goes according to plan.
I mean, I will also say, like, not a lot of people talk about Dark Deity 2. I mean, you know how many issues we had with Dark Deity 1. I can't imagine we're the only people who got a little bit disenchanted by it.
I'm sure not, but the reviews and stuff on Steam are still quite positive, I think. So it's interesting to me, too, that, like... It's odd sometimes when people, like, leave a positive review. It's like, I really liked this, and it's like... Will you come back? No. And it's like, what? I thought you really liked it. Like, they might be confused like we are about that. Or like I am.
Could be.
But it also wouldn't be the first time that I've seen people be like, I really like a thing, and then it's like, do you want to support the thing? I could take or leave that way.
My passion sustains
So,
me.
I don't know. I hope they find their footing. They definitely didn't launch it as bad a time as Wargroove did, but I don't think that's possible.
Yeah.
But also, I've heard, like, even just recently watching some Advance Wars stuff, I've heard people talk about how, like, bad the plot of Wargroove 2 is, apparently. I don't really know anything about that, so...
I'll go first.
The memes about it were crazy, though. Or, like, kind of their, like, snippets that I saw.
Serves you right.
Let's see, Chocobo's taking a character slot, so you can't do Cavalry. The silly Mustadio fight that I resetted 8 times due to NPCs committing Sudoku. Bravery / faith abuse. Magic.
I hate the whole brave faith system. Like, when your units get 2 stats and that's what defines the unit. It's not great.
I'm very curious.
About tactics? Yeah, I mean, the most questionable thing to me is the fact that faith... If you have high faith, you do more magic damage, but also if you have high faith, you take more magic damage, so enemy mages will just one-shot your mages constantly. At least that's what happened to me.
I'll assist.
Also, because I ran a large number of female units, running into a male enemy thief who had Steel Heart would mean they would constantly switch my unit to their side and then use them to explode me.
And you didn't like that?
No, surprisingly, it was not a thing that brought me joy.
That's a meme I've not seen in a while. This does not spark joy.
Yeah, it did not spark joy.
I'm here.
I wonder if that's weak enough for Ivy to get now. Yes, is the answer.
Sorry, allow me.
I need to turn to not get shot by that, but now we're good.
My face.
Such a good crit animation. Samurai sword catching with 95 brave, 5 faith to get almost immune to magic. Now go change those stats by one by one during the course of 3 to 4 battles.
Yep.
Y'all are not making this sound great.
No. I found tactics an excruciating experience.
I wondered if part of why tactics was so well liked is because a lot of the Fire Emblem people have just not played an SRPG before, so playing any was like, ooh, this is fun.
Could be.
We don't get hit by that, right? Nope, we're good. Saphir pulling her weight. Can almost make it to Fog, but we're probably, well, I don't know. Alir, oh no, Alir's probably gonna Lodestar rush us, huh? So we'll full heal him first. I was sick last week, so I'm currently behind on manufacturing Volume 3. No sense of smell currently either, waiting for that to come back. Oh, that sounds rough. I'm not, like, stressing about it, though. Like, in terms of how long it takes. Like, I know you're doing it all yourself, so, like, it doesn't matter.
You made it this far. You're strong. You should be on my side.
Here we go!
At least we get the stat drop, but I probably don't want her to run into... what's it called? The fog because of dodge, but...
I wish we got that crit.
I do too. I was kind of banking on it. We'll be fine. It's all fine. I do think that
Let's see what happens.
But that's okay. None of this is okay. Yeah, that's slight. Okay, yeah, that's a little better than my.
If this is war, so be full strength. I still have a lot to learn.
Okay, now we actually have to, like, get behind stuff. I wonder too with the channel when people are gonna start requesting, like, I was surprised more people have not requested their personal favorite series. And I wonder if that's just because I don't have a huge audience yet that, like, is really into Disgaea or things like that.
I mean, I've tried to request my favorite series, but you still haven't played Shining Force 3, so...
I'd go through all of Shining Force, though. I think
the Flame Dragon was very fun.
It was. I definitely, like, miss that and want to do more stuff like that.
Yeah. I know there's a couple games we want to do together eventually, but...
I've kept those close to the chest. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I sense that you are looking and staring. You will not win that way.
Are you sure?
Or are you scared? Yes, of course. I've been scared from the start of all this. It's only natural. Scared of losing battles, losing what's important to me.
By the way, Cody, if you're tuning in and you're like, this doesn't make any sense, like, I don't know what's going on. Neither do we. You know about as much as we do.
I am jealous of you. You have my face, but you say the things you feel. Out loud.
Like, to even clue you in a little bit, we defeated one of the main villains who decided she was good at the last second, and created a gemstone for us that took the rest of her life essence that would have killed her anyway if she made it, that let us raise mountains to get to the magic MacGuffin that we need to destroy, because it's at the bottom of a lake, so we can raise the mountain under the lake and, like, get the magic MacGuffin out of the lake to get to it. Instead of doing exactly what she said, I don't know why she gave it to us. She was evil, so I don't know. It took us 1,000 years in the past instead of doing that, and now we're here doing this. And that's the magic MacGuffin behind red-haired me.
I am not allowed to show fear.
That sounds insane to say all out loud.
I am afraid.
Yes, definitely.
Cody says, I'm voting for Shining Force 3 just because the screenshots for it look good. You are actually in the minority saying that. A lot of people don't like how it looks.
I am like the corrupted. They are awful. You really dislike the corrupted too. I hate them.
Why are we putting an ellipses in front of everything we say?
Of my sisters and my brothers. If I lose to you, they will kill me. No. No, they will kill me in time. No matter what.
I have a friend IRL that talks like this, and I can say that because I know he doesn't watch my videos, but it is painful sometimes that I'm like, can we talk just a little faster, please?
But you don't die. I'm proof of that. What did you say? Never mind. Let's finish.
I'm merely trying to propose stuffs I like for sharing purposes, but right now there's Together in Battle and Damp Dignity 2 that are more time critical. Yeah.
This is like looking in a mirror. What I see bothers me. I am not a defect.
I knew she would be the number power. Oh, we died in that,
A little bit.
Is this...
No!
Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. I didn't think about that. And of course, that's the first thing I did.
Classic. Making the mistake as your first move.
Yeah. I don't know that we live that for anyone other than Louis.
He might just be the play.
Give me work.
Yeah, Zelkov doesn't live that. I think we need to take a little more time. I might need to just not let her do that.
That's also an option.
Which I could potentially do with Diamant doing his engage and blasting her. That's probably what I need to do. Because now she'll start moving.
You made it this far.
As if I'd lose.
SF3 is nice. I also like Loki. That's rough. Prepare to die. Will quickly become a well-known quote. Oh, I was thinking the wrong character. You're right.
I'll go first.
Prepare to die. Over and over and over again.
I'm dumb. I did not stand in the fog.
Oops.
Forgot. Whatever, we can just do it. I don't know.
I was conflating prepare to die with I will kill you. I can't wait for you to experience the Shining Force 3 voice acting in its natural habitat.
I am very
It's so
excited
good.
for it.
It's so good.
No other choice.
My favorite is one of the members of your starting party who just mumbles so badly you can't understand like a single line she says.
I love that.
It's super good.
Observe your ruin! My apologies.
Hello again, Nauticus. Diamant. So anyway, I started blasting. I mean, we definitely need it.
Consider prepare to die as well. A few serviceable English quotes is funny. I'm a big fan of hammer throw.
Y'all just sound insane.
Oh, and then that line is just unhinged, but I love it so much. He was one of my favorite characters. Purely because he sounds totally insane.
Speaking of insane, I think it might have been Ellie in your chat, but playing that text adventure game, that wizard's name, I was like, how is this allowed?
What was the wizard's name?
I don't, like...
I'm trying to remember now.
It was just ridiculous.
Verily.
This is busy work.
Is she not gonna move? Oh, there she goes.
I have to go look now.
Alright, that's one kill for us.
Oh, the wizard's name was Mungistan.
Yeah, Mungistan. That's ridiculous.
I sense that you are looking. Yes. I am not allowed to show fear.
My film Mute Date just got licensed by this company, Real Short, who are paying me thousands of dollars so they can crop it to 9:16 and turn it into episodes. Get that bag, dude. That's insane.
This is...
What are they posting that on? Is it like their app called Real Short?
I live to fight again.
The Japanese quotes are pretty good for SF3 lolsos, but the thing is, like, the bad English grew on me, like, a lot, and I ended up just being disappointed when I had the Japanese. I missed the campy English.
Our hit rates are real not good. Could be a problem.
I'm assuming it's 9:16 because it's for mobile, Nick.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
That's my assumption, at least.
There is nothing to fear.
Okay, well, there's a
When
second
you look at,
one.
like, short-form content, that's generally what it is.
You can attempt to help us.
Allow me.
Get a crit.
We got 5. It's something.
To make terrible clickbait movies that Chinese audiences are obsessed with all in 9:16. Bizarre.
I love that. This is like another... this is perfect for your lore as a creator, honestly. Like, you find your way into such odd things that I'm like, yeah, of course this is what you're doing now. Like, what else would you be doing? Like making No Shark and the Japanese somehow getting just obsessed with it. Like, I get it. I really like that movie, but it just was really strange that it's like, how did they find this? Like, why? Just why this, essentially?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that changes her terrain. That actually helps a lot, and it's for sure hit.
Oh yeah, this will reduce her avoid by 30.
Yeah, we probably have hit now. We sure do.
Oh yeah.
You still can't reach. Can you? Alright, let's get our EXP here. If not, I was like, I don't know if I could have done much else, actually.
Pardon me.
They make movies called Selling My to the Mafia King and Royal Air Breaks My Heart in a War Zone, to name just two. I mean, that's how we name anime now. Oh, you know what else? Okay, I did have another play. I could have done this, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that would have worked. I mean, you're level 10. Level 12. Yeah, it's...
Maya, may we all be protected. For the Divine Dragon.
Yeah, maybe could have done something with that too if I had to.
Allow me! Over here! And one from me!
The episodes are like 2 minutes
Allow your soul
each,
to
and
rest
each
it
ends in a cliffhanger. I can't wait to see how they chop up Mutate, or what they retitle it as. Yeah, you know what, what's his name? I can't remember it. Joel doesn't have one of those, does he? He might have a Shining Friends cameo, but, like, he doesn't have that. It's really funny.
My turn. Another serving.
Still I can help. It appears I've lost.
Sounds like the equivalent of shorts in their market. I mean, I've heard of people trying to do that here. It just did not go well. Like, the way they celebrated, like, The Sopranos, which is a great show, turning, like, 30 or something? I don't remember how old it is, but for its anniversary, they were like, yeah, we're gonna chop it up and post it on Instagram in, like, I think it's 25. And they were like, we're gonna chop it up and post it on Instagram in 25-second intervals, and you can watch the entire series in 25-second intervals. Aren't you excited? And I'm like, that sounds like hell. That sounds actually awful. Because that is not a show. It's not the longest series, but it's not... Oh. I feel weird we just cut to, like, the map.
Yeah.
I hope everything turns out okay. I guess we'll have that cutscene after this. And they did that last map, too. I was caught off guard, but I wasn't sure why.
Yeah. It's a little weird.
You're lying bleeding in the snow? Hang on, I've got to adopt this cat. Joel Haver, that's his name.
Ah, yeah.
Cody, like, knows him, too. I don't know how close y'all are, but... Both being filmmakers and all. and doing some pretty niche, odd things.
Yeah.
Great thought.
Yep, thanks. I really liked Drowning in Potential.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It was one of Joel's movies. It's good.
I feel like you would... I would love to hear your take on No Shark.
Yeah.
At some point. I've known Joel Haver for 6 years. Before he blew up, we both lived in NYC at the same time. That's awesome. I don't know how you make it out there with it, how expensive everything is. Like, that's a testament
Good.
right there.
We broke the Fell
that you're
Dagger
doing
shard.
something right.
I only hope the old me is going to be okay.
We were able to provide some healing. The old you will awaken soon.
I mean, we know that you'll be fine. You'll commit a couple of war crimes, but, like, you walk it off.
That's a relief.
The old you saw us in the past, though. Do you think that's going to cause any problems?
Considering I don't remember the war at all. Nope.
It should be fine.
Yep.
I do forget everything. Eventually.
Oh, that's right.
It seems we finished just in time.
I guess this is goodbye to the past. The land
Why?
around us is starting to change. Now we'll really never see Zephyr again.
But thanks to her help, we can keep fighting. And we will.
This is so weird.
She sacrificed her life to help us get here. We have to go on and stop Sombron.
You're right.
Goodbye, my old self. When you begin your journey someday, I hope your travels are as wonderful as mine.
So you died long ago in the past. Why are you here now? Do you have a photograph where you start vanishing? Ah, they do explain it. I mean, barely. Like, she made a thing that put us in the past, but only for a little bit. Like, that's almost weirder.
Invaders were right here, and yet they are not.
He has no nipples, and it bothers me. It's just smooth.
That is very odd.
It is.
Perhaps the battle moved elsewhere.
I don't think anybody does in Engage.
Unexpected emblem.
Maybe not. I don't know why he's bothering me more.
Male warriors are shirtless. I don't think they have nipples.
I think it's just bothering me more because it was so prominent.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you came, my lord. It's been some time since you ventured outside.
It's like knowing they added stubble to Thanos because they knew, like, it's not super noticeable, but they knew your brain would, like, perceive it and, like, make him read as more normal.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. Sombron can't be milked. Not with that attitude.
No metal here.
That emblem no longer exists. I will go back to the temple. After the battle concludes, my child will return with news.
Your children are endlessly impressive. What I wouldn't do to have such loyal subordinates.
If you require some of those, then just do what I do. Make children.
Make children of my own.
Family is function and utility. You put blood in, you get loyalty out. My children owe me their lives, their love, their absolute dedication.
Family. What a revelation. I would like
That's a
to
different
make
game.
one
A
of
Fire
these
Emblem
children
revelation.
with you.
Oh. I mean,
That's
she
forward.
That is the most forward I think I've seen that in a Fire Emblem.
You have a child with me.
Please, Lord Sombron.
Now is not the time. But I will consider it after the war. After my ambitions are served.
Now is not the time. Not right
to
here
help
in
you
this
achieve
snow.
your ambitions.
That is kind of how that read. Like, it does feel... with how, like, naive Alir is, it doesn't surprise me that her dad is, like, here? Now? Like,
yeah.
I expect your utmost.
A child. How intriguing. What would that be like? To possess fully through such unconditional love.
just reminds me of the, like, there's only one thing worse than a murderer. A child.
A child.
How did my
It's one of my
mother and
favorite
father
vines of
regard
all
me?
time.
With this
It
love,
might be my one favorite of all
if only
time.
I could travel to the past. A foolish, impossible thought. Now perhaps I should find Lord Sombron's child. What was that one called? Oh, why bother? He disposes of them all. One must never ever grow attached.
I really want to have a child with you, Lord Sombron. Why bother? He disposes of all of them. Oh well. 1,000 years later. Really wanted that child.
Yeah.
That would just make me sad.
Are we floating?
You there?
Yeah?
Are you all right?
Why are we floating? Don't pan up the camera just to, like, I won't notice.
Oh, thank goodness.
The slow pan. Is this really where Lumera finds us?
I found you lying here. I was afraid you might have been dead, but what a relief. You were just in a terrible daze.
Was that a dream?
A dream?
I met someone who had my face, but who also looked like you. Your blue hair and blue eyes are beautiful. The one with my face had that too.
That sounds like a lovely dream. Say,
What is she doing out here?
I'd hate for you
I guess
to
we're
catch
close to
cold.
her home.
Let's
It's
get
really
you somewhere
weird.
nice
It's
and warm.
like,
Do you
oh,
think you
there's
can
this
stand?
war between the Divine and the Fell Dragons going on, and then Lumera, who should be warring against the
This
Fell
is the
Dragons,
first
sees one and is
time
like,
for this.
"Oh, how are you doing?
For me. You're
I was
being
afraid you might be dead."
kind.
Like, you are at war.
Really?
Yeah?
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, she's talking like the
What
super
is your
ellipses
name,
now,
child?
too.
My name.
I'm not
record that.
telling.
Mother told me. This was before she died. That Father called me that name. Just once. What is your name?
I'm Lumera.
I know that name. It's the name of the last divine dragon still alive. The name of Father's enemy. If you are the divine dragon, then I have to kill you. If I don't, Father will call me a defect and dispose of me. But you are kind to me. I don't want to kill you.
So she's like not brainwashed?
I am thinking a thought that doesn't
It's
belong.
very weird.
I guess
Yeah,
I am
it's
what I am.
really odd.
Defect. 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 Defect.
Defense, darling. Defense. That's what that felt like.
Don't say that. There's nothing defective about you.
But I must do my duty. Or else, Father will dispose of me. He'll feed me to the corrupted.
I do feel like we're going a very different... Like... I feel like when I was playing Fates and Three Houses, I was like, it's kind of ridiculous that we just don't explain anything. I really hope future Fire Emblems do a better job explaining things to me. And the monkey's paw curls in one. Like,
It very much feels like that.
That scares me more than anything. I want to live. To see tomorrow. And the day after that.
I mean, I also said I would like, the details on the war are really slim. I really wish we knew a little more about it. Monkey's paw.
Then let's keep today between us. I don't want you to die. How about this? Let's meet again soon for a nice, long, kind talk. No one needs to know.
If a strange woman in the wilderness told me we could meet up soon for a nice long talk and no one needs to know, I would definitely be like, what?
What do you say? Pinky promise.
Don't tell your parents.
Alright.
I'll bring candy.
We made it back.
There's something magic in old games with tireless dialogue box from one battle to another. I don't know. Fire Emblem has had a lot of text boxes between some battles for a long time now.
I can't say anything. My favorite one is just a visual novel. Like, Path of Radiance
Yeah.
and Radiant Dawn, like, are very long between battles. It just feels worth.
FE7 has some, like, really long segments for some, and some of them you cannot progress the dialogue yourself. You have to, like, it forces it to play out at the speed they want it to.
Love that.
Which is, like, awful. It makes some scenes take so long when you can read fast.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, we've had an egregious number of text boxes from time to time, like, since GBA, at the very least.
To be fair, he doesn't say he's talking about Fire Emblem.
I don't know, but when you say from one battle to another, you're kind of implying a game that goes battle to battle to battle, which there aren't a ton that aren't Fire Emblem.
I mean, you could go all the way back to Shadow Dragon. Why are we here? I don't know, but we're fighting.
I don't know much about Shadow Dragon.
There's not... it's a very Shining Force-y in that it's like, this is my motivation. I'm joining you. Okay, are you going to speak again for the rest of the game? No. Got it.
Perfect.
And that's even only for, like, main characters. Some of the side characters, you really get, like, 2 or 3 lines, and then it's like, alright. That's it. That's all you get.
Now we just need to break the last shard.
Let's demolish that thing! Where's it at?
One moment. Let's see.
Where was Zephia during that? I just realized that. You were right that she was not the boss. You didn't lie to me, but, like, what? That is only just occurring to me. Did she just
She, like, went away to go get Sombron or something.
Why? Shining Force, GBA, FE, Vandal Hearts. I mean, I agree with Taya that GBA, FE definitely gets a little bit longer than that sometimes. Shining Force, I think, is a lot longer than that pretty often. It's not just text boxes, like, you're running around, but, like, still counts to me.
Yeah.
What's wrong? You look worried.
Oh, it's...
And also, that's only really
Don't
true
tell me.
for Shining
We
Force
gotta go to
1,
some
even,
other
because
weird
Shining Force
place.
2 has some pretty long dialogue segments,
It's
too.
right here in Gradlow.
Yeah, it
And
does.
Shining Force 3 has some extremely long dialogues
Sorry.
between battles.
I'm a little tired.
The Gaidens are a
Can I
little
please
bit
be alone
less.
for a bit?
So I guess like Shining Force 1 and the Gaidens.
What are we doing now?
We've pushed you so hard, relying on your power to detect
She's
the
so
shards.
obviously being weird.
Please take the time you need. We can delay a little bit longer.
Thank you. We'll be able to break the last shard. I know we will. How can I tell them who's there guarding it? Or why I'm able to sense what's there?
My guess is it's Lumera for some insane reason.
That would be a bold guess.
That's the only, like... I can't say who's guarding it. Like, it... I know it's not Sami. Because, like...
I'm glad that that's where we start narrowing down the list.
Well, I've seen people say, like, it would have been interesting if he showed up to, like, do something at the
end. My guess is Lumera, because I know it's not Sami. It's just like those are the two front runners for the position of next boss.
We've already ticked off what's it called? We ticked time travel off the list. So what's left? it's gotta be something... Like, we've not fought our mom.
I mean, not in a while. We did fight our mom once. Twice, even.
Did we twice? I remember the prologue fight.
Yeah, you fight her the one time in the prologue, and then you fight her again with Sigurd this time.
Oh, yeah, I guess that counts. I don't know, to me that was the same battle.
It kinda is, kinda not.
Is it actually not the same battle?
It's the same chapter, but it does, like, start a new battle.
But, I don't... I'm like, what else could it be? It could be, like, clearly it's somebody we know. The list of people we know is not that long at this point. Could be Rafal again, that would be funny. No.
Trying to think, who else do we know in the story?
Queen of Solm
Nihil is dead.
Queen of Solm has not been around.
Queen of Solm, Queen of Firene.
Yeah.
King Moron we already fought once.
Yeah, but we could bring him back to kill him again. That would be funny.
Yeah, Nihil Zephyr killed way forever ago. I don't know if you remember him.
I do. He was the named guy that I was like, oh, that's cool, more of this. And then he was the only one.
Yeah. Turns out John's dad shows back up. He's the boss.
That would be insane. But it's gotta be something insane. Like, she is the Shard, Blue Alir, Sombron himself. No, it's not gonna be Sombron. They're clearly saving that for the end. I don't know.
Sombron is just short for Samibron.
It always comes back to Awakening. It could be, like, what's his face? It could be the evil dragon from Awakening.
Grima?
Yeah, it could be Grima. I feel like that would be a like, ridiculous. I don't know. I don't even know. I'm like, that would be just too ridiculous even for
I
them.
feel like Grima popping up out of nowhere would be a little bit unlikely.
I mean, Zelkov's, like, jacket in his default class has the eye. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think I know anybody else. Could be Pandria's parents. Tiki? I mean, I have Tiki, though. Like, if they made it, like, Tiki, but not that Tiki, or something, like, it would just destroy everything. It would be like you're a Force Ghost, but also, like, you're alive and, like, have no knowledge of what you're doing. Like, it would completely recontextualize this game into I don't even know what. Which is not to say it's impossible, either.
Yeah.
But, yeah, my guess is... Oh! Could be Alir and Vale's mom. I don't know that they have the same mom, but it could be one of their moms. Like, actual moms.
Corrupted version of Lyndon's dead wife.
Okay, that just reminds me of that dumb Reddit post.
Which one?
There's the thing that's like, you get to sleep with someone, living or dead, but only once. Who do you choose? And the top comment was a guy being like, my wife who passed away forever ago, I would love to just embrace her one more time. And then the top reply to it is, I also picked that guy's dead wife.
Oh, yes, I've seen that one.
Given this game's plot, I would not put it past it to be Marth either. I don't know.
It's just two Marths, the red Marth and the blue Marth.
Ugh. Plusle Marth and Minen Marth. Depends on which game you got, and it's random. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, to me, this is supposed to be a celebration of the series. I even am still, like, Teodrin's made a very good argument for it being, like, Fire Emblem 17 or whatever. I lose track of the numbers, but I still am like, this felt like a spin-off to me. To just be goofy and celebrate the series. Who would they make the villain of that? Like, surely they're not gonna just drop Garnef on me. Or Rima. But, like, at this point, I really don't know.
Anankos is back.
The problem is Anankos is, like, the strongest character that has been in Fire Emblem. And it's not close.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he definitely has the highest power level.
And Corrin, of all people, killed him.
No, she didn't. It's weird. You gotta play the DLC.
Well, if only I had a way to get the DLC.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem.
Sounds like a 3DS eShop problem.
Yeah. But yeah, Heirs of Fate, no. Because, you remember, Corrin defeats Sombron at the end of Rev, but that is not the end of the story.
I didn't know that Corrin fought Sombron in the first place.
Oh, not Sombron, you know what I mean. What does the save say? The Final Guardian. Alright, well, I'll have a week to think about it.
Yeah. Reconsider whether or not it could be Sami.
I don't know, he normally comes to me, and he's not here.
You haven't been paying enough attention to him, so your relationship with him is degraded.
Are you serious?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. He only comes up to you if you have a high enough, like, relationship with him. So if you go, like, pet him or whatever, it's probably gone back down.
That would be crazy. What happens if you max it out? Anything?
If it's high enough, he might help you with working out.
Oh, he is just on his little altar.
Yeah, so I think he doesn't like you enough right now.
Oh, that makes
yeah,
sense.
You've got 0 relationship.
Oh, that's so
Look
sad.
at how angry he is.
I know. There we go. Nice, Patek. Yeah, you like that? You're happy now. I feel that's crazy. Just dressing him up makes him like me. That's crazy
I
that
guess.
degrades.
Yeah.
Why? That's so
To
weird.
give you one more chore to do in the Somniel, and you have to walk so far away to do it. Interacting with Sami was definitely one of the earlier things I cut out of what I did at the Somniel.
I like that I forgot about him, but I'm just dressed as him. I literally am greeted by his cold, unblinking face every time I come here.
This is a new desktop wallpaper.
For somebody, I'm sure.
Oh, you'd want to turn off the map, I guess.
Here, I'll even... There you go, I removed my camera so you could do that. Yeah, you want me to... There you go.
There you go, perfect.
Oh! Next week, join us to finish, this. Whatever this has been.
This.
Oh, and what if out of nowhere another army? It's the green units. I mean... I don't even know. It's the gotcha mechanic. It's every ring you've pulled, that's the enemy. Go watch Teodrin on Twitch when he gets back to it. He's great. And make sure you support those VODs when they start coming up, if you're posting them to YouTube.
Yeah, I will be. I've got a VOD channel, so I
We'll
can leave a link to it at some point.
Yeah, we'll link to that on the Discord. Go check out my album, link in description. Worked really hard on it. And remember, next week, also, at the end of Engage, we're opening all these, like, Fire Emblem Cypher cards. So that'll be fun. We'll see what I get, if I've had a gold mine sitting on my shelf this whole time, or if it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's like Pokemon, but I'll even do the little jingle that people do.
Jingle?
Yeah, there's a guy that I see sometimes that he's got like this little jingle that's like, should I open it or should I keep it sealed? And they even did it at like some big EDM festival. They like played that and then the DJ started unboxing Pokemon cards.
That's bizarre.
Yeah. But Pokemon card
Alrighty
culture
then.
is insane.
Yeah, I don't quite get it.
That's a whole other discussion. We'll save it for next week. Night, everybody. See you
Good night.
then.